Olsberg's M4, Hyreslandslaget, Ramadan, Tershine, and Torrance in Kiel.
He's done. Away because Kevin Eriksson goes up the inside line anyway.
Oh, yeah.
And it's Eriksson who's going to take it at the line. They've both been previous champions in these cars, and they've shown their class. Ollie Eriksson takes the win in lights for round 2 of RallyX 2022. It's up, and here he goes. Oh, it's a decent start for Eriksson on the inside line. Going to get up alongside Christopherson, going to push Christopherson wide. Ekstrom going to follow him. Oh, 2 wheels. Christopherson goes round the outside. Ekstrom going to go Joker straight away. Christopherson's in the wall. Ekstrom's in the wall on the outside line. Christopherson's piling the pressure as they come down the hill. Taps the barrier on the inside line. Through the right-hander. Awesome. He's got one last corner to try and have a go. And Tom will try and come along. No! Broken suspension. Christopherson up the inside of the final corner. Oh, the reigning champion wins in the last corner. And Marken holds on with broken suspension. Unbelievable stuff. Wow.
Oh my God.
Get it launched down to turn 1. Good start by Christopherson on the inside line. Ekstrom going to move across, try and cover off Brinderson behind. Brinderson looks to the inside. Can't get there. He's the reigning RallyX champion. To be fair to Ekstrom, he's been out of a Rallycross car for 2 years. He's put on a hell of a show here, and it's been great to have him back. But it is Johan Christopherson who's going to take his 2nd win of the weekend. Double victory here for Christopherson. Great drive by him. Is Ekstrom going to hold on to P2? Comes through the last corner. He's been unchallenged most of today. It's an absolutely brilliant drive by the top qualifier. Goes through to take the win. Olofsson wins round 3 of lights. Ola Henry starts up with the first podium, and Jesse Kallio on his return to the series gets P3, and he's easily in front. It's a brilliant win for Simon Olofsson over the finish line. Double win here in Finland. Fantastic by him. A spin for, I think it's Mattis Janssen or Kalliokoski. Lucky ball, but Christopherson did too. Not a great start. Brinderson going to try and shut the door. Baby tried to go around the outside, going to slide to P3. Kalliokoski up on 2 wheels. Gronholm almost spins in the background. Drops to P6. It's Brinderson, Christopherson, OC, Baby, Kalliokoski into the rear of Baby. Runs him up the barrier on the inside line. Who's gone round? Kalliokoski parked, and so's Baby in the background. Wide, the smoke pours from the rear right. It was this corner. Here's the problem. Go straight again. Johan Christopherson struggling. Brinderson looking to try and get the inside line. Oh, Brinderson can't quite get there. Christopherson shuts the door. Final corner to go. Up the inside. Brinderson takes it from Gronholm. Christopherson P3. Unbelievable. Wow, what a final lap. Oh, great start by Ekstrom from row 2, but a good start by Christopherson. Bolevsky moves across, shuts the door, slots into 3rd on the inside. No, he doesn't. Baby's going to get into that gap. Sideways for Gronholm. In the background, 3 cars wide. They're going to need to funnel out of that. In the wall again, Brinderson ends up towards the outside. Dust flies up, but I reckon he's got it. Christopherson has, through the long right-hander. It's a 3rd time on the top step of the podium. 4th podium for Christopherson this year. Gronholm P2, and Ekstrom comes around to take a deserved P3. First couple of laps were fire, but Christopherson then just gapped Niklas a little bit, and the breathing space allowed him to stop cooking the tyres and keep the polo a bit straighter.
He's delayed him, he's lost time, and so Simon Olofsson is going to make it 3 in a row. Martin Ekstrom is going to be 2nd, and 3rd, Jimmy Alfredsson. Simon Olofsson wins the Supercar Lights final, and Kasper Janssen is set for a maiden victory within Supercar Lights this year. He makes his way now through that last corner for 2nd place. Steintoft tries to jump ahead of Schlockvist. They're side by side. Kasper Janssen wins, and 2nd across the line is Steintoft. Down to 3rd is Schlockvist. 4th, Mattis Janssen. Simon Olofsson is 5th. It is blast off, a dreadful start by Gerben, a good start by Gronholm. Good start also by Belitsky. He's up into 2nd place and has to go to the race leader. Brinderson is 3rd. Eid on the inside of him, and then down in 5th is Baby. Gerben staggers off the line, but it's Gronholm ahead of Belitsky, who's going to have a go on the inside line as he thinks about it in contact. He gets into the side of Gronholm, and the disqualified Yuri Belitsky.
I owe an apology to Niklas. I'll be on the way to him.
Yeah, he can say whatever he wants. Obviously shows some level of intelligence.
A good getaway by Belitsky. Is it good enough to clear Evian on the run down towards the first corner? Maybe makes his move around the outside there of Ede. Also Brinson tries to get in on the act as well. Maybe clatters off Ede. Ede gets run out wide, and that means Brinson gets up past him in fourth place. This has been absolutely inch perfect. Peugeot 208 comes out of the last corner on Joker Lap. It's going to be a first win in RallyX this season for Yuri Belitsky, who comes across the line to win in Riga.
Well, that was the season so far, and we are back in Sweden, where we kick things off, of course, the country. I mean, not the track. We started at Hollius, and this time round we are at Strangas for the finale. It's my first time at this track. A lot of the drivers have been here a lot, because this has been a very popular test venue for Rallycross in this great nation where this sport is so popular. There's been some modifications to the track. That is one of the big jumps which has been added down at the exit of Turn 1 for RallyX this weekend, Nitro Rallycross next weekend, and then there's the Swedish Championship the weekend after that. So this track is going to be absolutely packed with action over the next few weeks. And you can join us over the whole of the next 2 days as we finish off RallyX 2022 with round 7. This one must count towards your scores. One of the scores gets dropped. We've got 5 champions to crown: Junior Crosscar, Open 2-wheel drive, Supercar Lights and Supercar. My name's Andrew Coley. Joining me in the commentary box is Hal Ridge. Great to be back, mate. I was gutted to miss Riga, and seeing the recap, obviously I was seeing some of the stuff that happened. I was aware of the Gronholm incident. That one didn't go down too well, but it looked like some great racing.
Yeah, great racing throughout the categories, and that double header really set us up for some brilliant championship fights in almost every category. It's closer in some than others, but there's going to be some great racing over this weekend because, of course, it's a single round over 2 days, whereas through the season so far, it's been a double header every weekend. Yeah,
it has. We've had 3 rounds of qualifying, semis and finals each day. This time it's 4 rounds of qualifying over 2 days. So you've got Q1, 2 and 3 today. We're bringing you all the classes in each of those qualifying sessions today, and then on tomorrow to Q4, semi-finals and finals, handing out the big trophies. This is the biggest one. I don't even know if I can pick it up with one hand. No, I can't because I'm a weed. Look at the size of this bad boy. I think Ollie Eriksson raised it with one hand last year. Good God. I don't know if you saw.
Watch your feet.
But I did 1,000.
That's not true.
No, I know, but it's a great reference.
But there's some amazing names on here.
There are. Go on, read them out.
Oh, Kristoffersson, Oliver Eriksson, Kevin Eriksson's won it before, Robin Larsson's won it, Oliver Solberg, he came back to Rallycross recently, he won it in amazing style a few years ago in his father's DS3. There's a lot of big names on here. Thomas Brinderson is the only one of the supercar contenders who's won this trophy before, won this title before. The supercar battle is going to be really interesting this weekend in the fight to win this trophy.
Yeah, you don't want to bottle it. You definitely don't want to bottle it. So let's take a look at the standings in the various different categories, and we can bring you up to speed with where we are as we come into this final weekend. So this is with drop scores taken into account, I think, which, yes, it is. So it's 113 each for Kristoffersson and Gronholm. But Johan's not here, so the reigning champion not racing this weekend. So Niklas is in pole position, if you like. But remember, with that drop score, there's every chance that Brinderson or Evgen could edge him. I think Bolevsky and Vaby are a little way too far back, but they could certainly nick a podium spot off Evgen and Brinderson if they don't get a bit of a wiggle on. So top 5, definitely top 6 in the mix for those podium positions. Of course, Kristoffersson, can Johan hold on if he doesn't do the last round? We'll have to read at page 36 of the regulations, won't we? Anyway, that is the top drivers in Supercar. Of course, you're going to see all the categories this weekend. Supercar is our headline. Molly has caught up with the championship contenders.
Niklas, it's time for the final in RallyX, but first of all, tell us, how are you doing after that big crash in Riga?
I'm doing good. It's just in the end it was just a scare. The ankle was a bit sore for a few days, but luckily nothing huge. Just it's okay.
And what sort of work went into getting ready for this weekend?
Quite a lot. Luckily, Jussi was able to find a few guys to fix the car. Big thanks to them, Hepa and Didi. They worked super hard to get the car ready. And obviously also Nico, my dad, and Jussi had a lot of work. For us to be here. It's a lot of work going on, not only with RallyX, with the World RX cars, so it wasn't easy. But the guys squeezed, and we finally made it.
And what sort of experience do you have from this track, and do you like it?
Not so much experience. I drove the RallyX race in 2015. Since then I've done maybe a few tests, but not so much. But it's a nice track. It's quite technical, to be honest. It's a few places that are really tricky, and if you kind of lose in or drive not the correct line in one place, you can lose like for 3 corners ahead. So it's pretty crucial in some places to really nail it. And yeah, now in practice I didn't manage to do that. So yeah, just need to put my head together and it'll be fine.
A 9-point advantage over Thomas. Sondra's also right behind there. How tough do you think the fight will be?
I think it will be tight. We've seen Thomas is very quick. I think he's been surprisingly quick. I've personally had to really dig deep in some races to find the speed, and yeah, it's gonna be tight. But I'm sure just doing our own thing, not focusing too much on the others, will bring a good result.
Thomas, it's the final weekend in RallyX. Just how much experience do you have from this track from before?
We was driven RallyX Nordic here in 2015 to 17, I think. So I was driven 2 times in lights and 1 time in supercar. And I did 1 test here last year, so a bit, but not so much.
And how does the track suit you as a driver?
I don't know, it feels quite good, and it has gone quite good in the past, but in the supercar it's quite tricky because it's so narrow corners and stuff, but yeah, I hope it will suit good.
Can you tell us a bit about the changes out there?
Yeah, for sure, the weather changes is for sure a big challenge this weekend, and also the changes on the jump, and then that wasn't there earlier, so yeah, but the jump is really good, and you can just go flat out, so it's nice.
You're 9 points behind Nicholas in the standings. What is it going to take to win overall this weekend?
I think to beat Nicholas will be tough, because I think he need to do some mistake or have some problems, and I need to perform really well, but I hope that we maybe can secure the 2nd place, but we'll see. It's tough. Sondre is really fast as well, so.
Any big changes to the car? Any upgrades since Riga?
No, it's quite the same. It's just setup.
Sondre, time for the RallyX final. 13 points behind the top of the table. You're in with a shot of the title. What are your thoughts?
I think the 1st place will be a long shot. Nicholas has to have some bad fortune on the way, but 2nd is possible with Thomas, so that's what we're aiming for.
Tell me about your experience of this track.
We've been testing a lot here, especially in the lights, but in supercar it's only been here like 1 or 2 days, I think, with KMS. So it's kind of new. The track is new to everybody now with the Joker and the jump, so I think we're in a good position though.
How would you describe the track?
It was really difficult now. The asphalt isn't straight, it's small bumps everywhere, so you lose the grip, and but it's a great experience, it's great fun, and I hope it dries up, and then the car I think it suits the dry a little bit better than the wet, so that's what we hope for.
Are you going to go for that title?
If we have a chance, then we're going for it. But firstly 2nd, and then we'll see where we are.
Nicholas, it's time for the...
Okay, so he said if we have a chance, we're going to go for it. I suspect that's going to be a sentiment which is going to be shared around the paddock this weekend, and that's what I like to see. If there's a chance, going to go for it. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, this is the track for that as well, isn't it? There's such variety of lines into a number of the corners. Some really interesting braking areas where the surface changes. Like several of the guys there, especially Sondre mentioned, they've been here a lot in testing, but the track's quite different now. They know various aspects of it. The track's evolved a lot over the years. You know, the jump at the end of the lap used to be gravel on the landing, now it's tarmac. There's a lot going on, and I think this is a really good track to see a championship finale at.
Well, we're away somewhat earlier than expected. This is Junior Crosscar getting underway for their Q1. It's actually our biggest category here. 3-lap qualifiers. We're going to talk you around this track, which I'm sure will be new to a lot of you. And I say through the various different categories. You can see it's a little bit wet out there. It's been drizzling, I'd say actually, Hal, from the looks of things since we've come indoors. It's got more slippery because there's terminal understeer around the outside line.
Thank you, guys. That's a great example of the variety of lines through turn 2.
Thank you. Well done. Box ticked.
But look how slippy it is, running right out wide on the exit of turn 4 there. I think it would be known as
Shall we get a track map and write corner numbers on it? Because we were saying this last night. Is this turn 2? Is this turn 3? But actually, some of the corners, Hal, are so long. You would almost, because the variance in the angle of the corner, you'd almost
4A and 4B.
It tightens or opens coming back. So in the background, that's your first look at the Joker. You can see heading off to the left-hand side of your screen, right-hand side of the track. Leading at the moment is Maiju Niemi. So junior cross car, drivers as young as 11 years old. I think you have to be in your 12th year. It has to be your 12th birthday, the season at which you take part. And we have had Oliver Solly in the comms box earlier this year when, if you remember, Matthias Ekstrom offered him a test drive in the supercar before they realised he couldn't reach the pedals. So it gives you a good idea of just how young and vertically challenged some of these kids are. But my goodness me, look at that. They drive brilliantly. So they can be as old as 15. I think when you get to 16, you have to go up to cross car. Some of these drivers, Hal, would actually like to go up to cross-car earlier, as we see Niemi through the Joker lap. That's your first look at it. It's pretty narrow on the exit. Can't maybe see it from this angle as well as we might see it from the drone later. Hopefully we can have the drone up in the rain. Poor Vigo lost a few bits of kit, didn't he, in Riga in the floods.
Yeah, he had his stuff on the roof of the truck. He quickly got down for fear of lightning, left some of his gear up there and lost a couple of batteries. Vigo's probably had as much damage to his equipment as some of the supercar teams have through the course of the year. He's quite often picking bits up out of the weeds, not by no fault of his, but it's...
Coover, he wrote one off, didn't he? Had a big shunt, I can't remember.
It's just, it's rocks off cars.
Yes,
because he flies so low to the back of cars. It's really raining now, I think. Looks very drizzly on the screen. Give me 2 seconds.
Hal's about to go to the door, so this is where Hal Ridge runs out of the commentary position. We can see, it is raining because we can see it on Vigo's drone. We've got water droplets on there. Hal Ridge is now running back to the commentary position. He's strolling, actually, to be fair. Doesn't want to come back on air all puffed out. It's Atterblad who wins the first one. Remember, only 3 laps in qualifying. 4 qualifying sessions. Yeah, points in each of those, which add up. And you can see the driver there in P3, Campi, I think it is, who maybe thought that there were 4 laps. Another look at the start. Maiju Niemi on the inside and the 74 on the outside. It was Hugo Campi in the red car. So coming down to turn 1 at Niemi, you can see squirrely on the brakes, but pitches the car in. And this is what blows my mind, Hal, is just how good their car control is at such a young age. And that's why, frankly, I think most people who are at age 20 plus are going to get their butts kicked pretty soon by children. It really, to pick up the skill, there's a great look at the Joker and how narrow the exit is. I can't speak highly enough of how good these kids are. And actually, you're going to see every one of their qualifying sessions this weekend for the first time this year.
Yeah, I'm blown away by the progress of someone like Niemi. You know, she's still a kid.
Yeah.
She did this at finish level, decided she didn't really enjoy it, so stopped. She comes from a strong Rallycross heritage family, then realised she missed her mates in the Rallycross paddock and wanted to drive again, so she did that again. And the improvement she's made since coming back in the last couple of years, remember at Julius a couple of years ago, she was miles off the pace.
Yeah.
But the rate of improvement from some of these kids is just... amazing. I don't have enough words for it, because you don't see that level of improvement necessarily when you get a more senior driver coming in supercar. The differences are incremental, whereas the kids in junior cross car learn so fast.
It's terrifying, isn't it? Because you'll all know as you get a bit older, it is harder to learn stuff. This is the perfect age to do it, but it can be quite challenging for them as well. Great start from Anton Soderholm in the 323. Watch for the braking zone here. So this braking zone, you can see the gravel gets dragged onto the tar. There's then that sort of smeared greasy line all the way down. Then it's back onto a big gravel jump. That's been added. All the drivers are saying they like that. It's got a good takeoff and a good landing. That's I know there's been some assistance from our American friends in the angling of that. Look at the line here. They know how that it's a bit more slippery. As we see Vigo come through in P3, but 6 feet off the floor. They've had that little heads up, haven't they, that it's just a bit greasy out there and just to go steady, and immediately they're all bang on the line.
And that's one of the big benefits of the live stream for the paddock, because it always blows me away a little bit that everybody's watching. So, you can learn so much by having... These guys don't have spotters. The junior cross cars don't have spotters, but they could well have someone in pre-grid with them, watching on their phone, looking at what happens in the first couple of corners and relaying that information to their driver just before they go to the grid. It's a really interesting condition. I would describe it as mizzle outside at the moment. It's quite damp in the air, but not that damp on the ground, but obviously damp enough to affect the track in some places. But there's still dust in areas as well. It's a little bit like the condition we had in parts of the weekend in Riga. Look how slippery it is there on the entry to the corner, but there's actually dust on the gravel on the way in, so it's just a really, really horrible phase as a driver where you can't really see where the grip is. It's not like it's wet and shiny underneath. You can't really see where it is until you've been around one time. It's just feeling your way around. You can hear the tyre squeal.
Yeah.
It's not that wet. Yeah, I don't envy anyone having to drive in these conditions. And then, of course, it could stop raining. It's going to dry very, very quickly, and there's nothing you can do about your time because you're just stuck in the worst of the conditions. Of course, it could get worse as well. It could rain a lot more, and you could have been in the higher grip scenario.
As well, later in the day, of course, we've got the situation with RallyX where fastest go first, so sometimes they're on a drying track. That can help the drivers later in the session. But mixed weather, the forecast, it was strange, wasn't it? The first one was like, no, well, it was 34 degrees Celsius here on Thursday. Me and Hal arrived yesterday. I didn't even bring a coat, which was incredibly stupid of me. Flip-flops for the evening, much sure everyone's hilarity last night. We've now got very muddy shoes, which I wasn't expecting, having with the weather that's been across the majority of Europe in the last few days, maybe even the last couple of weeks.
Maybe when you get a bit more experienced at coming to Rallycross events,
I know, yeah.
Be more prepared.
Nearly a decade in, I might have an idea that it could rain in Sweden, wouldn't you? Like, really? Is it going to rain? It is also a hand luggage only situation, Hal Ridge, isn't it? Because the airport's a carnage at the minute. So I thought, well, what should I not bring? I know, a coat. What a stupid man. So Soderholm takes this one. Naomi's time is a 2:38.2, and Soderholm does a 2:33.8. In fact, everybody except one of the cars in this heat was faster than Maju Niemi. Now, how we are going, I think, slowest first in this session, up to a point. The last two are a mixture, aren't they, of the fastest 10. But that could be track conditions, it could be experience and speed, hard to tell.
I mean, it's really mixed up, isn't it? Because Oliver Solly, who finished 4th in this race, is well up there in the championship standings. I think being in the final pretty much every round. I think he's 5th or 6th in the order. So, you know, they're significantly further up than some of the guys in the previous race, but the track conditions have changed, like you said. I love this shot, actually, coming down to the first corner where you can see the Joker merge. That's actually really gives you a great idea as to how this track layout works, but also how that gravel, like you say, Andrew, you know, migrates itself into the first corner. I think it's going to be really interesting how that evolves through the course of the day.
Yeah, getting dragged out across, and with supercars, certainly we were watching in free practice, and their braking zone from like 5th gear starts on the loose, so they're backing it in on the loose. They're putting rotation in the car as they come onto the tarmac, and it looks spectacular. So I'm excited to see that. The first corner as well, you can see how wide the grid is here. Some of the grids, the cars look a bit squashed in. You could get 6 across the grid, but further down into turn 1, it is still that wide. It's like motorway width the whole way in and through the right-hander.
This would be a great track for my dream of running like a 30-car, 30-lap supercar race.
30-car, 30-lap supercar race.
Imagine.
It would be amazing, but I'm assuming there's a refuel stop in there somewhere, Hal, as well. I'm liking this idea. You'd be in for tyres and fuel, wouldn't you, as fast as you could? Why not into the pre-grid? Wheels off and away. We can but dream, as we see a dream start for Alexi Suono in the 95. Came across to take the whole shot from the outside, gets 2 bits of contact, just about holds on. Suono will get down to turn 2 after this jump in the lead. Just got to nail it into that inside line. Don't let anybody through as they all feel for the grip on this first lap. P2 is Joachim Lundelander in the number 10. Spin in the background. How good is Viggo Koch? Sorry, that's Pontus Oskarsson, who's facing the wrong way in turn 2. Might be stuck, gets it up over those huge curbs. The curbs, by the way, one of the curbs is concrete strips. One of them is tree trunks buried in concrete, painted yellow and black, which I love. But yeah, in turn 2 there, Viggo, watching the car, sees the spin, turns to look at the spin, and then goes back to the front. Yeah, we need a trophy for Viggo. We've always said it, but we really do.
He had quite a big crash in Riga, which director Robert then played out on the replays, and Viggo was so disappointed that anyone might have highlighted that he'd made any sort of mistake, because it's so rare that he does make any error. It was a very minor incident where he hit a wire, but
well, it's pretty hard to avoid. I mean, the speed of it as well.
He is phenomenally good.
Yeah,
like, you know, amazing. Many things I think, I could probably do that, but I'm not sure I could do.
So
that at all.
You know, a lot of you will know I'm a bit of a geek. I race radio control cars. It's how I originally got into motorsport, and I love it. And I use a stick handset, which is the same as you would use with a drone, and I'm pretty decent at it. I tried the drone and I sucked so badly. I launched the drone at Hollius, up over the cafe. Vigo went to grab the controller. It fell out the sky into a tree and narrowly avoided a woman, and I had to sort of sheepishly walk around the front of the cafe and go, sorry, that was me. It's really hard. It is really hard. But then he was World Championship level, wasn't he? We are getting somewhat sidetracked here as there's a cross-car race going on, and we're telling you about our World Championship level drone pilot. But sometimes, yeah, we got 3 of these sessions. Sometimes with Vigo, thanks for all your hard work this year, mate. Same for the rest of the TV team. We really hope you guys have enjoyed watching at home. 7 rounds. Me and Hal have missed 1 each. Hal missed Holias, I missed Riga. I was gutted because Riga, apart from some great racing, was the biggest night out of the season, apparently. Although we had quite a big one in Finland as well. But yeah, we've enjoyed ourselves bringing you this fantastic series, and we hope you guys have enjoyed it at home as well. We're on the 3rd and final lap. Over the line goes Suono. Time is a 2:28.7, which is 5 seconds quicker again.
Yeah, the times are tumbling, aren't they? I think despite Alexei having had the windscreen wipers on for most of that race, the conditions are improving clearly. Look at the dry line through turn 1. They were so lucky to get away with that in the opening corner, weren't they, that they all stayed out of trouble. This is the drone shot you were talking about into 2. Oh, a little tap there from Oskarsson. Just gets that bit rotated. Those curbs look huge in a junior cross car, don't they, compared to some of the vehicles we'll see later on, the cars especially. And here's that Joker merge at the end of the lap. The sensible thing to do, or the fastest thing to do, would be to take the Joker on the final tour, because you have the shortest run to the line and your run to turn 1 isn't compromised. There are the times. Suono with a 2:28.753, which is the fastest time of the session so far, with a couple of races to go. And now we're seeing the big hitters in the Junior Crosscar Championship on the grid.
Get towards the sharp end. Lucas Andersson, Hampus Hagström, Erik Nilsson, Lauri Hallinen and Unitin Julalami. Off the line, good start for Hallinen, finds the traction. Pre-grid and grid actually look pretty dry. Julalami on the outside line, on the inside line, Andersson was looking to hold on. Julalami's gone the long way round. Is it going to be too slippery outside? Bit of contact between him and Hallinen, almost, maybe they got away with it. Hallinen going to go deep. Julalami trying for the outside line up in turn 2, going to make the cut back now on the exit. Andersson taking it steady in P3, gets his wheels hooked up. Look at the exit speed Andersson gets when it's just straight on.
Great positioning from Hallinen all the way through turn 1 down to 2. I thought that he was going to lose the place, but just kept the car in the middle of the road, forced Julalami to go round the outside, as he's doing yet again. There's Joker in the background from the middle of the pack. I think that was Nilsson that went in. Yep, it was.
That is a look at the Joker from the drone.
I actually really like the Joker.
Yeah, so do I. The tyre stack on the outside of the exit is your limiting factor, isn't it, in terms of throttle? Because if you stick it in the wall there, it's a little bit like sticking it in the wall at Holias. You can imagine coming out too hot, hit it, and end up with a spin to the inside.
But when we walked it yesterday, I didn't think you'd be able to carry so much speed through the latter part. The exit's quite open, isn't it?
So you've got to rotate it early, though, haven't you, to get that done?
Yes, but you've got to get the rotation done on the way in as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the old Joker. We'll see that through the next couple of laps. The old Joker was at the exit of turn 1. This is the Joker now, as Hallinen gets the crosscar rotated to get in. It's very dry in there, isn't it? And this is the exit, which is much more open than it looks. Okay, you've got to be tight to the barrier on the exit there on the inside. I think we could see some drama in there this weekend.
Yes, so do I. I think there's potential to see somebody spin and not block the exit completely, but cost you a lot of time. You know, you're maybe not going to want to follow somebody in there on the last lap. Now, that section there, Hal, at the trees up at turn 2, is still very greasy on the way in. But if you look at the rest of the track now, literally in the space of the 20 minutes we've been on air and racing already, it's drying up big time. So if you listen, you've got a lot more tyre screech, which is a good indicator grip levels are up. If you look here, watch the inputs. Drivers are being much more aggressive. Listen through here on the throttle early. And now on the exit, if you look at the colour of the dirt on the right-hand side, you can see getting a little bit of roost coming up, and it's not as damp as it was, definitely. Yeah. So times we should expect a tumble, shouldn't we?
Yeah, they should. That's a great run from Hallinen. That early Joker absolutely working out.
3.3 seconds quicker, 2:25.4.
Fastest lap of the session, or that race at least, was to Erik Nilsson on a 44.3. just shows the level in the latter stage of these Crosscar. There's very little to choose between these Crosscar Juniors at the sharp end. Hallinan always makes good starts, doesn't he? Every time he's in the right at the sharp end in the run to the first corner. But look at this. Yulalami sends it around the outside. I thought he got it done on that stage. Bit too much oversteer on the exits. That's compromising his exit speed. But Hallinan just stayed on the inside, very composed. There's Yulalami desperately trying to set up the buggy for a bit of rotation around the outside, but Hallinan just had the line covered.
And you could see the dampness in that corner, Hal, that turn 2. Admittedly, that was 3 laps ago, but that's the one part of the track which, to me, is taking longer to dry. Potentially, I guess, because it's got a bit like the braking zone into turn 1. It's dirt smeared over the top of the tarmac. And this is the Joker merge. Yulalami carrying the speed. You look at the line through the middle of the track there. We could easily see some contact later in the weekend, I think, where you run out very, very wide. It's like the Silverstone exit in Dirt Rally. You know, when you play, you can always fire your mate into the wall on the outside, can't you? Because that's where the line goes. And I think it's not as extreme here because those bollards that are in the middle, there's a time penalty associated with hitting those. But you know, come the final, you can definitely see people running right out to the outside to try and cover the line. Definitely. Definitely. How aggressive will they get? We will see. That's a look at the jump over at the back, and here's the result of Heat 4 from Q1 for Junior Crosscar. Hallinan 225.4, Yulalami, Anderson, Nilsson and Hagstrom 228.7. Trying to think who was at the top of the table prior to that. I think they've all gone a bit quicker again. So at the moment, the track is definitely getting faster. There is a tipping point where it gets slower normally, but I don't think the track was wet enough for us to see that this time round. It's just getting quicker. Sometimes when it's wet, it's quick. Then it goes greasy wet and it goes slow, and then it starts to dry and it gets quicker again. Hal Ridge has gone out for the weather report. He'll be back in any moment now. Fans up on the banking. Doggos allowed here. Quite a few doggos in the paddock. I love how enthusiastic the juniors are on the throttle. You know, it's like, it's ever so tempting just to give it a little blip, but now they'll get the ready to race and it will just be limiter the whole way. Final heat then, Nordstrand, Nason, Persson, Uito and Peterson. Absolutely brilliant start from Michael Uito. Goes deep on the brakes as well. Understeer though on the exit, that's causing everyone problems and everyone gets done from the inside. Brilliant move, I think it's Rasmus Persson. It is. So Persson straight up the inside of everybody, Hal. I mean, the right thing for Uito to get the whole shot, you can obviously see was going to get edged, so went deep on the brakes, but unfortunately ran so wide, it really compromised their exit. His start actually hurt everybody, didn't it? Because he had the line covered on the way in, and then him getting a bit of understeer mid-corner. It looked like more understeer than oversteer. It was brilliant for Persson, who was able to cut back from that outside position. This is a big weekend for Uito, though. It's hard to be the class of the field when it's been so close, but he certainly won the most races. He's been on the podium most consistently through the year so far and has a reasonable advantage in the points. I think it's just under 20 points from memory, 18 points I think his margin is at the head of the order. So it's quite a difficult situation to drive in that, isn't it? Because you've got to be careful, but you also know you need to get the job done. So it's like driving in a rally when you know you just need to finish 6th or something. I always remember Tommy Macklin trying to finish 6th on the 97 RAC to beat McRae to the title. You're driving within yourself, but that's when maybe you make more mistakes. So Uito has a big task, you know, to try and deliver just what he needs. Whereas Nicholas Conham, for example, in Supercar, really needs to go at it and just try and get the maximum points. Here it's managing it a little bit, and that's hard, and especially, you know, with the experience of these junior cross-car drivers, that's a really hard thing to do, I think. I absolutely agree, Hal. Yeah, there's nothing worse than just trying to get a finish. You know, even if you know you're a minute ahead or in rally, whatever it is, you know, it's awful because you're just not on it. The focus isn't there. You know, in a situation like this, you're side by side. You don't really want to turn in. Whereas if it was just a normal race, you just go for it. You slam the door in his face. You not try and have him off, but him or her off. You'd be like, I'm having this. I'll go for the gap. You're wary of damaging a car or spinning or losing too much time, and then you listen for everything, and then you double. You know, do I take a risk on the tyres? Basically, you double question every single thing that you do, and that comes down to decisions in the paddock and split-second decisions on, do I pitch it in here or do I take it smooth? And yeah, it does your head in. So there is a job, as you say, for Ito to do. Ito has only not been on the podium once this year when he retired in the final in Hollius. Nordstrand takes this 227.5, and is that enough? No, it's not. So it's Hallinan who wins the session, 225.4. So they weren't actually quite as quick in that last race as they were in the previous one. Whether that's a tiny bit... What's going on there, Hal? Waving his hands about, not happy. Was that last lap where they were side by side?
Maybe so.
This is
back to the start.
Yeah.
This is Ito making a great start, actually.
But
running
deep here.
Yeah, so got a bit of oversteer, and then look at the understeer. The front axle pushing on. There's
look at Person
just saying thank you very much and popping up the inside. Miles there, clear of all of that contact. Well, there wasn't really contact, was there? But they all got bunched up on the exit. There is Person.
And look at that. I love that. You see the brake, the nose goes down, and then immediately back on the hot pedal, light it up, and they just look great. Okay. Oh no, we're not going to see. I don't. Is this at the line? Is
that is at the line, but nothing untoward there at all.
You're looking a little bit muddy there in the Crosscar. Tell us about the conditions.
At the moment it's very tricky, but I was worried about the rain, but it was good enough, and the conditions were pretty good at the moment.
What do you like about the track?
I love the opportunity to pass people here. It's a lot of opportunities, so I'm very happy.
Thank you.
He had a great run at Riga last time out, and another good run for Nordstrand in the last race of the session. Another win, 227.596. Like you say, not quite enough to win the session. I think that's going to put him fourth overall. We'll see the order in a minute. But Larry Hallinan, with that great start and great defence early in the race, I think will take Q1 here in the 7th and final round of RallyX 2022 for the junior cross cars.
Yeah, he's P3 in the standings, Hal. He's 18 off the lead, so I think probably he's a little way too far back, but never say never. Trying to hold off Lucas Anderson and Carl-Petter Nordstrand for P3 in those standings. So there's five drivers within a shout of the podium in Crosscar Junior. Now these cars look the same, but this is of course Crosscar, so these drivers are 16 and up, and they vary from 16 right through to I don't know, people in their 50s, don't they? We've seen it's sometimes a bit of a surprise after you've seen children climbing out of the cross cars to see an adult climb out of them, but they are very good fun, as we see sideways in turn one. Maximum attack from these drivers, more RPM in these cars, they've got a higher rev limit, and they're just a bit more livid, basically. As you see Jan-Emil Wilsberg leading, and the pack tidied up just in behind.
Always looks like it's in fast forward to me after you've seen junior cross car. You move to cross car, and it looks like the speed's a bit wrong, but they're just that bit quicker everywhere, aren't they? And of course that's indicative of this being a senior category rather than the junior class. You see lots of the junior drivers step up and not immediately being right on the pace in senior cross car, because they're reasonably different to drive, but they do get there pretty quickly as well because of the experience of the junior racing. Not a great start there for Yuga or Svensson.
Variety of different cars in this. Sindre Treuterud in P2 is in a Semog cross car. You've got a YMS Extreme out in front. Those are the boxy shaped cars. You've got the Speed Car and the Speed Car Wonder. They're various different chassis. The Speed Car Wonder is the car that's in P4 at the minute. That's Martin Yuga. There is Wilsberg in the YMS Extreme. And using much more track width. Here's what we were saying as well about that high-speed braking zone. If you watch coming down on the dirt into the tar, cross car you don't see it quite so much as you do with supercar, because these buggies are so light. The thing which blows your mind when you drive them and you try to get a lap time is just how late you have to brake to get that lap time. Whenever I've raced them in the UK, I'm like, oh God, I've got to brake another 30 metres later. And it gets to the point where you really have to tell yourself it will stop because you are braking horrendously late.
And it's a big mental shift, isn't it?
It is.
And so Elias Svensson, who's currently 4th in this race, is also racing in Supercar this weekend. And that is a massive mental shift. We often get excited about Joni-Pekka Räilä racing in Crosscar, who we'll see in a minute, and open two-wheel drive. But the cars are of a similar philosophy, as we see for Svensson take the win there in the 1:33 machine. Now he's got to go back to the paddock, jump in his Hedstrom Motorsport Volkswagen Polo for his debut in the supercar category. He was nothing but wild yesterday in his first free practice run, because these are pretty different machines. Braking distance is massively different. The whole concept of the chassis is different. It's going to be really interesting to see how he gets on this weekend.
Yeah, I can't wait. Double driving is not always the easiest thing. We're actually seeing a number of drivers do it as well, aren't we? Now we're doing things like driving an electric car in one and an IC car in another category, and just the various different driving styles. But Hal explained it brilliantly as always. It's going to be a big ask for him, but Svensson is rapid in Crosscar, was brilliant earlier on this season. Unlucky, of course, to have that first win taken away in Hollius.
Treuterud was brave over the jump there on the for the first time of asking. It's going to be interesting when we see all of the pace much closer together from Q2 onwards. Q1's always a bit oddball, isn't it, with the pace mixed up that little bit, but when we see the fast guys all together in Q2, it's going to be really interesting to see how that first corner and jump really affects the racing.
Here's your benchmark time then for Crosscar. Elias Svensson with a 2:16.3. So we're hearing Molly is in the paddock finding drivers who've been having a few issues. Let's go and talk to Molly.
That's one way of putting it. Here down at Andreas Carlson, there's welding going on. There's a lot of parts out of the car, a lot of broken parts, and we're just going to dive in here and ask Andreas what is going on.
Some issues with the prop shaft, the front.
Can you show us the parts here?
So, yeah.
How did that happen?
When I got in the second gear, it just, it broke. So there is protection, but that broke also. So it has been waving around. So it has taken the clutch and the down pipe and some transmission parts. So some welding to do.
You have enough parts to fix everything? Or?
Yeah, we repair it.
And how expensive is all this?
Very, as usual. So yeah.
You've been quite unlucky.
Yeah. Yesterday the belt to the oil pump went, so we still don't know how much damage that has taken. So.
But you probably won't get out for Q1, or?
No, I don't think so. Maybe Q2, maybe Q3.
Okay.
We will see.
That's a big shame. Good luck with everything here.
Yeah, thank you.
He's gutted how you sense the disappointment and also the bill that's coming his way.
Yeah, so the problem they had yesterday, there is the Unix transmission. You can see the hole in the top of the bell housing there where the prop has broken and flapped around. That is not a nice experience when the prop breaks and then breaks free from... It's got a ring around it that's reinforced to stop it moving. So if the prop does break, it's supposed to stay inside its housing, because of course you don't want it causing this sort of damage, but you also don't want it coming through the transmission tunnel into the car.
Yeah, we're talking about, so when you say you can't see torque, and then that you see something twisted off as badly as the end of the prop was, and it's like, yes, you can see torque, but yeah, as Hal says, for that to get through the protection, and you can see the plates down there that they're planning on putting a bit of work in. There is a lot of work to do there. And then with the added stress of not knowing about how much damage the belt drive to the oil pump did yesterday. Yeah.
So what he's talking about there is the pump, there are external oil pumps on these supercar engines, and the belt's broken, so the pump's not being driven. The belt's driven off the engine belt, the cam belt ostensibly, so the engine's had not enough oil, so they don't know how bad that damage is going to be without the oil being pumped around the engine.
Exactly. Good start from out in P4 for Merstad, putting a squeeze on Osterberg. Osterberg holding on as going up the inside, Pasi Penttinen. Penttinen runs a bit deep. Net result of all that is Merstad is out in the lead in the 110. Oh, sideways and almost a move in turn 2. Bit too sideways, might lose out, just holds the inside line. That's Nikolai Haldaman. I think it's somebody new for us, isn't it, Hal? I don't remember seeing them in Riga or not. No, so new driver here. Good to see people still joining us late in the season. This championship's grown in popularity. Yes, Haldeman, you are welcome. If you're going to drive like that, welcome to the series. And if I had a full cent medal, it'd be winging its way down the paddock. And again, okay, so we're 888 Nikolai Haldeman, the Norwegian in the YMS chassis. That's what we like to see. Maximum attack.
This is going better for
there it is.
Merstad than it did in Riga. He just, of course, you went there, but through that whole weekend, he couldn't get his head around the track. They couldn't make the setup of the car work. He went there as a championship leader. He's now third, some way off in the points. He's got 97 points to 115 before drop scores are taken into account. It was a really tough weekend for him, and I think he was really looking forward. As you see the lovely rotation to get into the joke lap, he looks really back on top of the cross car now. So it's just so interesting how this is a really technical circuit as he runs so close to those tyres on the outside at the Joker exit. Interesting how some tracks really suit a driver, and he was so looking forward to coming back to a proper Scandinavian venue like this.
Yeah, a bit more loose gravel. Riga is beautiful move up the inside there. Absolutely brilliant by Merstad to get past Penttinen. Penttinen just a tiny bit deep. There was the smallest of touches between them. That was lovely.
Penttinen, of course, famed for his small incident with Rainis Nittis.
Yeah, another one I missed. I feel like I missed all the beef.
In Riga. Yeah, that made quite a lot of interaction on social media recently as the leader goes into the Joker.
Talking of interaction on social media, don't forget to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you don't want to miss it. I often get people saying, where can I watch it? Hit subscribe and you won't have to worry, you'll get told. Little thing will pop up on your phone. Don't miss any awesomeness. Merstad takes it to 13.2. And that sees Merstad at the top of the table. Svensson was a 2:16.3, so that is a full 3.1 seconds faster than the previous race. Cool. Lots going on in that first corner. This was the contact in turn 2, just a tiny bit, and then a side-by-side race. Look at this, look at the angles on Merstad. Fully pitched in, that's making the extra rotation around to the right and into the Joker lap. And there's the exit. I think you could, that was mint. Just popped a wheel over the base of the marker on the inside. You won't get a penalty for that. And then ran it out to within an inch of the tyres on the outside. That is a great Joker lap.
Oscar Anderson there in the white cross car crossing the line. I think he ended up third overall. We'll see in the results just now. But of course, he's leading the championship. Just like for Michael Uito in junior cross car, this is a tough weekend to have that little bit of a margin and not wanting to do the wrong thing.
Molly is with Yuri Belevsky.
Yeah, I've just wandered into the tent here because what do the drivers actually do when they're not driving? Let's have a look. And here is Yuri. And it looks pretty complicated what you've got on the screen there. What are you up to?
This is a V-Box, the circuit tools. Just looking at some data from the FP1 and FP2, trying to see where we can find those few missing tenths to be in the front.
And where can you find those few missing tenths?
I'm sure in a corner 4 and corner 5, that little section, I'm a bit under pushing, can do a much better job there. Corner 1. Braking point, that's for sure quite tricky, with the wet gravel, but I think for me those 2 points are quite important.
Now yesterday you were 1.2 seconds faster in practice than anyone else, but I think we did realize that you were one of the only ones on slicks, yeah?
Yeah, seems so. I didn't really check what others were driving because I arrived to the pre-grid quite late. Yes, I was with the slicks, and as I said, I was very surprised I was so quick because I even lifted before the finish line, and then I knew I had a few mistakes, and then I told to Kenneth, our team principal, on the radio, I didn't have a good run there, really. So maybe I'm like, P5, P6. And I said, mate, you're 1.2 seconds ahead. I was like, wow, that cannot be true. But yeah, probably it's a difference between the slick and the wet tire. Yeah. And today, I think even the track got a bit worse. We can see the times improving quite a bit,
And you've been having a little look at the points, yeah?
Yes, I was looking at the points to see what we can realistically fight for. I think we're 11 points behind P4. And then like 15 points behind P3. So I think, given that there are quite little cars and They are very quick guys, you know, in front. It will be quite tough to fight for that. So yeah, that's the goal. I think is just to enjoy the weekend, you know, to get used to the track, still get more experience with the car, and really, as I said, I think at the end of the day, if you have P4, P5 or P6, it doesn't make a big difference for me personally, but I think we will need that experience later on.
Yeah, thank you. We'll let you get back to work.
Thank you guys.
Nice to see the amount of effort going into trying to get a little bit quicker in the background. Here's your lineup for Heat 3. Joni-Pekka Raila on the inside. Alex Gustafsson, Patrick Hauberg, Isak Egensen and Eric Anderson. Hauberg's had some mega starts this year. We've seen wheelies from that car in the middle of the grid. And another great start again. Hauberg just seems to find the traction off the line, like Hallinan in the similar chassis in Junior, gets down to turn 1, doesn't suffer from understeer on the exits. We see two cars riding up and almost off the side of the jump in the background. But it is Hauberg who gets the whole shot. Great start.
Gustafsson and Anderson getting into each other on the exit of turn 1. We saw Anderson had broken suspension yesterday in free practice early on in his run, so that will have hampered his learning, because this track's so different now compared to what it was, certainly out of that opening corner. Hauberg is so on top of this guy. It's like Alex Gustafsson's JC teammate who's now doing a bit of rallying. Isaac Rios, remember seeing him in his cross car, he just looked so at one with it, and eventually won the title, didn't he, against Hauberg in that three-way fight at the end of the season last year. And Hauberg has that same sort of composure about him. Just watch him now coming into turn 2, all the oversteer on the way in, but oh so composed. I really enjoy watching someone that at one with a car.
Yeah, there's a few drivers, aren't there, in this category who are really on top of it, and they're always spectacular to watch, and we'll see them all in the same races in the next session, which that's when I really love it, you know, when those 5 drivers who literally, they make one mistake and they'll go 2 places back. It's just that close between them. Nailed onto the inside line. Raila behind is applying the pressure to Egensen. Egensen goes joker, that releases Raila. Little green light on the right-hand side of your graphics there shows you at the ladder up at the top whether or not a driver has been through that joke lap. They have to do it once, remember, in each race. The number of laps varies according to what session we're in. It's 3 for qualifying. Finals of 5, I think, aren't they? Look at the gap that Hauberg's got, 2.6 seconds up the road. I wonder if Raila was held up or not by Egensen. Out in the clear now, we'll see. The gap was 2.6 between the two. They're on the final lap anyway, so Hauberg's going to go joker here. Left foot on the brake, gets a bit of rotation in that machine. Here comes Raila in for the joker as well. The top 3 yet to joker. Watch for Egensen in the background at the merge. Out at the front, it is Hauberg who takes a bit. Egensen jokered and has come out in P2. Nicely done, 2.8 seconds back. Raila in P3. 2:14.0, not quite enough to beat Merstad. 2:13.2 is still the benchmark in this category. Watch Hauberg in the middle of the grid. Look at this.
Great launch. Again, like you said, got the car turned in just enough in the first corner to cover the line, but also carry the momentum to the outside. It's quite difficult to know how far wide you want to run. Not as wide as Alex Gustafsson did there in the JC machine on the exit, but you can't really see on the way up to it how close you are to the edge of the track. Good run there from Hauberg.
Okay, we can have a catch up with our winner, actually, Patrick Hauberg. Molly's with him now.
Patrick, well done. That's a good start to the weekend with a race win. You're 10 points behind in the championship. What are your thoughts?
It's going to be a tough weekend. We had some problem right now. We tried to change. I'm not feeling I have enough power in the engine. So right before Q1, the car wouldn't start. So it was quite dramatic to get here, but seems to work now.
So everything is working well and no worries?
I hope so.
Do you think you can get the championship this weekend?
With a bit of luck, I think so.
Great, thank you.
Everybody needs a little bit of luck on their side. We'll have a look at dropped scores and all the rest of it as we go through the course of the weekend. try and keep you up to date with who's looking favourite as we go through qualifying. Hallberg with the 2:14.0 goes P2 in the session to Thomas Merstad. 2:13.2 for him, 0.8 of a second between them. 1.7 seconds back to Nikolai Haldaman in the 888. The Norwegian who we saw was spectacular earlier on. Another new addition to this series, but 4 very quick drivers to come. Hukar, Enholm, Baldins and Gotherson will be in this final cross-car encounter for Q1. What you got, Hal Ridge? Anything interesting?
No.
Oh. Scrolling through the phone, sometimes there's a gem, other times it's just his mates sending him the usual abuse.
Well, gems don't need to be released all the time, do they? We have to drip them out, otherwise run out of things to say.
Yeah, got to keep the gems back for the books. We'll talk about books in a minute. Hukar inside, Enholm, Baldins, Gotherson. Oh, wheelie on the inside, off the line from Rika the Kid, Hukar, but now goes really wide, and Baldin says, thank you very much. Have a look up the inside, contact between them, lock stops. Hukar holds on, Baldin's going around the outside line. Hukar going to get to turn 2 first. If you like what you're seeing, make sure you like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. We've said it once already today, but you don't want to miss any of this. You really don't. We'll be back next year for more, I'm sure, but enjoy this whole weekend. Great start between Hukar and Baldin.
Hukar never fails to not entertain, does he? Always super wild. All a bit unnecessary in the first corner, but great to watch.
We like unnecessary.
Yeah, we do, and I love seeing people driving. You know, he clearly loves being at the wheel of that cross car. Probably not the fastest way all the time, but clearly has the amazing ability.
Baldins went Joker, Hal, but it didn't look like he got the buggy turned into me. He's Joker from P2 and he had understeer. He jumped it on the left foot on the brakes. So we see a pass in the background, I think Gotherson and Enholm. But Baldins couldn't quite get it turned in, so it'll be interesting to see if he loses all these positions on this lap of the 2 in front Joker.
I really want to go in a well set up proper cross car, because driven the RX150s quite a lot in the UK, they have a differential in the rear, so it's quite a different way of being driven. The weight's a bit different as well, and a different engine, so the concept is similar but not the same. But the way you have to drive these on the rear axle is very interesting, but you get those situations like you did there with Baldins last time around, where you get the understeer and there's just nothing you can do about it. You may as well just kiss goodbye to the entire corner, because you can't resolve that problem.
Yeah, and Enholm had the same problem. They're not pitching it in quite hard enough, and that just...
But you don't want to go too hard and get over-rotated, do you? So the margins are so small.
That's what we're saying about the drivers who are really on top of the car when you see them, and they're absolutely mint through the whole thing. And I suspect, having seen what we've seen in the first couple of corners, I don't think Merstad's time's going to get beaten here, but we'll see. If Hukar's on an absolute mission out front, maybe.
Yeah, his best lap's a 42.1. The best lap in the previous session from Hallberg was a 41.1, so he's a second behind an ultimate lap time, and that's not going to get beaten because he's in the Joker for the final time of asking.
Coming out onto the start-finish straight now, you'll see in the P2, Baldin's almost made it up to P1. Look, tries to come to the outside line. Hukar with a 2:17.6. He's actually a fair way off the pace. That's going to be down in P9, I think. But too much, a little... We like unnecessary, the timesheets don't, is your answer there. All good. Baldins with the rear mudguard hanging off his buggy after a bit of contact in the first corner. Let's take a look back at that start.
So Hukar always has a bit of a wheelie as well, loves a wheelie. That's a little bit to do with the setup. Runs really wide, gets back in the throttle, picks up the inside front wheel, shuts the door on Baldins, gets over-rotated by that contact. Baldins is heading for the outside of the track with some horrible understeer. This is down into 2 later on. This is Hukar getting a bit too sideways in the middle phase of the corner. Baldin's been nice and tidy on the inside, but Hukar carried so much mid-corner speed that was able to sneak ahead. And this is the Joker entry you're talking about. That was Baldins on the inside.
What I hadn't spotted was the change of decision in the background. So Enholm and Gotherson, there was a change of mind, wasn't there? I think Enholm was going to go in, saw Baldins, went in, changed their mind, and then we ended up with those two actually losing time. So although Baldins didn't get it turned in, it didn't cost him.
It's quite a difficult decision to make, that, isn't it? Because we've seen lots of people change their mind late and lose more time than you would have done by just following in by your, doing your intended route in the first place.
And you're going to lose a hell of a lot of time here because it's followed by the longest straight on the circuit. Yeah. So you change your mind on the way into the Joker here, and you basically just, you've hung your lap times out to dry. Hukar 217.6. Bowden's just 0.3 of a second behind, but a little bit too much excitement down in turn 1. Sees those drivers slot in down around P9 in the standings for this session. So that's Q1 done for Crosscar and Crosscar Junior. We've got open two-wheel drive, got a new car in open two-wheel drive, which we're both quite excited about because we're massive geeks. And then we've got Supercar Lights and Supercar coming up just after that. We're going to have a chat with Molly, I think. Where's Molly?
Yeah, I'm down here in the paddock with the Supercar Lights here at OMSC, and Ollie Eriksson. A bit tired today, aren't you?
Yeah, a bit. It was a long night, but I'm glad to be back in a race car and drive this morning.
Why was it a long night?
Yeah, I had some personal issues at home to take care of with my new house, so it's what it is, and yeah, deal with it.
Well, the adrenaline always kicks in anyway, right?
Yeah, it does. So in the car is no problem, but of course I feel it now. But yeah, it's just fun to be back in a car. You know, I really enjoy this, so let's go out to the heat now.
How many laps have you had on this track total?
Yeah, I wonder who. I don't think anyone counted. It's pretty much the closest rallycross track we have to home. I just live an hour from here, so it's been a few. So maybe that's a bit cheating.
Maybe it is. But how do you find it now? The changes that have been made?
Yeah, I love it. You know, everything they've done to the jump, but also just you know, painting fences, just a thing like that. You know, you can't recognize the place really. It's really fun what they've done. Big credit to the guys. They put in the work. I think everything looks fantastic, and we're up for a great RallyX weekend.
And what's crucial on this track?
Yeah, I think the mid part. Yeah, obviously turn 2 start, but the left-hander and the tight right before the jump. Obviously there it's where you like all the momentum, the speed you gain there, you carry for a long bit. And obviously the new Joker. I've only tried it in a folk race car myself before, so it was really fun going in there the first time. You proper send it in there, and you still have to be neat in the exit, so it's good fun.
That must be a pretty big difference from folk race car to Supercar Lights.
Yeah, a bit more suspension in this, some more power as well. So yeah, but it's fun. Yeah, it's great to be here, and I hope everyone will enjoy it.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Good to hear from Ollie Eriksson. When Ollie asked me how many laps, he's like, nobody's counted. That means 1,000. Like it will be a lot. Crosscar standings after Q1. Thomas Merstad at the top of the table from Patrick Hauberg, Nikolai Haldeman, Oscar Andersson and Elias Svensson. Looking down at the standings coming here, Andersson led, Oscar Andersson that is, led from Hauberg and Merstad. So they are all in the mix. Remember, there's drop scores and stuff to take into account in terms of exactly where their overall points are, and we'll bring you up to speed with that later on in the weekend. But at the minute, the championship front runners are very much in the mix. Elias Svensson as well. So the top 4 are within the top 5 after Q1. Great stuff. Championship standings for open two-wheel drive, which is up next. Victor Johansson leads from Joni-Pekka Rajala, who you just saw in Crosscar, will be driving as well in open two-wheel drive here. Simon Engsvik is in P3, Simon Tiger P4, and Timmy Enland in P5. But Hal, this is a two-car race for the title between Rajala and Johansson.
Yeah, and Johansson holds the cards, I think, really. He's been pretty consistent this year in his hybrid, self-built hybrid machine. Didn't have a great weekend for all of rounds 5 and 6 in Riga, but came out with the advantage in the end. Had a few little technical problems, but I love that car. I love all the cars in this class, and I really hope it can continue to grow next year, because it's proper old school rallycross. And there you can hear the newest car on the grid, just idling. We can talk about it during this race, but you can... I can't wait to hear this thing on full throttle on the broadcast.
Right. Olander, Rajala, Norman, Enland and Kingles on the outside. Who's that?
That's Olander, isn't it, who's just lost the front bumper. That was knocked off.
So it is.
In the contact in the first corner. I don't think it was particularly well held on in the first place. There's Timmy Enland running third as Orlando's piling the pressure onto Rajala.
I was going to say, Olander looks rapid, doesn't he? Looks like he's got the lap time, but having not got the start, Rajala's kind of in his way now.
We see a lot of drivers joining the open two-wheel drive class, don't we? Like we saw in Kovala. As Orlando has a look to the inside, but it's so difficult to pass up there into turn 4, because the apex is so late and it's such a long and technical corner. This is a really important corner as well. That's what Ollie Eriksson was referencing, that right-hander before the jump, because you carry so much momentum. Enland's joining this fight for the lead as well now. Will any of them joker?
I can't, but so again, have a look around the outside. Hollander looked around the outside. Enland has gone joker, and that is absolutely the right decision. That car was a mess, wasn't it, after Finland? Do you remember? Massive shunt in Finland. But yeah, so I think I'm surprised that Hollander didn't go and still tucked up behind Ryler. Having said that, Enland's come up behind Kingals, and that's not ideal either, so maybe that's why they didn't send the car earlier.
Yeah, Enland came back in emphatic style, as Hollander looks to the inside again, but like you said last time around, there's just no way through there in 4. This is a good defensive drive from Ryler, but ultimately costing both of these drivers time. And that's what having only 3 laps in these qualifying races makes the tactics quite different with a joker lap strategy.
They're both going to have to joker this time round. Ryler goes in, Hollander follows. We didn't get the chance to tell you about Norman, and we'll have to talk to you about that later. Both sideways out to the outside line. Ryler is going to hold on. So with the limited number of cars, that is at least going to be ahead of 4 of them, but I don't think that's optimal in terms of heat time. 2:21.0. So Norman has built there in the middle of the grid a CLK, a Mercedes CLK. We're not going to use all the facts up now because I'm hoping it's going to have a better run later on today, but suffice to say it's 600 horsepower of awesome. Not that awesome this time round, unfortunately. I did say first time with the new car, and he smiled. I said, how's it going? He's like, yes. So built by Simon Tiger's team, but a little bit of work to do. So we'll talk about that when we see it later.
Yeah, I think you can't expect new cars to be amazing out of the box, can you? There's so much work and engineering goes into these open two-wheel drive machines. That's one thing that David Addison, who deputised for you in Riga, mentioned, was how amazing it is as a non-rallycross person to come into this paddock and see the engineering behind these open two-wheel drive cars. It was really interesting for someone who's not part of this sport to come and look at it and just be blown away by how much engineering and ingenuity is in the cars. And I think sometimes we take that a little bit for granted. And
yeah, we do. We're here all the while, aren't we? We see it, and we love it, and we kind of we not dismiss it, but they're so different.
And so to build a new car like Marcus Norman has, the Simon Tiger run team, Frederick's father, is really experienced. We've still got to make all those pieces work in harmony, haven't you? And it's as big an engineering exercise, although to a lesser extent, as it is building a new supercar as a works team, because you've still got to make the car work to the best of its ability in all scenarios.
I used to warm up before driving a rallycross car, but this one is new to me. Why is this good?
Yeah, it's fun. You need to...
Okay, fun. I'm going to have to get him back for that, but does it help the concentration or?
No, it's just something different from the racing.
But Casper, you had a fantastic race in Riga last out. What are your hopes for this weekend?
I hope it's minimum last week in Riga. So we hope for good weekend.
Is it a track you like?
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun now with the jump, but it's fun. Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Left-hand side of your screen, championship leader Victor Johansson in the Merc. In fact, Marcus Norman said he wanted a Merc after seeing Victor Johansson. He said, I wanted something a bit more modern, so that's why he went with what he went with. Simon Tiger next to him, the reigning Open two-wheel drive champion. That's going to end this weekend. Simon has had a tough year, to say the least, where he won nearly everything last year. He's not even had a podium this year so far, so he'll be trying to get away better this time. Simon Tiger finds good traction off the line, but inside him, Victor Johansson in that huge Mercedes gets down to turn 1 first. Look at the size of those two cars side by side through the first corner. Brilliant to see them going at it. In this one as well, Joachim Larsen and Crazy Mike in the Yaris.
The BMW looks quite small, doesn't it, compared to Johansson's Mercedes? But they both have had their own parts of misfortune this year, but Tiger's just had the more of it. Didn't even start the final last time out in Riga because of the problems they'd experienced earlier in the weekend. And through the course of Sunday's racing, doesn't look like it lands amazingly, does it? But it's brilliant off the line always. Surprising that Johansson was able to come back at him there, because Johansson hasn't made the best starts throughout the season. There's the loose. That's a great example there of the loose getting dragged into the opening corner. And that to the right there, the tarmac you see there, is where the Joker lap used to be.
Do you think when Merck designed this car, and you know, I kind of look at and I see old DTM and all the rest of it, do you think they ever envisaged it 3 feet off the ground with an absolutely massive rear wing on it and just all sorts of crazy going on?
No, but that's why I love Rallycross.
Me too.
It's all sorts of things you would never have expected.
Me too. You can't. I want someone to go to Merck's marketing department and be like, look, I know F1's cool and all the rest of it, but like, there's this rad thing called Rallycross out there. Duke Johansson's killing it. It's a slightly older model, but is there any interest in getting involved?
So he writes quite a lot of technical features for some magazines and stuff based in the UK, and pitched this idea that we should do a technical feature on Victor. The car looks a bit old, but the tech's amazing. You know, a homemade hybrid system that actually works, unlike many of the hybrid systems built by amazing companies that don't really work as well as they ought to based on the amount of investment behind them. Like, yes, 100% yes, we want to talk about that. And that's why some of these cars, all of these cars in this class are so cool, because people actually want to hear about them. Yes, it's not at the cutting edge of body shapes or technology. It's not electric like the top of the various championships are going, but it's really, really interesting, but ultimately super cool as well.
It is, it's amazing. I think we've said, I chucked it on my Instagram, I think it was in Finland, he's got a phone on the dash, doesn't he, which is managing the... Oh, has he got
Sorry, Andrew, Tiger hasn't jokered.
Oh dear,
So,
3 laps in, so Simon Tiger's going to get a 30-second penalty, I think, for not
so we
jokering.
I don't think it was 3 laps. Of course, I missed Julius at the start of the year where Andreas Backrud deputised.
That's quite a
maybe
deputy.
I'll get to
Can I just say that is quite a deputy, the European Rallycross
Maybe
champion.
I can stand in for him one day when he's too busy.
That's
to
a good
drive all
idea,
these...
yes.
I'll have to mention that. But was it 3 laps in Julius, or I can't
think it was,
quite remember. Yeah, because the 3 laps thing has come from running the double headers and trying to get all of the racing from all of these entries into a single day. But it really does change the dynamic of the qualifying races, as I said. And 3 laps are over very, very quickly. 2 minutes 15 there for the race win for Tiger, despite not having taken the Joker. So, not surprised that sometimes people miss the Joker.
So Simon Tiger took the flag, but unfortunately with it will take a penalty because he didn't do his Joker lap. It's the cardinal sin in Rallycross not to Joker. Johansson will take the win in P2 with a 2:19.4, which is top of the table. So opposite ends of the table and opposite fortunes for those drivers. Simon Tiger, you can see with his penalty, drops down to last in that race, and he's actually P9 in the session. Victor Johansson with the win takes the win in the session. So it's Johansson, championship leader, at the top of the standings at the end of Q1.
Victor, thanks for stepping out of the car. That was a race win and also a quickest time as well. Feeling pretty pumped up for this final weekend?
Yeah, for sure. I'm really pumped up and I hope for a great time here in Strangas. It's a lot of pressure on me being in the lead, but I try just to keep it as a simple race and get as many points as I can.
Do you have quite a bit of experience from here?
Yeah, of course, I have driven here since I started in 2012 on this track, but it's awesome now with a mega jump and it's really fun.
Do you have a lot of support with you this weekend?
Yeah, some people I've seen, but everyone loved the big Mercedes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you might be feeling the pressure a little bit, Hal. It would be a big title, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah, against some big opposition. It would be great to see Tiger fight back from that little indiscretion there with the number 1 on his door and fight at the front of the order this weekend, just to reassert his position in open 2-wheel drive. But the pace, I know we've banged on throughout the entire session about how cool the cars are, but the pace is high. The drivers are good and the cars are very good. So, it would be a big show.
Without Engsvig here this weekend, it's actually possible for Simon Tiger or Timmy Enlund to get that P3 in the standings, I think, once we see drop scores. But it is Johansson and Raiola leading the standings after Q1, and it's Johansson and Raiola who are P1 and P2 in the championship. I do like a championship showdown. You know, it's shaping up already, isn't it? We're seeing the top drivers up there in the mix.
And it'll be interesting to see what Raiola can do in Q2, because clearly under pressure. His best lap was some 7.5 tenths slower than Victor Johansson's, but of course he was in that fight for the lead, wasn't he? So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out when they're running in clearer air in Q2.
On then to Supercar Lights, the fourth of our 5 categories. Simon Olofsson leads on 131 points from Martin Enlund, Ola Henry, Steinsholt, Mattis Janssen and Kasper Janssen. Even Martin Jonsson. So I would say that from P4, do you know what, actually from P3, yeah, I suppose P2. But it's tight between 6 and 3. 1 and 2, I think, and between 2 and 3. But between 1 and 2, Olofsson's got a massive lead. It's easy for me to say, isn't it? Yeah. Basically, Olofsson's the favourite. That's the short version. But I would suggest P3 for Steinsholt might be up for grabs. I think there's enough of a cushion there. I think they'll be quick enough. But Olofsson really just needs to complete qualifying, and at that point, Howley should be crowned the champion, and he can relax then for the semis and the finals, which would be a nice position to be in.
But as we saw in Riga, almost everything went wrong for him at various points, and you can't afford to relax. You can't afford to be complacent at this point, because a big bit of damage now could be costly.
Don't choke. Do not choke. Birgit, Haug, Tornholt, Peterson and Expeth. Good start in the middle of the grid for Tornholt, but on the outside, Expeth's got the best start from slot 5. Yes, they can. I was about to ask the question, can they get across for the whole shot? Martin Expeth with a brilliant start, just swiped the door closed across everybody's face and tidally into the lead. Great job. Well, running deep, up at turn 2. Around the outside line, getting a bit too sideways for Natalie Peterson, might get eaten up and does. So 1 car past, 2 cars past, and manages to drop from 2nd down into, well, maybe 3rd down into 5th. Not ideal.
Haug running wide through 4 in the orange and white machine. There's Expeth, who's checking out a bit up front. Expeth came alive in Riga last time out, displayed the sort of pace that we just haven't seen from him at any point in his Supercar Lights career so far. Former Super National driver. So it's interesting that he was so good in Riga, which, although many people claim isn't as circuit racing as it appears from the outside, it's at least high grip, and that's where you see a lot of the circuit racing drivers do well, when the grip is high and consistent. But as a Rallycross driver, Expeth moved to Lights started last year full time and really came of age in Riga. Was unlucky not to win on the first of the 2 days, and on the second day was right in the fight again. I think from memory was leading in the final, then had a technical issue, but was brilliant, and I really wondered whether he could continue that form here. Just Haug has a spin in the background because the track's so different, but clearly well on top of the Lights car here as well, and that sort of performance can just do your confidence a world of good, and then you carry that momentum, don't you?
Yeah, you get the monkey off your back and you go, I can do it. Until you do it once, it's like, oh, I don't know if I'm good enough, whatever it is. And it could be anything. It could be literally the one setting that they didn't know about, that they found out about, or it could just be suddenly switching onto that car and going, this is what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, watching a few onboards, there'd be something which changed. Even just a change in mindset. But yeah, can Expeth continue the pace here? At the minute, 2.4 seconds up the road from everybody else. Through the long right-hander, there's the early crest. Just after the jump, it goes dip crest, and that crest, you can actually set up the rotation potentially through the whole of that right-hander. But final lap, Expeth with a nice joker. Oh dear, Birgit's clattered one of those markers on the inside. That may well be a penalty. Expeth takes the win with a 2:18.3. Now, how do we know with the penalties? Is it warning them penalty or straight to penalty? We're not sure.
It varies. Had dinner last night with race director Krista Jonsson,
and we didn't talk about it.
We were quizzing him about all sorts of other bits of Rallycross regulations, but that we didn't.
Off the line, on the outside, look at Expeth, good start, and then with these cars, it's just a case of pulling the gear at exactly the right moment. If you hit the limiter, you've lost time. If you don't go to the limiter, you've lost time. And that's what the Ericssons did so well in Hollius at the start of this year. They would always get a great start. Ollie Eriksson got a whole shot from row 2, I think, in the semis, but Expeth there killed it off the line.
No disrespect to anybody else in this field, but they don't often feature at the front of the order in the fight for the podium, so it was important for Expeth there to get the start, to get around the outside. Could be a critical point of his entire weekend. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be at the front of this order in Q1, but you got out of that fight. You get stuck in that fight in turn 1, and then your whole weekend can unfold, can't it? This is so close on the Joker exit. That tyre wall is going to see some action through the course of the weekend, I'm sure.
Is it going to claim somebody? Is that Tornholt, I think, getting a toe in the background? Yeah, Ida Tornholt getting dragged back. Expeth to 18.3. FTD so far in Supercar Lights. That's because there's only been one race. Top 10 he needs, doesn't he? Because he wants to be in with those the top 10 drivers in the next. I mean, ideally, you want to go top 5 and be in the super quick heat, but you don't want to drop down into this one. There are 15 cars, so. Molly caught up with our electric supercar driver. So Victor Vranckx is here in his RX2E car again, which is the support category for the World Championship, of course, and he's getting some practice in here by running that car in the supercar category. Molly caught up with him earlier.
Down here with Victor Vranckx, our only electric car in the supercar category here with RallyX. You've been with us all season. It's now time for the final. What are your thoughts?
I'm happy I've been here. I have learned a lot with new tracks as well. I had a lot of advantages in the World RX and Julius now, so no, it's going great, and I'm hoping for next season again.
How would you describe this track?
Technical and really difficult because half of it is blind in my car, so I don't see every corner. But it's really fun.
Wow. And what sort of work are you doing to try and learn that and overcome all the blind areas?
A lot of sim racing. And yeah, looking at data all day and working together with the team and the engineer to get the best setup and make it easier.
Do you have a sim rig with you?
No. I have one at home. I would like to bring it, but we don't have enough space.
Really? You don't have enough space?
Yeah. You don't believe me, but we don't have enough space.
What are the most enjoyable parts on the track?
I would say the big jump. Yeah. And after turn 1, it's like so high and so long, but so soft in the landing. It's really fun.
Are there any areas where your car perhaps is a little bit better than the supercars?
Yeah, I'm maybe in the little corners, like the slow ones. I can keep the speed through all corners, and the supercars less. That's the big part, yeah.
Cool. Well, good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Victor Vranckx enjoying the jump clearly on the exit of turn 1. On to race 2. This one with our championship leader and championship favourite in it. So left to right, Isak Högqvist, Ola Henry Steinsholt, Simon Olofsson, Martin Jonsson and Jimmy Alfredsson. Olofsson with that huge championship lead, but just needs to stay out of trouble. You don't want to, however, dump yourself down the bottom of the timing sheets and make stuff difficult. So will we see attacking Olofsson, or will we see safety Olofsson? It's a good start, going to get squeezed from both sides, moves straight across, slams the door in everyone's face. Thank you very much. I might be leading, but I am not going to be worrying about not taking risks as Alfredsson ends up facing the wrong way. Great start for Olofsson. Oh, in the background, sideways, trying to come around the outside into turn 2, but no cigar just there.
Great start from Olofsson, and so fortunate for him that it wasn't him that got turned around like Wolfson. Wolfson shut the door on Olofsson and then just got that little bit of over-rotation from further contact. Looking at the timing screen, he hasn't got moving yet. I wonder if that might hamper the exit of turn 1 for these guys. Looked like the car was quite a long way to the outside. That damage on the front of Jonsson's car as he goes into the Joker tells its own story, doesn't it, from a bit of contact earlier in this race.
Hit Steinsholt as well, actually, Hal, between turn 3 and turn 4. Alfredsson is still parked on the outside. I don't know that it will compromise it too much. What do you think?
No, I don't think so. And once you know it's there, you know, it's always that moment of the yellow flags being out. Your spotter can tell you, but you don't really know what the car positioning is. But once you've been past it once, you can keep that in the back of your mind, and you can attack the next corner knowing where you can be on the track.
Transition from gravel to tarmac up in turn 2. There is a lip building up down there. You have to watch out there if you get the car in sideways that you don't push a tyre off a rim. So we'll keep an eye on that as the track develops. There will, of course, be some track grooming in between the various sessions. Some 80-plus cars, I think, here this weekend. So there are a lot of laps going down this track. Looking really nicely prepared. Shame for Alfredsson. Olofsson, 129.1, best lap, 41.3 on the last lap, that was.
And that's half a second quicker than Exbeth went in the previous race. So clearly has the pace, Simon. Thought he was very strong in the first couple of corners, especially in the run to turn 1 to shut the door. Sandra Holker and his sister and spotter will have said, you're clear, turn in, and pay dividends.
Yeah, good to see. Come on. We've said a lot of times, haven't we, how it's been up and down for Olofsson over the years. This year finally looks to be his year. Going to come out of the last corner and win his first heat race. So Simon Olofsson with a good start to his campaign, but 3 more qualifying sessions to go. So Olofsson will be very pleased with how that one went. 2:15.7 is at the top of the table by about 2.5 odd seconds.
Here is that start from Olofsson. Just made a little bit of a better launch from Steinsholt and then shut the door. I don't think Sandra really could have had too much of a hand in that, actually, because the car was moving to the inside anyway. There's Walfridsson, so unlucky to get forced out wide. And then there's that wheel-on-wheel contact. I guess that's broken the steering. There's that initial contact with Walfridsson. There's Jonsson, who has a nibble at the front, and then it's broken the steering, hasn't it? So the wheel's been exposed from the bodywork, and it's just been...
He got a second clatter, didn't he, from the car at the back of the pack?
That should be
Jonsson, I think it was.
Yeah, but that'll be a quick and easy fix for the JC team, relatively speaking. Quicker and easier than some of the work that the STX team have had to do for Olofsson this year.
Yeah, my goodness me, yeah. I'm thinking you're referring to Nitro Rallycross at Linden Hill when Olofsson went end over end.
Well, he's had a few shuns, hasn't he? Riga, they had a lot of work to do as well. Steintold guys in the OMC squad have had a bit of work to do as well. But these cars are so easy to repair because the parts, they're almost like a single-seater, so you can replace corners quite easily. So I've no doubt that he'll be back out.
Walfridsson's car's being recovered, so while we do that, a few moments ago, Molly caught up with Ida Tornholt.
Ida, unfortunately not the best start to Q1. What happened?
We had a bit of accident in this first corner, and over the jump it said low battery in the car, and it went slower and slower. And apparently the cable to the generator is broken, so...
we saw your mechanic kind of indicating to something over there. Can you show us, maybe?
Yeah, you can follow here. Here you have the boring link to my failure. But hopefully it's easy to fix, so... Yeah, hopefully I will have a good run in Q2.
Yeah, and what do you think of this track?
I think it's really fun. It's both fast, but at the same time technical. So, yeah, it really brings out the best of the drivers. So
amazing. And what I find so cool, Ida, is that you became a mother how long ago?
Yeah, she's 3.5 months. So in the 1st of April, she was born by C-section. Yeah, so.
God, that's amazing. And just straight back into it.
Yeah.
How is that?
I mean, our body is amazing, so we didn't think it would work, but at the day of Höljes, the first drive in RallyX, the doctor gave me okay, so.
How old was she at her first event?
6 weeks exactly, by day.
And it works well, the whole family just helps out? And
Exactly. I have my dad and Mika here and my boyfriend helping me with the car, and then my mom is helping me with the baby. So.
Do you get any sleep during the night, or?
I get sleep. My mom helps me very much, so it's amazing. And it's all thanks to these guys that I'm here.
Oh, that's incredible, Ida. And good luck for Q2.
Thank you.
Come back.
Well, Walfridsson clear up taking longer than expected. I think, Hal, they did send the scoop over there a minute ago to pick it up, but now they seem to have sent the strap. No, sorry, it is on the scoop. Sorry, they've taken the scoop off the front of the truck for some reason. Look at that.
And this is Scandinavian Rallycross at his absolute best.
Yeah.
There you go, that's the problem removed.
This is, F1's got a thing or two to learn, Just stick a scoop under it, get it away.
But there's never any damage caused. That's the astounding thing. It looks very agricultural, but it's actually a very delicate process.
Molly is with Michael Uito.
I certainly am. He stood here in the paddock with his cross car. You have a 17-point lead, Mikael, but are you feeling a little bit of pressure for this weekend?
Oh yes, of course.
Why is that?
There is many good drivers and new track.
How old are you?
14.
14, wow. And you have a big opportunity to become a RallyX champion tomorrow. It's a big deal, right?
Yes.
So who do you think can ruin this for you? Who are your biggest competitors?
I like Carl-Peter Nordstrand.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, he's a good driver.
What do you like about this track?
I like it, but it's hard.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Are you a bit nervous?
Yes.
And how was Q1?
Not good. I do some mistakes.
What kind of mistakes?
I drive too wide.
Okay, well, good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Bless him. That's a great performance for a kid stuck in front of a camera. That doesn't happen very often. That's a great performance, I promise you. So go on, Michael, get stuck in. You can do it. But lovely to hear is that I love. Are you nervous? Yes. No hiding it. No bull. So yeah, Simon Olofsson with the win in his Supercar Lights heat, as you saw just a moment ago. He leads the standings at the minute on a 2:15.7. P2 is Expert on a 2:18.3. So there's a little bit of room to slot a few of these very quick drivers in. Ollie Eriksson on the inside from Oskarsson, Janssen, Enlund and Mattis Janssen. Casper Janssen, the current NRX next champion, but Ollie Eriksson on the inside, multiple champion in different categories in this machine. A winner earlier on this year in Holliers, gets the whole shot to the inside. I think it's Janssen who's been spun around in turn one. Eriksson uses the full width of the road and he loses out of position, so drops back.
Enlund very good through the middle of the pack there to get past Ollie Eriksson.
Ollie's got terminal understeer in there.
Yeah, I was going to wonder if he was... is there a bit of rain falling? Yeah, it looks like there might be a bit of rain falling. I got that by your rather odd hand movement next to me there, Andrew. But
yeah,
it's hard to tell, isn't it, on the lens?
There's drops on the drone lens.
Drone,
I think.
yeah.
I think just on. Yes, yeah. Wipers on. So it's rained, and that's going to kill these guys. Ollie, you know what you just saw, didn't you? The instant you saw Eriksson with terminal understeer, you know the conditions have changed.
Well, I thought he had a puncture to start with because it looked that aggressive, didn't it? Now it really is raining in the first corner. Can't really take a lead on the lap times from the first lap because, of course, it's a start lap anyway. But you don't put the wipers on in the lead of a Rallycross race unless you really need to, because you risk smearing the windscreen. And now they've all got the wipers going flat out. There's Martin Enlund getting a lot of understeer through turn 2. Ollie Eriksson looks to the outside. He's going to look back to the inside into 4, sticks the nose of the car up. That was on. That was aggressive, but on, in my opinion. Really got the car sent up the inside. So hard to know where the grip level is for Enlund at the front of the order, running sideways on the way to the jump, but no air at all. They're carrying such little momentum.
That was great from Eriksson, but also just to see the car control, and Enlund bails immediately and goes Joker with Oskarsson as well. Trying not to clip those, you get a penalty if you do, and that's Casper Janssen who's come back up then into P2, so, but hasn't jokered. So Casper Janssen up to P2, all the cars behind have jokered. Look how far in front Ollie Eriksson is now, but how these lap times are miles off. So Olofsson's going to win this session. He's had an absolute result. If it wasn't for the Walfridsson car clear-up, these guys would probably got away in the dry.
Yeah, so to give you an idea on the pace, Mattias Janssen's done the fastest lap of the race so far at 45.921. And the best lap so far is a 41.378 from Simon Olofsson last time out. And look at the understeer from Eriksson, but still a bit of tyre squeal. It's in that really horrible greasy phase again as he goes into the Joker for the last time. How far off is the pace going to be?
Janssen goes Joker this time. Enlund is coming out onto the start-finish straight, but Eriksson takes it. The time, though, is a 2:26. They are 11 seconds, off the pace of the session leader. Where are they going in?
So Natalie Peterson was the slowest of the drivers to have completed a run with a 2:27. And Eriksson's just done a 2:26.9, so just sneaks in to 8th overall, I think.
And these are some of the fastest drivers. The last 2 heats are a mix-up of the fastest drivers.
But it's not raining there off the line, is it? There's no wipers on. You can't see any. It's like it literally started to rain during that first lap. There is Casper Janssen getting spun. That's sort of an awkward spin, that, wasn't it? Unlucky for him. There's no raindrops on the drone lens at the moment.
And look how dry the track is. Eriksson has a little understeer here, but has gone in straight. And Enlund's come around the outside. But by turn 2, see ya, look at this.
I really thought he had a puncture there.
Yeah.
It's just like it just wasn't turning in at all, was it? There's still dust on the track there through 2, and then you can really see the rain there. This is the next time around as Eriksson comes at Enlund. That is all of his experience and the championships he's won, the races he's competed at all over the world, to bail out because he knows, and the thousands of laps of testing, he knows you can't get outside there, so bail and go for the inside. Great move that.
But to bail from that far back outside and still get inside is outrageous. There was Enlund clipping the marker on the way in, so a likely penalty for that.
I think you're being generous. He drove over it, really, didn't he?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, clip, drove over, annihilated. You know, choose one of the three above, A, B, or C. Either way, it's 3 seconds, isn't it? I think so. Maybe there should be a different penalty as to whether it's a judge that you clipped it or annihilated it. But Ericsson takes it with a 2:26.9, but because of the rain, that is only good enough for P8. So your top 5 are Olofsson, Exberth, Högqvist, Steinsholt, and Martin Jonsson. You might be able to hear in the background. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but I mean, basically the pre-grid is about 5 meters to our right. Unfortunately, we can't see it because we've got no windows. That's something I want fixed for next year. I want a window in the studio. Should we put it on the rider, Hal? We want a window. Yeah, we've been told that they want to keep us indoors. We're not allowed to see. They've even put stickers over the windows in case we get too excited about what's going on outside. But here, say, at the standings after the first session, Olofsson leading. I'm just trying to have a quick look. Enlund and Steinsholt are his biggest rivals. Enlund is down in P10, and Steinsholt is in P4. But they are so far back anyway that I don't think it will be an issue. So Olofsson got a dry run, got the result he needed. The championship leader is at the top of the standings, but 3 qualifying sessions to go before he can bag those points and lift the trophy. Championship standings for Supercar coming into the 7th and final round of RallyX 2022. Johan Kristoffersson and Niklas Gronholm tied on points at the top of the table, but the current champion with the number 1 on the car is not here. So it's Gronholm's for the taking, but Brinterson and Evsham will do everything they can to try and stop him. And behind them, Belevsky and Veiby will desperately try to nick a podium spot. It's just rained, the track is damp, 4-wheel drive, 600 horsepower, anti-lag, bad boys coming up. Here we go.
It is properly raining now. Molly's just come on the talkback to say it's really raining, and we can visibly see that it is.
Carlson missing from this lineup. Oh, wet's going on in the background. Hal, go and have a look. So Hal's going to run out. You might even see Hal. If we can pan camera left, you might see Hal poke his head out of the truck. Here he goes. The door's open. Hal Ridge is going down the steps. He's a little bit left, a little bit more left. Where is he? I think he's too far off to the left. There he is. Hal Ridge runs across the shot. He's going to look at the tyre situation. He can't resist it. Gronholm's car gets lowered back down again. If we've got the RF in the paddock, we can go and have a goose and see what's going on. But Hal's gone to see who's taking what tyres, because, of course, if the conditions change again, the right side of Gronholm's car comes up now. Look at the speed they're working at. They know they're going to get loaded in that pre-grid very soon. Nut guns on, wheels off, whack the wets on, and let's go. You can see OC Veiby back right of your picture, waiting to get in the car as they lower down Evsham's car, I think front left it is. So frantic tyre changing going on. I wonder if the cars which are on the grid are on slicks or wets. Hal, did you see the cars that are on the grid? No, he's back. He's going back out. We're sending Hal back out. I don't know if he's going to be able to see from here. He's got his binoculars. They're too far away. If you can see that, he's come in. He's not too wet. He doesn't look too wet, but they are cracking on out there. One car, of course, missing from the lineup for this first race, and that's Carlson. You know why. Molly was down there, and unfortunately the prop shaft ate itself and then obliterated the bell housing for the transmission. The catch equipment, which is to stop it going through, everything didn't work, and so it did go through everything, the clutch, the lot. So he's missing from this one. So it'll be a 2-car encounter followed by 2 4-car races. Molly is somewhere. We're going to go and have a catch up with her once she's got herself teed up for it. There she is. She's wandering up the paddock. Molster, what's going on?
Oh, it's frantic down here. Tyre changes on all cars. Slicks coming off. Rain tyres going on. So it's quite frantic, especially up front here.
Can you get to the grid, Molly? No, you can't. They're right out there. So I just want to know.
No, I think I can.
I wanted to know what Toren and Svensson are on, but they are a little way.
It might be a bit difficult for me to see that, but I could try.
Sending Molly on a mission.
Yes, please, mate.
Can she get?
All the cars here before the tyre cleaning area are now on rain tyres. Let's see if I can jog over.
Oh, Molly's jogging. The cameraman's going to have to jog with her. This is
you can see the explosives coming out of the cameraman's head, can't you?
Yeah, he's going, come on, really? It's a long way. It is a long way to the grid. Go on, Molly.
Yeah.
Now, what's the range between the microphone and the camera about to find? Oh, she's nearly there. She's going to go across.
Okay, I think
going to break the rules.
Got to zoom in here.
No, you're all good.
can't see.
Molly, can you go out there? Go on, break the rules.
Can I go out there?
Go on, you go out there. You can't go out in the back. Come on.
I think they're on slick.
Just say television. Television. Just run out there. Go on.
All right,
go on, Molly.
Cheeky.
Right, Molly's going to go across the back of the grid.
Paddock, mate.
That doesn't matter. Come on. Yes, there goes Molly, breaking all the rules.
Mr.
Yes,
I don't
Molly.
wear wristbands.
Slicks.
Slicks.
Yes, Molly Pettit. That's the best piece of pit reporting you will ever see. And Molly has managed to get out there and tell us what. Molly, you're a superstar. Thanks, mate. Give us a wave. You're at the back of the grid. We're down at turn 1 with our camera. Can you see us? Turn around, Mole. She's running off. Give us a wave.
Where are you?
No, turn right. We're right down at turn 1. That's the camera we're on. Right at turn 1. You're at the back of the picture. Love it. Well done, mate. Right, Molly's about to get her ears blasted out. She's there with her cameraman, who's hoping not to get smashed in the face by loads of dirt. Carlson's missing, but Toren and Svensson are going to go out and do battle on slick tyres in wet conditions. Toren straight into the side of Svensson, gets some on the way to the first corner. What do you reckon? Are they on the right tyres or the wrong tyres? Imagine they got the gamble, you know, and it's like, no, actually, slicks are faster. I don't think they will be.
So this is a strange scenario where I actually think the slick would probably be just as quick as the... Oh, look how slippery it is down in 2 for Toren and Svensson, who has already sampled this track in this session so far, but in a rear-wheel drive cross car in the dry. Was he? He was quite early, wasn't he? He was quite greasy as well, so maybe this is playing to Elias's hands.
Go on, Svensson. Look at Svensson, full send mode in the supercar.
He was absolutely... He was just jumped out of a cross car, full send in the supercar, absolutely no fear mode yesterday in
What
practice.
emoji was it? Fire? All
the fires, and then that one with the slightly raised eyebrow. Go, my goodness me! You're a brave boy.
The really mate emoji was like really, yeah, which was probably the one that his team had the raised eyebrows going. Oh my goodness me! What spares have we brought with us? But Spencer's out there. Brilliant cross-car driver. Say taken a couple of victories this year. I think it was one in Sweden and then one in Latvia.
He lost the first win in Sweden, didn't he, with that technical irregularity? We were talking about that last night. You know, those small technical issues that cost big, but you could talk all day about those, couldn't you? But amazing to jump into a supercar. Done a tiny bit of driving before coming here, but to jump into a car of this level.
Goes Joker this time.
A little bit low on the RPM there. You know, there's so much to learn, and they're so different to a high-revving cross-car engine that getting on top of one of these cars is no mean achievement, and he looks well on top of it already.
I was going to say, what I'm impressed by how is how patient he is, and we'd expect that coming from the cross-car bracket. If you look, he's waiting and he's feeling for the grip levels. Don't forget, 3.3 back Carlson, the DNS, with loads of work going on that car. I think we'll be lucky to see Carlson in Q2, but they have got another hour now for lunch break where they'll go and try and do that.
Just want to give a shout to Daniel Toren as well. He was at the point of never driving a supercar again.
I remember last year.
Really hurt his back in a testing crash, actually, with the Volkswagen Polo that Gustav Bergstrom's now driving with the KMS team. But has really worked hard on his own fitness and working hard with the excellent team to come back, and he loves his Rallycross. It's fantastic to see such a big supporter of the sport here competing.
Svensson going to take his first ever heat victory in supercar. Yeah, there's only 2 cars out there, but it was wet and it was tricky. And as Hal said, great to see Daniel Toren back. And getting himself up to speed in that supercar with Ekman. I think he's quite enjoying the Beetle, isn't he? From what I've spoken to him about it, he loves it.
Yeah, he just like me, he absolutely loves Per Eklund and really enjoys his weekends away. He likes being with a team. He feels really comfortable in that car.
And he likes getting stuck into other cars and run to the first corner.
Clearly built by Per Eklund, because absolutely no damage to it. I think one of the only people ever to spin a Per Eklund car at that corner was Eric Farren a few years ago at this track. We can talk about that later on in the weekend.
Was that the Saab or the Beetle?
That was the Saab, yeah. But Eric eventually got out of the way with probably a downshift as well in the Peugeot 208. But a real Eklund car which never loses any bodywork.
Yeah, solid.
Strong Markman-built Polo to survive that damage, and a great drive there from Elias Svensson.
Supercar debut, very difficult conditions with the slick tyre.
Yeah, it felt really good the whole race. Did I get a good start? Yeah.
Tell us the feeling of driving a supercar.
Amazing. 600 horsepower four-wheel drive is, it's amazing.
It's a big weekend for you, huh?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks.
The smile on his face says it all. Hal Ridge has been lucky enough to race a supercar. How it can make you a very poor man very quickly, can't it? Because there are very few things which are more addictive than racing a supercar.
It can make a very poor man very happy and then very poor again afterwards. Honestly, I've been lucky enough to drive some amazing, amazing cars, and a lot of very good supercars in a test environment or a track test environment. Not a full test, but a track test where you're driving it for a magazine or television to review or whatever. But racing a supercar where you have to be absolutely on it, it is amazing, and you could see that on his face there.
He loved it, didn't he?
But the buzz is massive, and while electric technology is necessary and the cars are amazing, that I don't think that the sensation of driving one of these supercars can be replicated. It's such an immersive experience. It's yeah, it is amazing, and it was lovely to see that interview with Molly and how much he is clearly enjoying it.
We might get Molly on with us in a minute. I think she's come to hide from the rain, so we'll wait until the racing's done and see if we can grab Molly, unless she gets dragged off to do something else. On the line then, on wet tyres, as you know, thanks to Hal running out and then Molly going out as well, you've got Gronholm on the left, Brintersen, Evgen, and then on the right-hand side, Hans-Joran Ostreng. Offset in the boxes to try and find a little bit more grip off the line. Can Gronholm get away? He certainly can. The Hyundai's got brilliant traction, blows Brintersen away off the line. Ostreng might get in front of Brintersen. Brintersen really doesn't need that, because of course it's Brintersen that's going to try and deny Gronholm. Up and over the jump. Hyundai takes that easy. Brintersen inside now on Ostreng, but clips one of the markers on the inside line. That might be a penalty, and that's looking a little bit haggard there to me from Brintersen.
Yeah, all the title contenders in this race, but it's Ostreng who's got himself in the middle of it with that good start. When we see the replay of the first corner, look back at the inputs Nicholas Gronholm made on the way in, just feeling his way through the steering racket, just where the grip was in the first corner before he made the big commitment to turn in. But he's well on top of the car, isn't he? His spotter, Jussi Pinamaki, won't have seen too much of the action so far, because he was one of the guys in the pre-grid changing the tyres on the Hyundai i20. The GRX team running a very low squad this weekend because they're busy with other projects back home as well. They've worked so hard to get this car repaired, and now they've only got a few guys here to run the car. So Jussi, who is a team principal in a world championship level motorsport, there
changing the wheels,
getting his hands dirty.
I love that. Jussi's such a great bloke though. You'd expect nothing less, would you? Evgen, where's Brintersen? 7.1 back from the Joker, but that's, I'm not sure about these lap times, Hal, whether or not the wet tyres, if it's still raining hard, is this actually going to go away? Obviously lap one's really hard to judge. What's your thoughts?
It looked drier than I thought it would be last time around. It definitely looks wetter now, doesn't it? So I wonder if Svensson might have had the best of the conditions. There's Evgen, who doesn't look that comfortable in these conditions. And Brintersen's going to move back ahead of him with a bigger margin than he had before they both took their Jokers.
It should be, I think it should be enough. I'm just looking at the times now. It's so hard to tell when you've got one start lap, one Joker lap and one standard lap, but
yeah, I forgot to write Svensson's lap time down because I was so excited, being excited for him making his supercar debut.
I'm excited because you being excited. Are you excited at home? WhatsApp us, send us a message on Instagram. Are you excited? What emojis do you think should be used? And are me and Hal just a pair of stupid blokes who like a sport a bit too much? Niklas Gronholm goes into the Joker lap, avoids all of the markers. The target time is that of Elias Svensson at 2:30.2. Where's Gronholm? He's going to come out well in front of that. So it's a 2:23.2. He goes 7 seconds quicker. Brintersen does make it up to P2. Evgen into P3. So your top three in the championship in that order are currently the top three in this session. But there is another race still to come, and there's a couple of quick drivers in it, so they could yet be denied.
This is the start. Niklas Gronholm has the best reaction to start with, and then the Hyundai, which the GRX squad have put so much work into over the last few years, absolutely picks up. It's a great traction machine as well, isn't it? So getting onto that loose. Look at the little inputs. You can't really see them from that shot as I thought I saw them last time around, but you really see him working the wheel, and you saw that on his way into the Joker on the final lap as well. This is Brintersen looking to the inside of Ostreng, who is an absolute privateer.
And did a good job, to be fair, in P2
Brintersen
there.
Demolished that marker, didn't he? So I think there could be at least a warning for
What was it we said earlier? It wasn't obliterated, was it? It was something else.
Annihilated.
Annihilated.
You like that word?
Yeah, it's annihilated. That might well be I haven't actually seen any penalties given out, which might mean they're going with the old warning first, followed by penalty. We'll check that in between these two sessions for you. Gronholm sliding the machine that he's so familiar with for the last couple of years in the World Championship across the line. and going into the lead. 2:23.2 in the wet conditions, but on wet tyres, crucially, which of course Elias Svensson was not. So Hans-Göran Ostreng beat Svensson as well. All of those times are quicker than Svensson went. That won't take the smile off his face, and he won't be disheartened by it either, because he knows he was unlucky to be out on that grid on those slick tyres. The low rumble of a supercar ticking over in the background. 4 supercars, in fact. There they are. Philip German on the inside. Ola Christian Baby next to him. Yuri Belevsky and Victor Franks, which won't be making any noise ticking over because it's an RX2E car. They chopped the bottom off the bumper of that last night. We'll have a look at the rear of it in a minute. Literally hacked it off with an electric saw. We'll tell you why. Oh, German gets too much wheel spin straight away. Baby looks like it's got a good start, but German comes back at him now. Victor Franks with the best start all around the outside. The RX2E car needs to light the throttle up here and try and hold on. Loads of wheel spin backwards into turn 1. 10 out of 10 for effort, but unfortunately doesn't get the result he deserved from that. And it is out front. Evgen who leads from German. Baby who leads from German, yeah, and in P3 Belevsky. Frank's back onto the back of them already.
Yeah, great start that from Frank's. Fabi and Evgen's cars look so similar from the JC.
Yeah, they do, yes. Should be made illegal.
An easy mistake to make. At least German's got a totally different livery on his Audi. You can see where Frank's is just losing out a little bit as he gets the throttle down, because all of that torque is delivered very quickly. Belevsky Joker's on this opening lap. Will he catch Frank's? Fortunately for Belevsky, the Joker's quite long here, so Franks is going to run in free air out front. Belevsky can now get the hammer down in his bid to chase Vaby, and this is the sort of conditions where Vaby should really excel. He's such a good rally driver. Rally drivers are used to reading the road, reading the conditions, not relying on the grip being the same as it was in the previous corner, and this is where someone like him can really gain on.
Yeah, we often see that, don't we, in wet conditions, the rally drivers. On an out lap, at one out lap, you said you're going to go now absolutely as fast as you can around this whole lap and bring it to the finish line. I would bet on a rally driver every single time. It doesn't mean I'd be right every time, but I think you'd be right a good 70% of the time. It's just that feel for grip on an instant lap. It's a different process. German goes into the Joker lap. Franks decides not to. Going to go on the last lap. Belevsky's already been in. Where's German going to come out and watch for Belevsky in the background? German gets Belevsky. Conditions are miserable, aren't they?
Baby's best lap, a couple of temps off Gronholm's so far, but it's very hard for us to read the track conditions from here. It definitely looks a bit wetter to me now, and sometimes that can help, can't it? Because it helps the wet tyre to work that bit better, but it also sometimes doesn't work quite so well either. Frank's yet to Joker. He's not really going to hold up German. I thought German's Joker engine was a little clumsy, but actually worked out quite well for him in his fight with Belevsky.
Let's see Vaby's entry to it now in. Look, just wait, get the nose turned in, yeah, on the gas now, flick it the other way, maybe a little nick on the bar, chuck it in on the gas, run it out to the tyres, and then full throttle down to the line. Easy win for Vaby. Not enough to win the session though. First blood goes to Niklas Gronholm, championship leader. So we really have seen some outstanding performances in this first session from all our championship leaders. Pretty much going with the form book across the categories.
Belevsky popped in there with a best lap just a temp slower than Gronholm, so the pace is there. Made a poor start, Belevsky, didn't he? We saw him make a poor start in his pre-start for practice early on. This is Franks sending it around the outside, shuts the door.
Did he get a nudge? He maybe turned in too early. I don't think, I think he turned in across.
He might have taken a small nudge there from Vaby, but there was nothing untoward about it. But I also think he had a lot of momentum going the wrong way, didn't he? It was quite hard to get back.
I think they put the back bumper back on it. So last night, because they felt the rear bumper was digging in on one of the jump landings, they were like, I'm just going to chop it off. I said to his dad, you know, is that quite a nice bumper? He said, no, he said, we've smashed that one up in Hollius already. So they were quite happy to cut the bottom off it and see if it would work or not.
We're not going to see German's Joker there. Vaby really, really fast with the Joker. He won a lot of that through the Joker lap because German had got the rotation done, but then not enough. So then had to nip the bar, got the rear to step out. You just lose that bit of momentum. So, yeah, Vaby's been quick, but maybe a little bit inconsistent this year, and that was a really, really good run.
It was indeed. I've got a message from Johan Kristoffersen. He says, enjoy Strangnas. Me and Colin are enjoying Barcelona. So that's why he's not here. He's away with his son and I assume his lovely other half as well. So, Johan, hello, mate. Great to hear from you. It's raining here. It looks like you made the best choice for weather. Molly has caught up with somebody else. Let's find out who she was with.
Thomas, that's Q1 finished. What happened in the start there?
Yeah, the start wasn't quite good from the start line, but I managed to come beside Hasse on the jump, but then he closed the door, so we lost a little bit of time there, but still an okay run, I think, but it was slippery.
It was frantic in the moments before with the rain coming down. There wasn't even rain scheduled for today, was there?
No, so I think it was a big surprise for us, everyone, but yeah, Niklas handled it well, so good job, Jane.
Obviously you can change the tyres quickly, but can you do any other very quick changes before heading out there?
Yeah, some adjustment, but not so much when it's so close. So, but yeah, we will see if we can figure out something so the car is handled better in these conditions.
What do you need to handle better?
I think we need a little more steering because it was really understeered. So, but like I said, it was really tricky for everyone. So yeah, we will see.
Let's hope it dries up. Huh?
Yeah, I hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brinderson with a big smile on his face, but congratulating Niklas Gronholm on a good job. Well done in Q1. Gronholm from Veiby, German, Brinderson P4, Belevsky P5, Evshen, Ostring, Vranks, Svensson, Toren and Carlson. Carlson, of course, with the DNS. Can they get that car fixed in time for Q2? Will Toren and Svensson get better weather conditions? They did get rather mugged in that one, but that is it for Q1 from Strangas. Nicely done by our championship leaders, as I say. So good stuff from all our categories here at the final round of RallyX 2022. I thoroughly enjoyed Q1. I don't think there were too many surprises. I think most of the championship leaders have done what they needed to do there. But Q1, there's 3 more to go, and they are, of course, now going to be in with their equals rather than somewhat mixed up in Q1.
Yeah, and the pressure will be off a bit now, and not completely off, but you've got maybe the most intense part of the weekend done. There's been a lot of build-up, 2 weeks since Riga, a lot going on in your mind about how it's going to go, and you've got Q1 out of the way. That's done. You've got that in the bag. Now, you are going to qualify for the semi-finals, barring disaster, so you can relax a little bit, move forward, maybe be a bit more comfortable in the car. Yeah, good job from everyone.
Not too much, though. Don't relax too much. Don't you relax too much at home either. We won't be gone for too long. We're going to get ourselves some lovely lunch here. It's in a big tent over there. It'll be a slightly wet walk, I think. I've no idea what the weather forecast is, but the forecast is for some great action for the rest of the day. Thank you very much for watching Q1. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Then you'll be told automatically when Q2 starts. No, I won't have to tell you that it's at 13:55 Central European time. That's +1 on the UK. Most of you guys live in Europe. There's some people in America probably. Let us know if you're up at crazy o'clock to watch Rallycross, because we think you're awesome if you are. But 13:55 CET for Q2. See you then. Welcome back to Strangas in Sweden for round 7 of RallyX 2022. I'm Andrew Coley. This is Hal Ridge alongside me. The graphics look, well, they're kind of right. It's kind of other way. Oh, it's fine. You know the drill by now. We're here for the final round of what's been a brilliant season. We've got 5 different categories. It's been raining outside. The first one was a bit mixed up. Crosscar Juniors are getting good to go. We're printing stuff. And yeah, let's do it, shall we?
Let's.
How's your lunch, mate?
Fast.
Yeah, same as that. Same as that.
Not very long, as Nicholas Collin described his round 5 final.
Yeah. Ho, ho, ho. Right, the quick people are up first in this session. So you've got Hallen and Junilami, Anderson, Nordstrand and Persson for Junior Crosscar in the first one. A lot of wheels been off the line. Best start goes to Carl Benner Nordstrand from P4 on the grid. Persson going to slot in behind. Persson looks to the inside line. Hallinan looks even further inside. They're going to lock wheels and run wide, and they have done exactly that. Junilami goes up the inside, but also gets sideways into the concrete wall on the outside line. And that has just left absolutely tons of time and space out front, as again running a little bit wide. Anderson was looking up the inside but couldn't quite find a way through. Tricky.
Nordstrand was all out of shape there into turn 2. Great last time out in Riga at Nordstrand, and Michael Uito referenced him in that interview with Molly earlier on as being the big threat for this weekend. At the moment, though, the threat is the track conditions, because what a mess it is for these guys in the first couple of corners. It's changed a lot since these Crosscar Juniors were out in the first race of Q1.
We've been joined by a man, the myth, the legend. It is Kevin Eriksson who's joined us. And Kevin, a lot of you won't have seen, of course, in the last few weeks, because he did a disappearing act just before round 1 of Nitro Rallycross. Kevin, first of all, how are you, mate?
Well, I'm getting better and better every day. So yeah, now it's only the broken foot that is a problem. But
okay, we'll be able to have a look at the broken foot in a minute. I'm sure we can get it up on the desk somehow and get it on camera. But at the minute, we've got some junior crosscar going on out there. These conditions are super tricky for the youngsters.
It's super tricky, but I'm always impressed by these young guys and girls, because this is tricky. Like you say, you even see the most experienced guys can struggle in this as well, because you never really know how much the track has changed. And now it was dry for a while, and now the water came back. But so far, I think they're all doing good. I saw the start was a little bit chaotic, but it's always the first corner, 5 cars, and slippery conditions. That is always something.
And they can get the wheels hooked up too, can't they? Which makes a big difference when it's open wheel like this. And you saw Hallinan get locked in, and they ended up sliding off the side of the road. Nordstrand leads at the moment. Anderson slotting into P2. No, they're on to lap 3. Thought it was a finish for just a second. Probably the hardest conditions. It's better, isn't it, if it's full wet or full dry, but these slimy wet and dry conditions are horrible.
Yeah, for sure. I myself, I'm really terrible in this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why?
This is the worst condition I know, because I have never been good at it.
Really?
I like rain and I like dry, but this is just a nightmare for myself.
I love that. One of the best rallycross drivers in the world, and he sucks at driving in these slippery conditions. At least you're honest about it, mate.
Nordstrand into the Joker for the final time. Got a 7-second lead over Anderson in second, so is easily going to cross the finish line at the front of the order with a total time of 2:52.04.
How are you looking at the times for Q1? We're going to have a quick look and see if we can see how quick they were.
2:50. Hallinan did a 2:25.420 last time, so
25 seconds
so
off
much
the pace.
slower now.
Right, so 25 seconds over 3 laps. Obviously, there's a little bit in the start lap and a little bit in the Joker lap, but basically it's gone down by a good 10 seconds a lap, hasn't it? Which is pretty crazy. Molly, where are you at? What's going on?
Hello, I'm down at Yuri Bolevsky here. Graham's here, and I've just been speaking with Yuri as well. He says he needs to work on his starts. That's pretty important here, but a bit of work going on the rear of the car, Graham.
Yep, try to improve the car for him a little bit, really, try to help him as much as we can. Obviously, that was quite tricky. Rain come fairly last minute. Nobody had very much time, so we was all in the same boat. Start didn't help, that's for sure, but we'll see what we can do to make him a little bit more comfortable in the car in these conditions.
Trying to improve things for him, what exactly?
It's tricky, supercars, a lot of power, obviously, 4-wheel drive, trying to get it on the ground. So if we can help the tyre contact with the tarmac a little bit better, then that's what we're going to try and do.
And how frantic were those minutes before heading out there for Q1?
We were prepared, so that was nice. We had, you know, what we could do in that short amount of time with us, so there was no running around. We've been in that situation before, so we learned from that. So not too bad, but obviously you can't change as much as you want to change in that short frame of time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Graham being all well behaved, Hal. We know much better than that, don't we? I've been for a curry with Graham, and he's an extremely funny guy. But yeah, he's in work mode.
Yeah, and there's so much experience in this paddock, isn't there? It's given that RallyX has all these guys around, it just shows the strength of the series. These are people that have won at World Championship level.
That was Hallinan and Persson up in the first corner, and then look, Yulalami is thinking, I'll go around the outside of you, and then, oh, actually, Yulalami...
That will have hurt, because
yeah, it will.
He just clipped the outside front wheel on the front axle there, and it pulled the steering wheel with his hands on it around the front of Hallinan. So difficult in these conditions, on the opening lap especially, just to find where the grip is, especially when these guys don't have a spotter either, so you haven't got anyone giving you that information from what they've seen so far. And of course that was the very first race of the session, so they had no point of reference. Nordstrand with a 2:50.204, as we said, and that was quite a margin over Lucas Anderson, some 3.5 seconds. Yulalami, if he wants to take the fight to the end of the weekend for the championship, needs to find a little bit more pace.
There's Kevin Eriksson. Kevin, show us the foot of doom. Can you get it up there? How much you drink?
I'm just gonna not.
There it is. There's the bad boy. I'll get a picture of this. Hold on. Kevin we're gonna get a selfie of Kevin with his foot on the table. Hal getting. There it is.
It's actually pretty cool because it's like air in it. I have a pump here in my boots. I can pump.
No, you need to see this. You need to see the boot. Come back to the boot. Where are you going? No, we don't want to see the racing. We've got a boot on the table here. Oh, we're coming back after this. Oh, honestly, you can't get the staff these days. You really can't. The juniors will have to wait a minute. Kevin was showing us his Reebok pump boot, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll come back to it. Nilsson, Hagstrom, Suono, Uito, and Nason. Uito, of course, championship leader, 30 car, gets a great start. Not quite enough to just shut the door on the inside line. Suono was there, but Suono just drops back. Uito's brave and holds on as somebody else is even braver trying to go all the way around the outside. But a great start from Michael Uito. Down into turn 2. Just got to keep it tidy here with Alexis Suono right up behind. Don't want to lose a place.
Uito's so patient there on the throttle on the inside of the opening corner. That was Nason in the Kazmat machine around the outside, went for the full send approach, didn't really work out. If you look at the order now, Uito gaining in experience and confidence, like we said earlier on, getting through that first qualifying race, all important. Kevin, you've fought for quite a few championships. You won the supercar title in this series twice. When you're into a championship weekend, that first race is always a bit of pressure just to get through it. It doesn't really matter if you're fastest or not, but you just need to get that in the bag so you can at least. You've qualified then, haven't you, ostensibly, and then you can focus on the rest of the weekend.
I mean, exactly. These first, the first 2 heats really is a lot of, because you maybe don't need to be fastest, but you need to be consistent and get to the semi, just like you say. And it's easily, I don't know exactly how old these guys are, but they are young, and of course there are some brain saying them that they should go flat out and so, and then probably the parent is saying, oh, you need to be calm and nice and go to the championship. But that's what I like with these. They just go out and go flat out.
Yeah, there's not much concern about what's going to happen around them. But it's a weird experience to drive when you're not pushing 100. Like, of course, you want to drive at 100% all the time, and that's where you're at your most comfy. So driving at 50, 70%, something like this, is actually more difficult than you think.
For sure, and that even 99% is sometimes harder because let's say you have a bumper track and you're afraid of punctures, and I'm going to be safe. Then you get the puncture. Let's say you maybe I'm not so safe with the wet conditions. That's when you're going to have a spin or something. So you always got to be at that 100%, and then when you really need it, you should go to the 101 instead of being 99 to 100.
What a fantastic outlook to extract the max from Uito, driving very, very nicely here. Fastest lap of the race so far, a 54.253. So I'm nearly 3 seconds ahead of Alexi Suono, who we know is very quick in junior cross car, has been all year, another Finnish driver, but Uito really stamping his mark down on this race.
What do you reckon is going to happen with track conditions, Kevin? Obviously, I mean, you guys test here a lot, but I mean, Swedish weather is pretty similar to British summertime right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go, I think it's going to go slower now for a while, just until it starts to get the dry patches, because now, someone got to stop.
Problem for Uito, so Uito stalls up on the entry into the joke lap. Is that going to cost him coming round for the end of lap 3? Got to get to the finish line first. Looks like he's got enough of a margin, so Uito still takes the win. But that could cost him against the other heat races. Not ideal.
Yeah, significantly slower than Nordstrand in the previous race. Some 6 seconds slower, and that is...
I don't think all of that was in that little mistake, Hal, either.
No.
That's usually when you have this, mud that goes now onto the tarmac. It's not wet, it's not dry. It's just kind of like a what do you call it? Like
slime.
A surface of slime.
Yeah.
Especially on the tarmac, that's where you lose a lot of time. And until that goes away and get the dry patches, that's when the track, will be faster and faster. But for now, it will be slower and slower until we start to see those dry patches.
Yeah, and this track is one of those circuits where you have a lot of loose that drags into the tarmac section, so that happens quite a lot in turn 2, in turn 1, especially after the start-finish line.
Yes.
Okay. So, conditions going to change throughout the session. Are we going to see any more rain today or not? Stay with us and you'll find out, of course. Good job by Uito, despite the little entry into the Joker problem. No big panic in there. Let's take a look at his times. Uito takes the win with a 2:56.6 from Suono, Nason, Nilsson and Hagström, but it won't be enough because at the minute, Carl-Petter Nordstrand on a 2:50.2 is at the top of the table.
Andreas, it's almost soon Q2. What is the update on the car?
Yeah, I think we are getting it done.
Okay. So what sort of work has been in the last hour and a half?
It's been high pressure, but I have the best mechanics. So.
How many people have been working on the car? What sort of work have they been doing?
How many?
Yeah.
I think me, my father. 5, 6.
And what do we see them doing right now?
Now they are assembling the tube between the engine and the gearbox. So that one we have welded because a shaft hit it, so it took the clutch and the downpipe and pretty much. So.
But you're excited to get out there for Q2?
Yeah, we try to do some good laps.
Okay, good. Glad to hear. Thank you.
Thanks.
Still some work to do. Says he's excited for it. I'm sure the lads will get it finished in time. That wasn't a job they... was not. You don't ever want to be doing work. Ideally, you just want to fettle the car, don't you? Just little things, little setup changes. Nobody really wants to go smashing a gearbox to pieces in the middle of an event.
No, but this is where Rallycross teams come into their own in re-engineering things that shouldn't need to be re-engineered in the first place. I always think that a circuit race team or a rally team that can bolt parts on a homologated car is one thing, but re-engineering in the paddock is something very different, and Rallycross teams are the very best at that.
Certainly are. Short turnarounds, getting the cars fixed up and ready to go. Lunderlander left-hand side of your grid. Best start, though, is Loki Pettersson. Coming out wide, though, on the run to the first corner. Backs it in a little bit too sideways. Needs a taxi to the apex and instead gets picked up by a couple of cars on the inside. A little bit of contact between them. Vigo, you can see, is chasing them down with the drone as they head up into turn 2. There's that bump again. It's Isaac Hattenmar who leads, but sideways for Hattenmar as well. In the background, Joachim Lunderlander is in the 10 car. And lots of mistakes there.
Just looks so frustrating as a driver, doesn't it? Because you don't really know where the grip is going to be. Bit of oversteer, bit of understeer, can't really get the power down, and you've got someone sliding into the side of you when they didn't really want to be there in the first place. Look how sideways they are through that. There's a big dip there through that corner. I remember being a passenger with Kevin Eriksson in a Supercar Lights there some 10 years ago, and I couldn't believe the amount of pace you could carry through that corner. But in these conditions, all the weight is transferring to the outside of the car, and you're sort of sliding sideways up the up ramp for the jump.
Look at turn one, it's so hard to judge. They're almost on the lock stops here, but if you come off the throttle now and you hook the rear up, it'll push like mad, so you've just got to keep the throttle on a bit. Kevin, it is so hard, and these kids are so impressive.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I'm always impressed by watching these. I obviously was at home for Riga, and I watched everything, all the whole, you know, whatever, how many hours you guys are doing.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. But every heat, I mean, they were always, I thought they were racing the fairest of everyone. They didn't really hit each other bad. And just they race very mature at a very young age, which is impressive to see.
Yeah, really, and particularly in these conditions, desperately trying to make a pass. Oh, and looks up to the inside line, bit more traction over the top of the crest, missed it, but I think it's going to happen in the background. It does indeed. Soderholm getting up the inside of Lunderlander. Nicely done, and Lunderlander responds by going Joker immediately. So only Vik has Joker at the back of the pack, and they've got 1 lap to go. So a bunch of people going to have to do it on this final lap. Soderholm 1 second back from Hattenmar. Hattenmar sideways. You'd think when they missed the apex by that much that they'd miss out, but behind, similar loss of traction and loss of time in these tricky conditions. I thought they said Metallica across the front of the car for a second. I was thinking it's a bit young to be a Metallica fan, but you just never know, do you, in Sweden?
No, Swedish taste in music is interesting, yeah. Let's leave it there.
Especially in Värmland, yeah?
Yeah,
yes, mate, yeah. Kevin knows exactly what we're talking about. Molly yesterday was driving. She goes, I've got some good dance music. I'm like, oh, here we go. Yeah. But actually, it was all right.
Another hour of misery in that car, but it was fine.
It wasn't too bad.
Yeah, Norway isn't much better.
It's Scandinavia. Hello to all our Scandinavian viewers. Sorry for the terrible insult. Do let us know what your favourite music is. I don't know, maybe we get it played out on the show. We can't, of course. So Hattenmar leads from Soderholm. Everybody's joking. Coming out now, going to take the checker flag. The time is 2:59, so about 8 seconds off the pace. And I didn't think Hattenmar was going badly there, but it is fastest first, of course. And if the conditions, as Kevin said, are going to get more slippery for a while, Hal, unfortunately, this is going the exact opposite way than the way sometimes Nordic likes to think it might. Well, RallyX, sorry, now, you know, it's your dad, isn't it, Kevin, who likes the idea of the fast drivers going first in case the track conditions go in favour of the later drivers. Sometimes they do. Unfortunately, today, it's not going to go that way, is it? Or not right now.
It's also quite hard for us to work out exactly where the lap time is, because you have the fastest first situation where the fastest drivers have already been. You don't know whether the track's getting slower or whether that's exactly the same conditions and them just being a couple of attempts off the previous one. So it's really difficult for us to know how the track conditions are, especially when we're in this box in the paddock.
Oh yeah, Kevin, we want a window next year. Can you stick a window in the side for us?
Yeah, sure. Where do you want it?
Something here, basically, mate.
We just need approval from the Old Spurs people, but...
Well, let's not ask them. I think ask for forgiveness, not permission. Yes. We'll just stick a window in. We can always hide it behind these posters on the side here. And yeah, it'd be fine. Earlier on, Molly caught up with Ida Tornholt. Let's see what Ida had to say.
Ida, you mentioned to us a while ago that it was a quick fix on the car, but coming back to you now, it's looking very busy. What's going on?
Yeah, I went to Oliver and asked because I thought I was the first on the start lamp, but everyone just drove past me when I released. So he actually looked and he told me that the engine is not getting enough fuel. So now we have changed some things, and yeah. So it went kind of busy. It wasn't from the beginning, but yeah. But they have done an amazing job, so I think we are pretty much finished right now. Yeah, they are testing it now, so
that's good news.
Yeah.
Always a relief to hear the car fired up after a bit of work. Some youngsters fired up down on the grid now. On the inside line, you've got Ross Malm, then it's Kinnunen, Niemi, Campi and Oliver Solli. Solli didn't have the best performance in Q1. Be looking to improve this time round. Oliver Solli on the outside of the grid. Up there in the championship, but not getting the best of runs. To say it's actually Kinnunen who gets the best start. Inside line of contact again in that braking zone. It is hard to judge how much grip there is as we see somebody running all the way through the gravel trap on the outside. But Kinnunen has done a brilliant job in the 33. This is the bump here, just, you see what I mean, where it's going up onto the tarmac. That just seems to me to be developing a little bit. Gonna have to watch out you don't do anything silly with tyres through there.
Solly's going to have a look to the inside here into turn 4. Oliver Eriksson had a bit of a go at me in the lunch break. Oh, and Solly's going to get alongside, but isn't quite going to get the traction out of there. But he's going to have the inside coming up the jump. So slippery in that section of the track. Oliver looks a little bit quicker to me than Campy at the moment, but there's no way through those 4 cars running together on track. Really, if I was Oliver Solly, I probably would have joked then to get out of that mess, but it's very easy for me to say standing up here. Track looks like it's drying a little bit. Kevin was just saying when we were listening to that interview with Ida that the track is definitely drying there in the first corner.
Especially the first corner, but I actually looked now, it's still, like you say, over the crest into the left hairpin, it's still very, very slippery, so that is the slowest part to dry up.
What about this in turn 2 where it goes from dirt to tarmac, Kevin? That bump's quite significant. How much do they need to think about? Maybe not in these cars, but supercar and supercar lights with a bit more weight behind them.
I would say for sure you need to think about it, but it's been, you know, obviously it's not the first time we are trainers. We have had some updates, but that little bump have always been there. So I think most guys
will be aware of
are used to it.
Yeah.
It's like you say, you maybe don't want to be fully sideways over it, but at the same time, especially in this condition, you want some rotation on the car to not get the understeer in the, you know,
terminal understeer
with the slow speed, because then you never, the speed can help you to steer, you know, but it's better with too much than with too little.
So in the dry they could come in and keep the wheels a little bit straighter and wait for the grip on the tarmac, but not right now. So if anything, it's actually trickiest now. They've got to pitch it in. There's a good example of pitching it in. Look how early they're trying to turn the car in, and then on the exit just loads of steering inputs. Watch through turn 2 here and you might see the bump we're talking about. No, we've gone slightly further ahead. There's the understeer we were talking about if you don't get the car turned in. In the background it's the transition between gravel and tar.
Niemi's coming back at Kinnunen in the race lead now. I wonder if Oliver Solly may regret not jokering on the second lap when he watches this race back, because there's been a lot of fighting in the middle of the pack, but Kinnunen doesn't seem to have the outright pace at the front. Niemi with the fastest lap of the race so far is really coming back at the leader.
Should get in. It's actually the point. I always wonder if Niemi's finding more grip on the outside of the track. You know, when you see karting looking for those alternate lines, Kevin, I can see nodding, and we're going to see a great race to the line here. Kinnunen might just hold on. I'm hoping Niemi gets second for a great effort. Just holds on ahead of Oliver Solly. Kevin, yeah, what were you thinking?
I wouldn't say it's so much on this track, but for sure, like you say, sometimes you don't want to be in the rubber because the rubber is very, very slippery. You can see that always at Höljes, for example, in rain, people trying all different lines in the velodrome because it's a lot of rubber in that part of the track.
Yeah.
You don't really get that here at Strangas at the same way, but for sure, some tracks, the rubber you want to avoid when wet.
Yeah, sure. Good. Well, good to see Niemi exploring the limits of the track, and she was exploring them on the first lap through the gravel trap on the outside.
Solly did well actually there to fight back from a poor start. Was 5th overall at that first phase of the first corner. A little lift up there to pull the they've got tear-offs or sliders in the goggles sometimes through the second corner. Took a little pull on the cord on the side of his visor. This is when I thought he might have gone, and this is on the final lap, sorry. So this is Solly in the run to the line. Had he not lost that time fighting in the traffic, may well have come out just in front of Niemi and maybe even taken the race win, but nonetheless a good recovery from him.
Niemi just saw Solly coming down the straight there. You could see sliding across, looking to take as much space as possible, and then was like, hang on a minute, there's somebody within a couple of hundredths of a second of me. Kinnunen takes the win. 3 minutes, 0.4 though, is still 10 seconds off the pace of the leader, Carl Peder Nordstrand. We've got one race left to go in Crosscar Junior, which is coming up for you just in a moment. Track conditions would suggest, and the fact it's fastest first would suggest we're probably not going to see... yes, we do want to show his leg again. I've just been asked in my ear. Yes, I do. Thank you very much. There it is.
I'm back up.
Look at that. We're back in the game.
Yeah.
Look, so he's got a Reebok pump style system on the side. Other trainers are available. Look at this. Look at that. And then he has a little switch there that he can switch, look, and that pumps up the left or the right side. Techers. What do you think about that? Hey, but got a better shoe than that? No, you haven't. Oh, Kevin, look, you get it in the bottom of the shot there.
Yeah.
So if we had a cameraman in it, look at that. Look at the toe. Look at the squareness of the toe. Now, what I'm thinking, with the FC1, that looks about the size of the throttle pedal. Do you think we could make this work, Kevin?
I don't know. I need to drive with my knee, maybe. We will see.
That's okay. Let's have are you going to have a crack at it?
I haven't decided. I will try. I will jump into the car and I will see how it feels. For sure, this week it hurts, but I feel, I feel a lot of progress every week. So I haven't given up yet. The car is ready. I did the final wrapping on it just before I went here, so it's ready.
I love the fact that Kevin's got a broken ankle and he's wrapping his race car in the hopes he can drive it in 6 days' time, and everyone else is going, ooh.
I asked Andreas, Kevin's father, well, let's just take the start of this race first and we can come back to that story.
It's Campi, Svedland, Oskarsson, Suono and Atterblad. Suono with a great start from the 4th place on the grid in number 12, but equalled on the inside by Svedland. Svedland going to go deep on the brake, surely, and trying to come in hot around the outside, but oh no, right the way through the dirt. Absolute carnage in turn 1 again. It's super slippery down there. Back to your story.
Yes, I was on the phone to Andreas a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, asked how Kevin's progress was. I exchanged some messages with Kevin, but I hadn't spoken to him. And yeah, it's going well, blah, blah, blah. I said, oh, will he make the next round? And he goes, well, maybe, but I can't suggest that at home yet because I think Maria might castrate me. So that conversation is maybe left until later this week.
Brilliant. Maria's the boss, isn't she?
Yeah, but I think they will give it, my decision.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the doctor said, yes, I should have this for 3 more weeks, but it's, only up to you. It's only up to you in the end.
He's only a doctor, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I wanted this kind of boot because then I could start my rehab, earlier.
Yeah, because you had you should explain, you had a hard cast and they were going to put another hard cast on, weren't they?
Yeah, well, they asked me before and I said I prefer this boot because then obviously I could take it off and I could try to drive the Nitro race. So.
I bet he didn't say that in the hospital. Yeah, I'd really like to start my rehab earlier, like do some physio. He didn't say I want to drive a 1,000 horsepower electric racing car with some big jumps, did he? I bet he kept that quiet.
Yeah, maybe.
I guess in all seriousness, I guess there's 2 aspects to this, isn't it? It's whether you can get in the car and operate it, but also the risk of more damage. If you take another side impact and look at what happened to Nicholas Gronholm in that impact where his leg flapped around in the footwell. So I guess it's not just whether you're able to drive the car, but it's the broader consideration.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I have a couple bolts and stuff, so the bone. They say the bones will stay in position. Obviously, it hasn't healed yet, but it won't. They told me it won't be worse.
Okay.
But like you say, if I have a hit or something, of course it could move. First of all, I just want to see if it's safe for me to drive. That I want to be safe for the guys I'm racing. I will. I don't want to look bad or cause any problems. That's what I want to feel first, and then we will see if it's possible or not. But
mate, we'd love to see you back in the car, but likewise, I'm sure you'll make a decision for what is right. We are seeing Oskarsson 8.3 seconds up the road from Atterblad in P2.
The conditions look to have got quite a lot worse. I don't know if it's raining again, can't really see on the lens, but
I think it's that horrible bit where it's going between damp and drier.
Because they're on all of the controls all the time,
yeah,
but
horrible.
not really having any effect.
But you can listen there, can't you? Just not just waiting for the grip and turning it in. Actually, I think Oskarsson's doing a really tidy job of feeling the limit of the grip there, not driving a cross car like you normally drive it. Oh dear, and as I say that, annihilates another one of the cones on the inside. That's the commentator's curse for you. So it's going to be a 3-second penalty, maybe. What's the penalty situation, Kevin? We were going to catch up with race director Christy Jonsson earlier on, but we didn't, basically, because we didn't have enough time.
No, Christy said at the driver's briefing that the only places where, he didn't say that you will always get 3 seconds by touching them, but it's, the entry to the Joker and that left one that Oskarsson just hit. Yeah. He said, depending on how it looks, if it is a mistake or if you cut a lot, he will make a decision. Right. But it's not like,
it's not black and white,
we have black,
which I don't like, really.
No, I don't really like it either, because sometimes you don't gain or you get a slide or whatever. So it's up to Christy really to see if they gain an advantage, then they will get a penalty.
Hollier's Joker lap is the one that always gets me, particularly if you get someone gets a nudge from behind and they nail the thing. So, well, hang on, it's not his fault, but it's a tough job. I would never want Chris's job, not at all.
For me, ultimately, this is an interim solution, isn't it? What I would like is walls or massive curbs, so that the penalty for cutting is big, or you get away with it at massive risk. So I think the bollards thing for me is not particularly pleasant. You'd like something which increases the action and is high risk, high reward, or something you just can't do.
There's a kind of a shot of the crowd. Molly, where are you? What's going on, Molster? Who you found?
I'm here with Philip Gurman. He drives for the local motor club here. He lives not very far away, and things are going very well so far this weekend.
Yeah, I had a good feeling already before the race here, so I had a win here with my touring car, so I always had a good feeling from this track, so it's nice to be back home.
And what sort of feeling do you get driving a supercar on this track?
Yeah, it's something different. It's like the second time I'm driving the supercar here, but it's a tricky track with this beast of a car, so it's fun.
What part of the track do you feel that you have an advantage, that you enjoy the most?
It feels like I had on the inner, from this third corner and to the big jump and the end, so it feels like I had a really good flow in that corner. So.
Well, you were third in Q1. What's it going to take to be first in Q2?
I make small mistakes, so if I take them away, it's gonna be good.
Where are those small mistakes?
It was a bit tricky in the last corner, a bit of understeer, so take that away, it's gonna be good. So.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
There's one of our cameramen up there giving us a wave. Yes, who's that? Tell me who that is on the camera. Ivan, how are we doing? I don't know if you can hear commentary or not, but I like the fact he's waving. Oh, so apparently he was the one who had all the mosquitoes around him, Holius earlier this year.
In Ulu last year.
Oh, Ulu, sorry, Ulu last year.
For punishment.
Ulu, oh dear.
No one would want that job. You've got to be of a very special mindset to want to spend all day up there in a crane.
Yeah,
amazing job.
Our friend Tom Jeffs used to do that as well, didn't he? You're doing a great job.
If there's any weather, you're getting it. If there's any drama, you're getting it.
My favourite was when Tom came down. Do you remember from Montalegre in the snow? And he looked like a Yeti. Literally walked in and was like, oh my God. The Sasquatch has been discovered in Montalegre. Okay, here we go. Merstad, Hallberg, Haldaman, Anderson and Svensson. Merstad didn't get the best of starts around the outside, trying to come in. I think it's Elias Svensson's gone for the whole shot. Oh, bit of contact. They may well hook up here. Looks like they got away with it. Could be Haldeman. Is it in the lead on the way down to turn 2? It is.
It is. Svensson and him.
Oh, sideways. Going to run deep. Surely in the dirt. Svensson having a look up the inside line. Can't get there. Haldeman trying to find the traction. Svensson looking for it too. Side by side. And Haldeman gets it.
Svensson nearly got it done around the outside, but like you say, Andrew, they just got locked up. The wheels in these cars are a little bit exposed. Just got stuck together. Hallberg there loitering in the background. The grip looks like it's improved that little bit. You can see that clean line on the way up to the jump, but offline it's still exactly as it was. So still difficult conditions. Svensson's joking on lap 1. That's to get out of the traffic, followed by championship leader Oscar Anderson.
So these are the 5 fastest drivers. As you see, Hallberg coming under a bit of pressure, takes the inside line behind Merstad, looking to do the over-under on the exit. Merstad to the inside. Can't quite find enough traction. Opens the steering and the throttle to try and get the exit speed. But Haldeman, who is new to this series and was P3 in Q1, is leading here against the fastest drivers in Crosscar in very difficult conditions.
Hallberg keeping things nice and tidy in second position at the moment. Look at Merstad's Crosscar moving around underneath him. There's a dry line as well through that very difficult off-camber corner. Kevin, the corners here, the cambers are the opposite through all that middle part of the lap. It's really technical, this circuit.
Yes, for sure. Like you say, they are, going the wrong way, really, from maybe, what is easiest to drive. For sure, this is a very, very technical track, but not a big problem for these guys.
Svensson and Anderson have both got past Hallberg, and Merstad are joking on that lap. They've dropped too far back. So Svensson at 3.7 off the back of Haldeman could be a risk here, because Haldeman went standard lap on that last one when both Hallberg and Merstad were close in behind. So keep an eye on that 3.7 second gap. Will it be enough or not? Kevin, is the track getting quicker yet, do you think?
Yes, for sure. You start to see these white lines now. You see here in the overhead shot, you will see all the way with the right wheels is almost all completely dry now. So they should be, for the last guys in this heat, they should have an advantage compared to these guys.
Haldeman goes into the joker on the final lap. Kevin Eriksson says it's getting quicker. It looks to me like Svensson's quicker than Haldeman. I think he's going to take this one. We need to see the merge. 2 cars out in front. Svensson and Anderson edge Haldeman, so the gap was some 5 seconds, I reckon, because Haldeman was 2.7 up the road and ended up 2.1 back. So Elias Svensson, who's double driving, remember, in both supercar and in the crosscar category, takes the win here. He was P5 in the first session, Q1. Is that enough? What's the time like, Hal? Did you... no, it's first cars, isn't it? Of course. First cars in Crosscar. I'm thinking back to Junior.
And just when he needed it, he absolutely smashed in the fastest lap of the race in the final lap. So the spotter will have given him the hurry up that he needed to deliver a good one, and he absolutely did. Like you say, the margin was quite big come the end, 2.1. So I think we can't really get an idea of the Joker Delta at the moment because Fenton was going that bit quicker. Ooh, bit of contact between them on the opening lap. Hallberg just, like I say, loitering in the background, doing a solid job, but not as solid as the job of his teammate Oscar Anderson, who has put himself in a great position to continue leading the championship.
Molly is going to be joining us in just a moment. Sideways to the Joker. This was Halterman. Look, but even, I mean, the Joker was good, to be fair. It was a quick exit. Got out just in front of Hallberg, but... Great
decision from Fenton to get out of the traffic and take the Joker on lap 1 there.
Very much. And then smashed in the laps as needed. Svensson to 30.441. That's 20 seconds quicker than the juniors were going. Obviously, these cars are quicker anyway, but I think also track conditions have gone in their favour.
Oscar, that's Q2. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I got a bad start, so yeah, we were last out of the first corner, and yeah, I just kept it together and drove as good as I could, and yeah, second place in this heat is really good. The circuit is drying up right now, so we will see some faster times, but yeah, what can we do?
Feeling a bit nervous about the championship?
Yeah, both no and yes, but yeah, I am happy to be here, and yes, hope it will end well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy, but not that happy. I mean, it's not over the moon right now. Hard to hide your emotions sometimes. Jan Emil Wilsberg, left-hand side of your screen. Isak Egonsen Jr., Jimmy Osterberg, Joni-Pekka Rajala and Sindre Treuterud in this one. Should be pretty lit on the run to the first corner. Which of those grid slots has dried out the most? Osterberg gets a good start, so does Egonsen. Egonsen inside Osterberg. Osterberg may just be able to edge this. Doesn't want to go too late on the brakes. Finds that dry line on the inside as well. There's a dry braking zone right into the apex on the inside of that, and Osterberg nailed it perfectly.
The grid does look pretty even though, doesn't it, for dryness or still dampness, depending on how you look at it. Across the field, so slippery there, down into Rajala, very, very patient, not getting into the back of Egonsen there and forcing unnecessary contact, but this is exactly where Jimmy Osterberg wants to be. He described the Riga weekend as the worst of his career. Nothing went right. He was really, really frustrated with how things had gone on Sunday evening. He's, you don't know if it's him or the scenario, you know, the circumstance he finds himself in, but he doesn't get the run of the green very often. Very, very quick in this category, and yeah, I think he was pretty much ready to throw the towel in at the end of Riga, but come back here in the race lead. He had a good run through Q1, 8th quickest overall. We know how fast he can be, and this is exactly where he will want to be to try and lay the marker down as the track's drying that little bit in Q2.
Sindre Treuterud is in P2, less than a second back, as you can see here in the green and black. Rajala and Egonsen. Wilsberg jokered 9.2 off, but we've seen from the previous race that about 4.5, 5 seconds was the difference. As the track dries, though, that joker time and the delta between the two laps will change a little bit. Here comes Osterberg. He's going to go standard or joker, goes standard lap. And Treuterud decides to take the alternate strategy out towards the bank on one side. Where have the other cars gone?
I think I would have gone again in that position.
Egonsen's gone joker, Hal and Rajala stayed out.
In Treuterud's position, I'd have gone again then, because he's unlikely to challenge Osterberg for the lead and has now dropped into the traffic. Agree. So I would have stayed out. But
what would you have done,
we can ask the proper spotter that question.
Yeah, what would you have done?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you don't want to get in traffic, you know. So, yeah, I would have done the same as you guys did.
Yes, 3 votes. Yes, Hal. Look at us. We're as good as Kevin at making one decision.
The other 1,000 decisions required across the season probably be wrong. But
Go on, Kevin.
It's always easier to do it from here than to do it with the headphones, and it's always.
No,
difficult.
I don't believe you. I think it's the easiest job in the paddock spotting.
Oh my goodness me! I tell you what, that is a wind-up and a half. That is a wind-up and a half. Osterberg takes it.
Time.
2:25.1, yeah. So 5 point something seconds up the road. Very tidily done by Osterberg. Watch the start then. Osterberg in the middle. I want to talk to Kevin about the patchwork of tarmac down at turn 1, because to me, Kevin, he's going brilliantly here, but look at where he picks the line on the inside.
You see, it looks, there's some kind of concrete on the inside. It looks like it dries faster than the tarmac does.
Yes.
So you kind of go into that concrete, then I see the crosscar guy, they kind of just go over the tarmac, and then they find the grip again in the gravel.
It looks
like you say, it was a perfect. I don't think he could have braked much later.
No.
He was a little bit caught up by the grip in turn 2, the hairpin. But the first lap he felt it, and then he perfected it after that.
Look at that, stays on the brake, just keeps the weight in, uses that crest to just get a bit of rotation. Look at the inputs in the steering, 3 or 4 inputs just to keep the car on the angle he wants it on. Here comes Osterberg, checkered flag on the right, him coming in from the left, boom, out into the middle, 5 seconds up the road. So track conditions may be going the right way, but that is a great drive by Osterberg. Remember, it's fastest first. To be fair, we have got some very quick drivers in the remaining couple of encounters, so it's not a done deal just yet. Osterberg from Treuterud, Wolfsberg, Ryala, and Isaac Eganson Jr. Okay, the next one. Big names still to come. Gustafsson on the left-hand side of the grid in the 199. Riku Hukar, Marcus Agerheim, Ronald Baldins, and Pasi Penttinen. Osterberg, remember, was in that middle slot, but we've seen the line he took on the inside. So if you can get to the inside, a slightly unconventional, tight, straight braking zone on that different surface might mean you can brake a bit later than the others, but we'll see. All very well having a plan until you get down there. Pasi Penttinen, good start outside. Riku Hukar from slot 2. Penttinen moves in across on his teammate, going to try and get to that dry braking zone. Goes a little bit quick and deep in, but finds the grip on the exit. Hukar runs deep and loses a position over the crest. Pasi Penttinen going to get the whole shot. Who's it got P2? Was it Baldins who got up into P2? No.
Everybody, I think. We cut to that shot from the background, didn't we? And there was 4 wide over the jump. It is Baldins who is
third. Yeah, it's Agerheim, P2.
It's Agerheim, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it was a nice move by Agerheim. It was actually, letting off the brake a little bit more in the first corner, and then he got the inside over the jump.
Very nice. You see Kevin spotting the stuff that we don't see in quite the same way. That's what we'd expect from Kevin round the outside. Ericsson, we're looking forward to seeing him pull those kind of moves off again soon. Oh no! Baldins and Hukar. Baldins wanted to go joker. Hukar didn't, was going to go straight on. Now they've hooked themselves up. Baldins is looking at him, probably saying, stick it in reverse, mate. We're hooked up. We need to get out of here.
Needs a lot of revs then, doesn't it, to dump the clutch to drag yourself out from that scenario. Penttinen really came from the outside and got to the apex and beautifully carried the speed through that opening corner. There's that dry line Kevin was talking about, through the middle part of the lap, where you can really lean on the outside of the car now, because the grip is more there on the outside than it is on the inside, and then that changes based on the direction of the corner through the right-hander before the jump.
Agerheim just 1.1 off. Is either of them going to joker this time? Yes, maybe a last-second change there, but if it was a very good one. Jumped on the throttle, nailed it, pointed the car to the inside line, comes out on the merge just behind.
Gustafsson's that little bit further up the road though, so if he can maintain the pace, what is his best lap been so far? 45.4. And Agerheim's done of course we haven't seen a best lap, he's done a first lap and a joker, which doesn't help the
maths.
Terrible maths on my part.
It's all good, mate.
He's closer.
Yeah, it will be close. Pasi Penttinen, 4.9. Gap coming down to Gustafsson, but it's Agerheim that Penttinen needs to watch out for, because when Gustafsson goes, Agerheim's going to get there anyway. Agerheim might as well hold on here. No point in looking at the inside. You're going to get caught because he's going to go joker, and that's going to lose you more time anyway. And there it is. Should have waited and gone wider.
Yeah, and I think that's the spotter's responsibility, really, isn't it?
He won't know whether he's joking or not.
Across the finish line with a 2:23.921. That is easily going to be quickest of all. So the lap times have been quicker through this race, and the overall time is quicker as well. But yeah, your spotter's got to tell you this guy's going to joker. don't hang on to the inside.
I was going to say the struggle is that Agerheim maybe comes out the Joker and thinks he has Jokered. I've got a chance to take him here. So you understand the aggression. He's wanting to make up a place, but actually, yeah, Gustafsson was still yet to Joker. So if he'd been told that, could have held on to a slightly wider line. Look, little nudge there. Penton, though, right in, and look at the speed he carries through the apex, and then as Kevin mentioned earlier, look, it just hooks up the dirt. You see the roost come up as he nails it and just finds the traction. And meanwhile, in the background, everybody swapping places. A little bit of contact there between Hukar and Baldins.
This is Hukar getting into the rear of Baldins at the Joker entry. Unlucky for them just to get hooked up.
Nightmare.
There.
Look at that.
And then you've got the front of the Crosscar just sitting on the rear wheel.
And Hukar has barely got the rear right on the ground, so even if he chucked it into reverse, it would have been tricky to get the traction to drag that car off the back of Baldin's machine. This is the move from Agerheim, trying to find a way past Gustafsson. So Gustafsson's going to go Joker, and right now Agerheim wants to open the car up and let it run wide, but he doesn't know that Gustafsson's going to brake to go to the Joker. I don't think it would have been the difference between taking the win. I think Penton had that either way, but it would have been a hell of a lot closer.
I was grossly unfair on spotters before, and it was tongue-in-cheek because it's probably the hardest job in the paddock because you can only get it wrong. So they've called the spotter out there saying they should have told him. If someone takes a Joker at the wrong time, it's the spotter's fault. Whereas if a race goes perfectly, the driver's done a great job. So really, it's like being a goalkeeper in football.
Or a co-driver.
Yeah,
drivers throw the car off the road all the while. Co-driver gets the note wrong, and they go, "He got the note wrong." It's like, mate, you've crashed it like 9 times this season. You've got one note wrong. Like,
you never get a credit. You only get the blame.
Yes, exactly, mate. Yeah, it could be the genius Joker move that took the win, and they're like, yeah, Kevin Eriksson's brilliant. No mention of Dad. Does your dad spot for you? Or have you fired him?
No, but he's been so busy with so much other stuff, so he actually kind of let the other guys do it here for a while. But he wants to do it, but obviously he has 100 million things going on at the same time, so sometimes it's too much. So actually last year I had my, the engineer guy from OMC, he was my spotter, so it worked good.
Well, I was going to say, let me do the start and then we'll go. So you got Anderson, Gotherson and Frida Enholm on the outside. Frida Enholm had a good result at NRX in the UK. And she's having a brilliant start here. Frida Enholm going to try and come around the outside, just couldn't quite get in, then tries to cut across. There's contact and a half spin. Enholm does get the whole shot, but only after a little bit of contact on the run to the first corner.
This is a great opportunity for these guys, especially you guys, who only just missed out on a podium in Riga in round 5, I think, on the Friday. With the track improving so much, okay, they might not get to the very fastest time of all, because Penton was on a mission, but you could easily be in the last race, or in the fastest groups. You're in the first race of the next session. That can really change your weekend.
Kevin, spotters, do you like your dad spotting for you? You can be as honest as you like.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with it. It's obviously, since he's my father, he understands me in a different kind of way.
Which is a good thing.
I mean, most of the years I did World RX, I had him as a spotter. It's more recent years that, he has more stuff to deal with than before.
Been building 11 FC1s or whatever it is, 12.
He did one mistake one time, and he kind of never really, he said that if I want to spot, I want to do it properly.
Yeah, I think there's also a degree of you being a lot more experienced now, so you can, when his driving experience was able to help you on track, now maybe your driving experience has surpassed that because it's a long time since he raced as well. So you don't necessarily need that encouragement from him. It's more the spotting role as what's going on around you during the race.
Yeah, for sure. And he's a very energetic spotter. So for example, for someone like Backruden, so it worked well because he needed maybe that sometimes that wake up call and that that he could get good. I'm more calmer as a person, so but it's always you gotta adapt to the driver you're spotting. That's always the tricky part.
Ugar gets in front of Enholm as the Jokers play out.
Ugar's done the fastest lap of the session so far. Lost a little bit of time on that opening lap in the first couple of corners, but I think this time is going to be right up there. We know how capable he has been through the course of this year as a driver. Just a few corners to go, really drying out now.
Just about to say that.
It was just on the outside of the car in the second race of this session, and now it's a full cross-car whip, so this is a great opportunity.
Great shots there from the drone. You can see Frida Enholm at the wheel, yellow gloves on, which always makes it that bit more obvious what the inputs are. They're racing down now for the target time of 2:23.9. 2:23.0, fastest time for Ugar and Enholm, 1.5 off the back. Frida Enholm with a 2:24.6. It's going to slot into P3. So that's absolutely brilliant. It's Martin Ugar who wins this session for Crosscar Q2. P2 to Frida Enholm and P3 to Pasi Penttinen. Kevin, you need to go, I think.
Yeah, I don't really walk so fast. I think I have to go now.
He'll be fast when he's back in the car, mate. Thanks so much for joining us. It is always a pleasure to hear from such a very capable and likeable bloke. So, great stuff. And he's literally heading out now to go and do his job as a spotter. Help him down the stairs, Hal, for Christ's sake. So Hal's going outside. Kevin Eriksson, I'm just describing to you right now, is going down a flight of stairs with no handrail, with a broken ankle and 2 crutches. Talk about commitment. Round the outside is nothing, the Estering, compared to how committed he is to getting that foot better.
He's a fruitcake. He just jumped halfway down the studio steps on his crutches.
Oh, no, mate. It's, yeah. For a bit of youth and bravery. But,
a different breed.
What a pleasure to have him in the commentary box, as always.
Oh, yeah.
We do our best, and we know when we're taking the mick out of spots and calling people out for mistakes and all the rest of it. At no point are we suggesting we're any better, but it is lovely when you get Kevin up here to second some of your thoughts on things.
Yeah, and he is so experienced and so willing to impart that as well. I think we're very lucky to know these guys as we do and to be able to chat to them about, real life stuff. And I think that's what's so lovely and accessible about the Rallycross as a whole. This championship, the paddock, is that you can chat to such brilliant people, whether that's as a spotter, an engineer, a driver, and then have that honesty, because you don't get that in all motorsports.
No, you don't. And as a fan, and I mean that, if you're here this weekend for Nordic, if you happen to be coming next weekend for Nitro, don't be afraid, or even for the Swedish Series the weekend after, World Championship, hell, wherever you go, have a chat with the drivers. They won't always have enough time, but you will not find a more approachable bunch of people than are in this paddock. Those that are at the very top of their game will have 5 minutes for you, so go and give them a shout. Ugar and Osterberg tied at the top on 78 points each. Merstad is there, as is Penttinen, Svensson, Hallberg, Agerheim in 7th, Troytrud is 8th. I'm just looking down to see, wondering whereabouts have we got a penalty. Where's you guys going in above Enholm? Hal has slotted into P5. Okay. Not quite sure there. Maybe a no. Okay, I'm confused. I don't know. Either way, I thought Enholm would be slightly further up, having had a good result there. So she must have had a bit of a disaster in that first run. Yeah, she's P16. There you go. So Frida Enholm up into P16. Good stuff. Yeah, she was P19 in Q1 earlier on today. Still a good result. Ended that one in 5th. I thought she was going to be 3rd. So I don't know if maybe she was given a penalty for something that we didn't see. Now, this is a lineup of that you could describe as an eclectic mix, I guess. Victor Johansson, Mercedes-Benz 190E. Joni-Pekka Raila, Datsun Finn. Olander in a Toyota Corolla. Timmy Enlund in a BMW E30 with a brilliant start, and on the outside, Marcus Norman in his brand new Mercedes-Benz CLK. Norman maybe going to lose out here to Victor Johansson. Johansson, the championship leader. Look at it, there's just a few centimetres between them as they go sideways through turn 1, but Johansson still trying to hold on. They get into each other on the braking zone. Both manage to avoid the inside line. It's Enlund who gets the whole shot. Oh, Johansson getting a big push from behind. Victor Johansson being pushed by Michael Olander in the Corolla. The Corolla looked quick. Doesn't look quick off the start, but it looks quick in the lap.
Raila is such a gentleman behind the wheel, isn't he? Very rarely you see him get into anybody. He's like that in the cross car as well. Oh, Victor Johansson runs a little bit wide. The thing with these cars now is they're so much bigger than the cross cars that have been in the previous races. So while there's a drying line, they've dried a certain part of the track, and now
they're not on it.
So you've gone from the smallest cars to the biggest cars, because that Mercedes, you can't get away from the fact that Mercedes is enormous.
They're giant.
And it's just not. It'd be like driving an R2 car in the same stage as a WRC car. It just doesn't fit in the same ruts. Okay, there's no ruts here, but the dry line needs to get much bigger very quickly.
I think it will, with these guys laying down trying to lay down some 600 horsepower. Here's the CLK. So Norman CLK, Hal, brand new build, Mazda rotary Wankel engine in it with a ludicrous amount of power. I said to him, why can I smell two-stroke oil? And him and Simon Tiger were both like, you have to mix the two-stroke in with the E85 to help with the lubrication of the engine. 600 horsepower from a supercharged Mazda engine.
not known for their reliability, are they, Wankel engines? So
No.
stressing them in a rallycross car doesn't do them any favours at all. But he drove that car as a road car up to...
Orlando, sorry, Hal saw me pull a face there. Orlando was so close to the concrete wall on the outside of turn 1, it was unbelievable.
I love seeing these guys on they're on the ragged edge in a very different way to the cross cars, aren't they? But they're well on top of their machines.
Orlando's in front of Johansson, Ryler down in P5, so we're looking at Norman 3.3 off. It's whether or not Enlund can hold on in BMW M3. Into the Joker lap now. Enlund's going to come through, going to flick it to the left-hand side as you see Norman go in. Enlund might just get there in front of Orlando, slides the car right the way across the road, side by side in the background. Orlando and Johansson were 0.03 of a second apart behind. Absolutely brilliant. Great tactics as well by Enlund, sliding the car right across their line and making them go to the right-hand side. Couldn't have been closer. There was 0.02 of a second covering the top 3. 0.2. 200s covering the P2 to P3. Brilliant stuff.
It's just so mixed up, this field, isn't it? And Timmy Enlund doing a great job. Still hard conditions, aren't they? You can see it's dry on the inside there. I know we've been talking about the track evolution a lot, but that's been such a big part of this session so far. I think by the time we get to the end of the lights and the supercars, then it's going to be totally dry. Victor Johansson almost took Timmy Enlund's wing mirror off there with the front bumper of the Mercedes, which is now acting as a mud plough on the inside of the corner, firing dirt all over the front of the car. Look at the ride height. When he's got it turned in, you could almost lie underneath it on that side while it's pitched up on the suspension, but the car looks like it just works so nicely in that scenario.
The Merc E190 with the hybrid drivetrain. I mean, just like... It's bonkers, isn't it?
Look at this for a finish.
This. Have some of that, and then they go, well, we'll go inside then. And literally, by the time they're in the braking zone, Enlund's in 3rd. So if there'd been another lap, he'd have been in trouble. Timmy Enlund, 2:26.7 is the target time for the remaining 4 cars in Heat 2. Orlando Johansson, who won the first session, leads the championship, is P3 at the moment. Bearing in mind there's just 0.2 of a second between that top 3. You're going to need to do a good time to get into the top 3 in this session.
Oliver, tyres at the moment is a bit interesting down here because we have quite a few Supercar Lights cars that have gone out with rain tyres. You have slicks on your car. What's the story?
Yeah, I think I looked at the track, it looks dry. The line is really dry. I think the start line is dry as well. But the only question is if it comes more. I heard some radar said 3 o'clock, which is in the middle of our heat session, so it's a gamble. Starts to look a bit weird now again. I saw some two-wheel drive, they went slick front, wet back, and yeah, it's a mess.
But I heard from someone that a lot of the track, the gravel parts are still damp.
Yeah, damp is no worries. It's like a watered gravel. It's more if the asphalt is dry enough, because yeah, obviously the rain tire is a bit bigger. We don't lose so much on the asphalt compared to the slick, but you might burn it towards the end of the session. So it's also slick is better for the start. So I will go slick and hope it pays out.
Let's see.
Yeah, I guess.
I think he's right, Hal, personally. What do you think?
You told me off last time I said anything about him, so I'm not going to say anything.
So just heard from Molly that Olafson's going on rain tyres.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And she just sent me that message in my ears, and yeah, I think he's right to be on slicks, particularly once another couple. Well, I suppose they'll be in the first race.
That's the difference between someone fighting for a championship and someone just here to try and win a race, isn't it? You know, because Olafsson just doesn't want to take that risk, and I totally get it.
Yeah. Right, here we go then. Larson, Crazy Mike, Kingles and Simon Tiger. Simon Tiger needs a good start here, but Kingles on the inside of him. Has done a good job in the Seat Toledo until Simon Tiger engages 10 million horsepower and blows him away to the first corner.
Yeah, job done from the BMW.
Do you want some geek stuff, Hal? I know you'll like this. I was talking to Simon this morning. His dad mixed up that orange paint with 2 separate paints, and he said it's basically it's expensive and really hard to make. but it's the only car with that colour. So it is a unique paint code on their car. And I said, oh, I thought you painted the same, Marcus Norman's new car, the same colour. And he said, no, that's a different orange. He said, it's not very different, he said, but ours is unique. But they're going to paint Simon Tiger's car the same colour, because he said it's a bit of a pain to make it. Great, isn't it?
Frederick Tiger always had interesting liveries and paint jobs on his supercars. They were orange as well towards the end. Crazy Mike not being very crazy on the entry into the Joker lap. Got a little bit of understeer, or a lot of understeer really. So Simon Tiger's car is turbocharged. You can hear the wastegate chattering there on the way into turn 2, but this is a 2-rotor Wankel engine, whereas Marcus Norman in his new Mercedes, who we saw in the previous race, that's a 3-rotor Wankel engine, 3-rotor motor with with a supercharger. So although they sound similar and are both rotary engines, they're rather different, and it's that engine that Marcus Norman previously had in his Mazda RX-8 that we saw last year. He's now brought across, whereas Tiger is sticking with what he knows, and Tiger desperately needs a good run in this session. His lap time is a 44.723. That is a little bit slower than Ryler, who set the fastest lap last time around, but this has been a very clean and tidy run from Tiger, and having missed the Joker in Q1, which I'm sure he was furious about, needs a bit of redemption.
It needs a bit of redemption for the whole season. I did say to him about last year, we were joking around this morning about him making some changes, because compared to last year, and I interrupted him and said, what, when you won every single race? And there was a slight DQ in Oulu after him and Venäläinen got together about 9 times on the run to the first corner. But he was absolutely dominant. He was really honest. He goes, you know what, I don't think the competition was too tough. The competition is tough this year, and Simon Tiger has just gone fastest. So Tiger, having been last in Q1, will be first in Q2. So it is a redemption story for him. And yeah, he's been working on, he's had issues at loads of rounds, hasn't he, and just been working on the car to get back to it.
And it was close off the line while they were still parked on the grid, wasn't it? But once Tiger got the BMW away, there was no looking back.
Got it wound up. The noise is amazing, isn't it? And the smell, as I say, very rarely do you smell. I said, so basically, the whole 2-stroke oil thing, this is just like a massive go-kart, and they both laughed. Norman, when he came in yesterday, you've seen the size of his exhaust. It's like a dinner plate, and it was absolutely glowing red hot. The whole of the mesh over the back of it was great.
So that's the catalytic converter they run, and they run it right at the back, so it doesn't affect the back pressure so much. So although you have to run a cat, not that it's most efficient at the back of the exhaust, but it's still in the system, so they nail it to the back.
Love it. Love it. Simon Tiger takes Q2 Heat 2 with a 225.5, and that will see him top of the table. Intermediate standings after Q2 for open 2-wheel drive. Victor Johansson, the championship leader, leads from Simon Tiger, who was last after that first one. Just goes to show you what a session win does, just that gap when you get the 50 points compared to the lower position. So Tiger moves up to P2, equal with Enlund, but he gets it because his latest result is better. Orlando Ryler, Larson, Norman, Kingles, and Crazy Mike. One more qualifying session today. Remember, tomorrow you'll see Q4 semi-finals and final. On to supercar lights. So spec machines, 4-wheel drive, sequential gearbox, 2.4 litre Cosworth engine, no turbocharger, no supercharger. Power output, how rich?
Mount tune engine.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, they'll be very upset with you.
Oh, really?
Sacked.
You know what I mean.
Never be allowed to drive one again now, mate.
I don't think I'll be allowed to drive one anyway.
They've only just fixed chassis one.
It's on display, actually, isn't it? Yeah. Here we go. Olofsson on the inside line. The only car in this race on slicks is Steinsholt, who's in slot number 4, going to try and go around the outside. So Steinsholt's not gone on slicks. Everyone else has gone for safety on wets. Olofsson leads on those wets. Steinsholt going to try and get into P2, but gets a bit of contact on the inside. Going to get pushed off wide by Experth. Steinsholt, I reckon the slicks have got more grip. How you can just see it in that car straight away.
Yeah, but Experth really sent up the inside there, didn't he? Really feeling on top of this car, I think, from what we can see from the outside. At least Schuckvist, this is another new track for him in the lights machine, and just having to do that little bit of learning. But what a field to learn from, because these guys are amongst the quickest in the entire field. Simon Olofsson, though, Martin Jonsson gets a little bit over-rotated on the way into the Joker lap, but Simon Olofsson, I don't want to curse him, but this is exactly where he needs to be. It's going reasonably well for him at the moment.
Hal backs out of the commentator's curse at the last second. He was going to go, it's absolutely brilliant. He goes, yeah, it's going reasonably well. So, bless you, Hal. I'm sure Simon will appreciate the efforts you put into not cursing him, but much more important for him will be the fact that he is leading out front, 0.8 of a second up. The tricky thing here is fastest first. This track is still developing, and I don't think it's going to be a shocker either way, but he does need to smash in a good one because the track's going to get faster, and it's not like we haven't got quick drivers later in the session. You've got Enland, Kasper Janssen, Jimmy Walfridsson all in that last race.
Yeah, he has to get the job done, doesn't he? You're completely right, Andrew. Still a little bit annoyed at Simon Olofsson for not getting the job done in Riga after he did all sorts of maths while we were on air during the semi-finals and finals.
Would he have done, though? Because if you've got to drop a score and take this one into account...
But if you're 30 points ahead, if you're more than 30 points ahead and you've also got to count this, you come here very comfortable, don't you?
Yeah,
whereas now he still needs to get a job done. So, yes, you're right, but he would have done enough mathematically to come here with that safety margin.
I look forward to going through the championship connotations tonight with drop scores and all the rest of it over a beer. And that is my massive sarcasm voice. I don't like drop scores, just putting it out there.
I've never seen you be sarcastic.
No, I know. I don't like drop scores. What do you think? I get it.
I'm not sure.
There we go. Howridge with the least committed session of commentary.
No, sorry, I was a bit distracted by Exmith running around the outside of Steinsholt and just getting him at the line. But yeah, terrible commentary. Just shut up. But I do see a massive benefit to drop scores.
I get it when you've had one bad event. It's quite cool from that point of view. You know, your championship's not over for it. Maybe I don't like it because it's so hard for us to figure out what the hell's going on the telly.
It should be a lot easier with having to count the last round. So I mean, it is a lot easier with having to count the last round. So by tonight, we will be able to work that out. I'll lean on you to do that. Look at this, Martin Jonsson cut back from the outside to the inside. I'd really like seeing. Oh, and there's the water splash. He lucked out there with a bit of contact, didn't he, and got stuck to the inside. But this was a great little fight throughout the race between Exmith and Steinsholt.
It seems borderline maybe then between slicks and wets. I expected Steinsholt maybe to have a bit more. There is Sandra Holmgren on the talk back to Simon Olofsson. There he is, championship leader. Is he going to be championship winner?
Won this title in 2016, I think it was. But the level, I would say, although there were some quick guys in it, the level now is up there with the highest it's been.
Yeah.
And you need to know every trick in the book. The thing with these supercar lights now being in their almost 10th anniversary is that these teams, especially Simon Olofsson's team, have learned so much over the years. So whereas before the level was high from a driver's point of view, now the teams know so much as well. So winning is all the harder because it's all about the tiny margins, what you do with the setup, when the track's changeable like this, when you go for slicks, when you go for dries. They'll have done it all before, and now it's all about implementing exactly the right thing at exactly the right time.
Next lineup ready for you. Birgit on the inside, Haug, Eriksson, Pettersson and Janssen. Peterson, sorry, we've got a Pettersson as well, but this one's Peterson, Natalie Peterson. Ollie Eriksson in the middle of the grid. We know what a great starter he is. Got slicks on the car. Got to try and get away in front of everyone. Gets off the line well. Not quite enough just to shut the door yet. Manages to move into slot number 2. Now gets to that inside line, but then gets a little bit mugged and run a bit deep. Eriksson out wide. Birgit looking on the inside line now. Eriksson's got a clear hole shot. Comes in ultra hot into turn 2. There's a man who's super confident, and Peterson's trying to go round the outside with him. Natalie Peterson just followed Eriksson in there. It's like, you can do it, I can do it. Good effort.
You often see that, don't you, that you get dragged into a mistake or a moment when the car in front of you has done exactly the same. But look at Eriksson using all of the road here. It's dried out so much since open two-wheel drive started. It's not just dry on the line anymore, it's drying out across the entire track. That will only help you when you're pushing that bit harder. If you're a couple of inches offline, it doesn't really matter so much because the grip is still there.
I'd be staggered if any of them were on wets, Hal.
Yeah, me
really.
Too. Me too now, yeah. It gives me cold shivers trying to work out, just thinking about trying to work out how many laps Oliver Ericsson's done. It's like having a nightmare. I might be alone in this, but it's like having a nightmare where you given a task like counting the grains of sand on a beach or something. It's like trying to count the amount of laps.
Nightmare. That's brilliant. I'm going to really spook you out of this nightmare. You go and count all the grains of sand.
No, but if there was bad consequences at the end of it, imagine trying to work. No, not just the task, but if you don't do it, something bad's going to happen. Imagine trying to work out how many laps the Ericssons have done around here. It just fries my brain.
I love it. And I love Hal Ridge's nightmares. We now know what makes Hal Ridge tick. What his nightmares are like. Mine, I get chased by monsters.
If you do know how I tick, then please let me know.
yeah. Answers on a postcard if you know how Hal Ridge ticks.
One of my nightmares was working out the full history of the supercar light, which I thought would be an easy process, and actually turned out to be a complete nightmare.
I remember Hal messaging me last year going, mate, Nitro results. Can you tell me, like, matey Mush at the so-and-so event, was he in P8 or P9? I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, I need to find out, who can I call? I literally was calling people in America, the Ericssons, like, super side race from Ollie, gets the most unreal rotation of it. I'm not convinced this is anything other than a big showboating session. Ollie Ericsson coming through now. Fastest lap was a 41.3 last time, crosses the line. It's a 2:15.7. And that is a great time. I haven't got the time. Oh, sorry, 2:18.72. He's gone 3 seconds faster, Ericsson goes, than Olofsson went in the previous one. So actually, there's not as much in it as you'd think between a wet and a slick.
And there's a man really loving just driving a car for fun. Of course he wants to win. 43.
So chassis 43 in the middle of the grid coming down towards turn 1. What else happens with the other chassis? Do you know?
That's number 3. So Haug there is in number 3, formerly owned by Simon Severson. I drove that car around here in 2013, same day that Andrew Jordan tested the Fiesta Supercar, and the throttle stock opened because it hadn't done a race yet.
This is why I love Hal Ridge, because he literally, you won't find anyone who knows more about the sport. I promise you that. I mean it. I absolutely mean it. You're a legend, mate. Well done. So I'm going to talk about his book in a minute as well. Hal's got a brilliant book out, and I'm going to sell you one. Like in the style of someone who sells sofas and you know, I don't know, fruit liquidizer, smoothie maker machines. Look at Ericsson here going, yeah, you want to see me get in there? I wonder if someone called him. It's 3 laps, mate. Joker.
Yes,
no.
Ollie.
Like, he's just got on the wand.
Well, that's Kevin's fault if he forgot how many laps it was.
Yeah, Kevin, maybe he didn't make it down there in time. Kevin's still desperately trying to cross a muddy paddock with one broken foot. But it's a great job by Ollie Ericsson. He's
still quicker than us.
3 seconds across, and that's the funnest race I've had in quite a long time. It really is. Ericsson takes it. Molly is down with Sandra Holtgren, so we can kind of have a chat with her.
Sandra, of course, as always, spotting for your brother Simon Olofsson. We saw in his race 4 cars with rain tyres and just Ole Henry Steinsholt on the slicks. How tricky was it to make that choice?
I have a race in mind from Höljes last year, so for me it was quite easy, and it seems like it was okay, but Oliver's was super fast, so we really don't know anything yet, so we'll see.
Leading the championship, it's the final round, you know, it's all going to happen now this weekend. You know, how nervous are you about everything?
I am actually quite relaxed, but Simon, I'm pretty sure he is not, as we noticed in the but no, he is quite relaxed. He want to come here to do another victory, so we have more than half of the season with victories, which would be nice, but it seems like Oliver is making it very tricky for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we maybe heard something off camera there, didn't we? One race to go in lights Q2. This is Mats Oskarsson, Martin Enlund, Kasper Janssen, Ida Tornholt and Jimmy Walfridsson. Walfridsson retired in the last one. Tornholt had some work done on that car. Enlund in slot number 2, trying to get there before Janssen in slot number 3. Janssen backs out of it, now looks to the inside line, but that hasn't actually played out too well, or has it? Over the jump now, going to surely get P2. Looks to the inside for P1. It's worked out brilliantly for Kasper Janssen. Dropped so far back, I thought he made a mistake, and then comes out with a whole shot. How amazing.
What a move. That was brilliant racecraft from Kasper Janssen. Such an experienced kart driver, isn't he? And you saw all of that racecraft and experience there. He's often wild, Kasper, isn't he? I think that's why he did quite so well in Nitro Rallycross NRX Next last year, because you had to really send the car through those dirt circuits especially. But in these scenarios, I don't feel like he's always carried his karting ability into the high grip tarmac circuits in Rallycross, but that was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, really, really good move. So I really thought when he backed out of it, I was like, okay, back out of it, but 4 car lengths and then just bosh up the inside into P1. So Casper Janssen's on a mission. He did tap a bollard there. And remember, they can be penalised for that. So Kevin went to the driver's briefing this morning for me and Hal. We were busy doing TV stuff, so we couldn't, unfortunately. And yeah, they were saying that each of the bollard bashes, we'll call them, will be judged according to whether or not you gain time. I think that's fair enough. Actually, it's the way I would prefer to see it done. But
the only thing that concerns me about that is that it's down to interpretation, isn't it? And I like black rules. Being sad, I like rules that are black or white. So you're either wrong or you weren't. But I do like the fact that if you get crossed up and you're having a moment and you don't gain time, you don't also get penalised. I think Chris does a great job. So I think giving the race director or the stewards that responsibility to make that decision is important, and I do think that works, but there are always grey areas with that sort of thing. But, it's very different to not be penalised if you've already lost a load of time, in my opinion.
Yeah, look, if someone's half spinning through a row of bollards and they lose 5 seconds, what's the point in giving them another 3-second penalty? It's an absolute waste of time. If someone gets pushed into one by somebody else, no point in giving them a penalty for it. Yeah, if you're out on your own and you give one a bit of a whack, that's questionable, I think. Janssen takes it 2:17.5. Not enough. I think he'll go P2 with that, will he? Just trying to think. Our timing screen, unfortunately, is still showing us open 2-wheel drive at the bottom, so we're not seeing. We're not seeing the bottom. Yeah. Anyway, don't you worry about that at home. We're all right. We've got live timing, but we don't have the rest of the session at the bottom of the screen, so we can't tell you where they've slotted in, unfortunately. Look at Janssen here. So he's in 4th at this point. Now 3rd. Wait for it. Now he's effectively definitely going to be 2nd. But
look at the brake lights, though, Andrew. He doesn't get on the brake. He's so confident in where he is on the track there that he doesn't get into the brakes until after all of the other guys. You can't see where the other cars are braking. It's all on instinct, and that was a great move. And
look at the understeer he had on the exit, Hal, because he's gone in just a smidge too fast. But he knows that by him going in fast and pushing everyone else deep, as long as he waits, he'll get through. So it was a brilliant move by Janssen. It's a good drive. So it's a couple of seconds off the pace of Ollie Eriksson. And look at the rotation there as well. It's a lovely, lovely bit of car control. You feel like Casper Janssen's coming back to where he was last year, don't you?
And 2 race wins in a row for Kevin Eriksson, the most successful spotter of the session so far.
Yes, with 1 broken ankle.
Janssen with a 2:17.537. Mats Oskarsson did a great job there, actually, to hang on to Janssen, because Oskarsson runs on his own, out of his own team, together with his son Pontus in Crosscar Junior, and it's really hard to take on the likes of OMSE when they've got 4 cars in their stable. Never mind all the experience of the Eriksson family as well to help you set it up. So a solid job from Mats Oskarsson.
On to Supercar. Supercar lights finishes for Q2. Olofsson ahead of Oliver Eriksson, then Experth, Steinsholt, Casper Janssen, Bergert, Hogfist, etc. But Simon Olofsson leads, the championship leader, the hot favourite for the title, leads after Q2. We've got Chip Pankow from Nitro Rallycross is here this weekend, getting himself ready along with me for next weekend, and they're piling up dirt, making big jumps and things, and Molly is with him now.
Yes, I am. Chip's enjoying himself up in the grandstands here. Thoughts on what you've seen so far today, Chip?
Yeah, I'm just watching the action. Great racing as always, and from a Nitro Rallycross standpoint, it's like a great warm-up for next weekend.
How excited are you about next weekend?
Super stoked. It's taken a lot of work to get us here, and I can't wait just to have cars on the grid and racing.
And what can fans and viewers expect?
They can expect a slightly reconfigured Strangas. They can expect a gap jump. So all the things that are Nitro, and of course 1,000 horsepower electric FC1Xs. We have an amazing field. We have a very big surprise announcement coming out tomorrow about another driver in the field. I think a lot of people will be really happy, particularly the Swedish crowd.
Oh, that was a hint there, wasn't it?
A little bit of a hint. My social team's probably mad at me now.
And then throw in a little bit of late July Swedish weather.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I've been watching the weather carefully for next weekend, and it looks perfect. and I know the weather forecast is always dead on here.
And do you love Sweden?
I do love Sweden. It's great. That's why I'm here for 2 weeks. Yeah, I came here. I'm just a tourist this weekend. Perfect.
All right, let's see some supercars.
Good to see Chip all fired up about things. Is that Ollie Eriksson jumping up and sitting? Is that his girlfriend's lap? I think up in the.
Felicia Walfridson, and he's driving the lights car owned by her father, Stecker, this weekend. So all in the family.
Sure she was chuffed for him to come and plonk himself up there.
She's trying to watch the racing. Get out of the way, Ollie.
Ollie. Out of the way.
She's an accomplished cross-car driver herself. Maybe it's time she made a comeback with the
let's get her back in the car. Let's get her back in the car. Okay, supercar time. Ready to race light comes on. Gronholm, Veiby, German and Brindersen. Brilliant start by Niklas Gronholm on the inside, finds the traction immediately into the lead. German side by side with Veiby. Veiby inside. Brindersen makes the cut back on both of them. Brindersen from P4 to P2. German going to get spun round here if he's not careful. Through the water on the inside, surely going to go deep on the brakes. Watching in the background, Brindersen trying to find a way up the inside of German. German holds on, having gone through that muddy water splash. German's done brilliantly to hold P2, but Gronholm's destroyed them off the start.
He has, Niklas, using all of his experience in the start procedure and the first corner. German did, like you say, so well to hold on to that Audi as it was whale-tailing all over the place on the way to turn 2, but Brindersen was great through turn 1 there to get the nose up the inside. He jokers on the first lap. Ole Christian Veiby lost a lot of time there on lap 1. I wonder if he's got a problem or if he had a spin that we didn't see, but up front, Niklas Gronholm is absolutely flying.
Yeah, perfect start. Gronholm would love to take the title here, Hal, wouldn't he? His last title's what, Finnish Rallycross?
Veiby has got an issue. Sorry, Andrew. He's 10 seconds behind. Brindersen jokered and maintained his gap. Unless Veiby jokered behind Brindersen. Yes, he did. The lap times are... I wonder if he had a spin. I still don't know. He's at the back anyway.
Me and Hal are doing a really good job of going right around the houses to explain anything today.
No, he definitely does have a problem. He's dropped a lot more time as well.
Yeah,
so Veiby's out of the picture.
So it's a shame for Veiby. German chases. German gets out in front of Brindersen. Brindersen was hard on the gas down the straight. So now Brindersen going to try and find a way past. German was saying earlier, wasn't he, how much he was enjoying driving a supercar around this track.
He's feeling really at home in this Audi now as well. He's driven a lot of different supercars in the last few years. Remember, he was with the Eklund team in the Beta for a while, ran his own Polo, but really found it hard to run his own car. And now with the JC team, with all of that experience and the well set up Audi, it's working really well for him.
Gronholm is 7 seconds up the road as he comes onto the final straight. Not a straight for him because he's going to take his joker. In the background, here comes German and Brindersen. Brindersen with a lovely exit, but Gronholm has smashed them. 2:09.1. And that is a lot faster than they went earlier because, of course, they had tricky track conditions, didn't they, for Q1? So that's fastest time of the weekend so far. 2:09.1 as Veiby comes in all crossed up at the end of the straight.
I think Veiby's got a front right puncture. Molly was saying from standing trackside, I wonder if he picked that up with those bits of contact, but look at Gronholm off the line. He's on another planet, really, at the moment with those starts. He was great off the line as well in Riga before it all unfolded for him. Let's have a look at the contact here. Oh, it's so easy to get a puncture with this squeeze.
This is amazing how,
like
look, so he's just completely wet every inch of all his rubber. Goes a bit deep. I thought Brindersen might get him here. I was really impressed with how he held on to that, to be fair. I actually was impressed with Brindersen's cutback as well. He tried the Casper Janssen, didn't he? But earlier he tried it in turn 1 instead of turn 2, and I thought he was going to get both of them and somehow didn't. Well, because German just braved it out.
But you can also, the more you race people, the more you get to know what they're like, and you get a good idea of who's around you and what they're going to do. And Brindersen's
clean.
One of those guys who isn't going to bury it in the door, largely because he can't afford to fix his own car. But, he's also always, not wanting to cause contact. So, in German's position there, you can afford to be wildly sideways because you're not about to get fired off. Nonetheless, a great job from him.
2:09.159. Niklas Gronholm, fastest time of the weekend so far. German, Brindersen, Veiby. We have got two more supercar races to go to finish off Q2.
You see, that was a brilliant start from Niklas. What did he say to you after the race? He must be quite pleased with that.
No, actually, we didn't get the chance to speak anything yet. But yeah, the start was good, really good. and obviously it helps when you can pull off a few meters right directly after their first corner, and the boys were battling a bit behind, so that made it even easier for him for the first couple of turns, and yeah, good this way.
What do you guys find challenging about this track?
It's really technical, really technical, and some small tricks in it which we try to learn, also remember something from the past, but it's fun. It's short, but really technical, and small details make a big difference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Q2, race 2, Belevsky, Evshin, Ostring and Vranks. Vranks got a great start last time, almost got the whole shot in the RX2E car, but it was wet and slippery conditions. Just felt that maybe the car was a bit more suited to that. Sondre Evshin in the Audi gets a good start, but he's beaten by Belevsky. Belevsky's got that inside line and will surely try and keep the door shut. He does. Vranks makes the cut back on Ostring. Victor Vranks with a great pass up the inside in the RX2E car. I think he'll get third place. He does. Belevsky and Evshin.
And I'm just hearing from Molly, who's in the paddock, as we just saw, that it's raining again and starting to rain hard. So that could mix things up a little bit, couldn't it? They'll be desperately wanting to get these 2.5 laps remaining in this race done in time. Still looks pretty dry at the moment. You can hear the tyres squealing on the Peugeot 208.
I'm finished sorry, Hal, for Elias Svensson and Daniel Toren, because they went first last time, and didn't they get the worst of the conditions? We thought the track was dry.
Well, they were on slicks, weren't they?
Yeah, that's it. They
wet. It got wet,
but they were on slicks. Now they're going to be going out last, but unfortunately they're going out last, and it's going to be wet, so you can see some rain on the drone lens. We haven't got any wipers on just yet, so it can't be that bad. Ranks has gone Joker, but yeah, I don't mind a day with a bunch of mixed up weather, I have to say. If you hear the drone, by the way, come past you, it howls. It absolutely howls past you. It really does. The noise it makes is incredible. It goes into the Joker lap, following Sondre Evshin. Perfect. Look at Evshin's line through there. Hooks the nose across that cone on the inside and then gets on the gas down towards turn 1.
Evshin's really found his groove in the last couple of races, hasn't he? All year in the RallyX series. Been on the podium a few times. To me, he didn't look so comfortable in the Audi previous to this season, but now he really looks to be getting to grips with it. And following him through the Joker is a great example of that, because he just, when you sit the nose of the car on the apex but never over it, it's great to watch.
It takes some time to get used to one of these incredible machines and how capable they are. I always think it's a shame when you see a driver step up from a lower category, but they don't have the money to do it enough. Yeah, you got to be able to spend some time in the cars. Belevsky takes the win. 2:10.5. That's actually a pretty good time. It's only 1.4 seconds off the time of Gronholm. It will see Belevsky going to P2 in the yellow squad Peugeot, as in the background Hans-Joran Ostreng has a spin. But yeah, Hal, you've got to spend some seat time in these things. Unfortunately, seat time in supercars, as you know, isn't cheap. So sometimes you get a driver coming, they don't get enough of an opportunity. But Evshin definitely has spent some time, hasn't he, in this category, and is now on top of it. Yeah,
he's an experienced supercar driver now. And I feel that okay, it's not really relatable because I'm not really a driver compared to these guys. But every time I get in a supercar, you get up to speed that little bit more quickly than the last time you did. And when you're in it every weekend and you're a semi-professional driver like Sondre is, then of course it's about the tiny details. It's about finding those final thousandths. And yeah, he's in that realm now where the tenths and thousandths make such a big difference, and it's it's all about those fine margins, and he's right on top of it. Belevsky, meanwhile, he has learned fast this year, hasn't he? He's been really good in the Peugeot, and it's interesting to see him do so well here again on a very different track to Riga last time out, because I would say in Julius and Kovler early in the year he was struggling a bit.
Result of Supercar Q2 Heat 2, Belevsky, Evshin, Vranks and Hans-Joran Ostreng. 5 seconds across them, 1.4 seconds between Niklas Gronholm and Yuri Belevsky. P1 and P2 in this session so far. 3 cars left to come. They'll be down on the grid.
And Molly said it stopped raining.
Puncture for Vaby, you were right, Hal, front right.
That's all on Molly. She She told me about that. We didn't see it, did we? But
good stuff from Molly, thank you.
But yeah, that's where he's. I knew he'd lost some time. I just didn't.
Molly's been our tyre expert. So you see Molly break the rules and run onto the back of the grid is my favourite thing. They'll probably get a fine from the FIA or something. They're into that kind of thing these days, aren't they? I'll just send the bill to Molly. She did it, not me. Elias Svensson, Daniel Toren and Andreas Karlsson. Karlsson's squad have worked so hard to fix that car. A little bit of contact between him and Toren on the run to the first corner, but Elias Svensson is going to get there first in the Polo. Oh, Karlsson absolutely chucks it in sideways. Daniel Toren seems to have a problem in the Beetle now. The Beetle has gone backwards a little bit. Now, what can Svensson do in what are much better conditions than he had in his previous session? He's a little bit wild again through there, Hal, just needing to wait a little bit.
Yeah, I'm glad we're seeing him in some reasonably good conditions. It doesn't look like the rain that fell has caused too much of the track to get wet, and now we're going to see him at his interestingly wild best, as we saw yesterday. So hard, as I said, to switch cars. I guess that's just to get out of the traffic a little bit. Maybe he just wants to drive on his own. You don't necessarily want to be under massive pressure on your supercar debut weekend, but nonetheless, interesting tactic. That maybe is one of the biggest jumps we've seen so far of the supercar weekend. Karlsson still with that question mark over the engine in his Renault Clio, must be delighted just to be rotated.
That's what I was going to say. Karlsson's had so much work done on that car, Hal. He's obviously being ever so careful, isn't he, to make sure that it's fully back working, because he's done nothing but send it from the second he got to turn one. He's been absolutely on it. No like, oh, just going to double check it's all right. He's smashing the laps in.
Yeah, not too worried about the oil pressure at the moment, is he? No. Sitting off the limiter on the exit of the final corner.
Watch him into this corner here. So he backed it in last time out, and then he's hard on the gas, and a huge jump last time. We're going to see it from the drone this time. Okay, nicely done.
Such a shame it hasn't got the 5-cylinder engine in it anymore. Maybe.
Oh, I loved the noise of that. It was like a Renault Clio with an Audi engine in it. It just sounded incredible. Svensson, by the way, shut the gap by 0.3 of a second on that last one, but in the background looks to have made a little mistake. Was 4.1, came down to 3.8. Toren, we know, is retired. Good to see them at least get a dry run in. Karlsson going to go Joker this time round. Target time 2:09, not going to get to that, you can see that. Watch for Svensson, try and see the merge here. Svensson coming out on the standard lap. Over on the right-hand side, it's Karlsson going to be really close between them. Elias Svensson gets it by nearly 0.3 of a second. So Svensson takes a second heat win, this time fought for in the dry.
Nicholas Gronholm as well in the first race had a slow puncture, Molly saying, from the paddock. So all the better for the Finnish championship leader.
What do you reckon happened to Toren, Hal?
Well, he just opened the steering, hasn't he, and then had a slap in the wheel and it's broken the track rod end or something.
It wasn't the biggest hit, was it? Yeah, I see there.
You see that so often, don't you, that the smallest hit in the wrong way, because the suspension's designed to work up and down, and look at all the mud falling in the puddle. You really get an idea how much dirt these supercars throw up in that sort of instance. But yeah, when the wheels opened from the wheel arch, then it's an impact down the side of the car, front to rear, and it's the suspension's just not designed to work under those loads. They're designed to work from a side impact for contact, and obviously up and down for the loads of the suspension compressing, but it doesn't take that much sometimes just to break a track rod end, but nothing that the Per Eklund team hasn't seen before, and I'm sure Daniel will be back out for Q3.
So Toren's car going to get scooped up and brought back to the paddock. There we go. Slide that bad boy under there, get it back. Bosh, 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 back out again in not very much time at all. Svensson with a 2:13.4. That's a pretty decent time. It's going to put him, I think, 6th. He's quicker than Victor Vranckx, but those with a bit more supercar experience are ahead of him. Intermediate standings for supercar after Q2. Niklas Gronholm with 2 wins from 2 sessions at the top of the table. It's Yuri Belevsky in second, then German, Evgen, Brintersen. Of course, it's Evgen and Brintersen who are in P3 and P4 in the standings coming here. But with Kristoffersen not here, they're up for trying to find themselves a podium. Can they get it done? You'll have to find out later on today in Q3.
Well, we're keeping busy here in the paddock. Down here at Brinterson, there is a lot of mud down in the engine room of this car. So there's a lot of cleaning, a lot of air trying to get it all away. So I think these guys need all the time they can get. And we're going to take a short break from here now, but we will be back with Q3 at 15:55 Central European Time. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Strangas. We're almost ready for Q3, and believe it or not, it started raining again. The schedule, which we all checked this morning, said it was going to be cloud all day, and it has been rain dry, making these guys' job incredibly difficult, because it's not just tyres that need to be changed, it's setup as well, isn't it, Nicholas?
Usually yes, but yeah, for Q1 we didn't have really time to do anything else than just train tyres. But yeah, it's always a bit of a gamble. Not so nice, but it's usually the same for everybody.
Now, I saw after Q2 that you had a slow puncture. Did you feel that throughout the race?
Not really. I think I only felt it in the Joker that it really didn't want to steer in the end. But I really didn't think that I have a puncture. I just thought that maybe I got caught up in the ruts or something with the rear. But yeah, no big drama. I don't think it really affected the lap times or anything.
But some big rocks do get pulled onto the track here.
Yes, I think somebody had cut, I guess it's turn 2 after a jump. Yeah, there's no curb, and somebody had gone on the inside and brought a big boulder, and yeah, I just hit it straight on. I had no chance to avoid it because it was kind of blind for me when I came there. So yeah, lucky to not break the tire after all. Was only the rim, so it's good.
Result-wise, it's been a pretty perfect day so far. You know, have you enjoyed the driving a lot so far today?
Yeah. The track is all changing quite a lot each run, so that makes it a bit difficult. But you know, we had excellent launches. The guys have done a good job on that side, and also the setup-wise for the start, it's been really good. So that always helps, so you don't need to be stuck in traffic.
When you say the guys have done a big job on the starts, what do you exactly mean by that?
Yeah, I'm thinking what works in the start and on the track. It's always kind of balancing if you need performance on the track or really good start. Sometimes you have a great launch, but the car is not so easy to drive, and it's always this kind of game of what you really want and what you need. So yeah, I think they put in some good work before the race to have the car ready.
And what are you doing now before Q3?
Not much. Let's see what happens with the weather. I think the car was a bit too soft now in Q2, so maybe need to stiff it up if it's dry. But for the moment, it looks like it's gonna be wet.
Yeah, let's see what that weather does. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see what the weather does. You heard it from Niklas. There he is, look out, hands out. Is there any rain?
The international sign for is it raining?
Is it raining? Is it raining? I don't know.
I don't know.
No. Neither does Niklas. He has no idea if it's raining.
We need a window and a hole here so that we can just go.
A hole would be, it might be a bit cold. A wind, yeah, and a spa bath, Edric says. We'll take a spa bath. We can have a hot tub. Yeah, maybe. Bar, a few drinks. How's that? It's round 7. I mean, we'll just kick back. What do you reckon? I know you're going to say that. Thank you, Robert, as always. We're just printing off the last of grids and results and things in here on our Wi-Fi printer. Don't ever say that we just disappear off air and go and do glamorous things.
It's interesting seeing us from that angle. Have you got enough bottles there, mate?
I'm not sure, actually. This one's supposed to be in the other one, isn't it? I'll do the junior cross car, will you, for a second while I fill up my water bottle.
So Carl Peder Nordstrand, who was brilliant in the second day in Riga, is top of the standings after Q2. Larry Hallinan, who made that brilliant start in every race, but an especially brilliant start in Q1, and went on to set the fastest time. They've had the worst of the conditions, I think, the juniors, because they've been changing throughout their session in Q1 and Q2. Lucas Anderson, Ilalami, Michael Uito, the championship leader, still there in the hunt. And now, as Kevin Eriksson correctly said, he's got through those most 2 difficult sessions of Q1 and Q2 and really needs to focus on setting a quick time in Q3.
Remember, for junior cross car, there are 3 semi-finals. So if we have a big entry, then we have a little bit more space to get a few more people through into the semi-finals, and then just the top 2 from each semi-final go through. Mega. Finally, the page is loaded. Right, what are we missing, Hal? Just the grids for that category there. And then I think we're good to go. Brilliant. Do you know what? I get so many messages saying, do you need a bag carrier? Can I come and carry your bags? Do you know what I need? I need someone to come and print the grids. So basically, if you want to apply for the job of coming to all the RallyX events and printing grids and getting the grids for me, Hal and Molly and results, Hal, what do you reckon? Get to hang out with us, have a few jars? Sounds like a decent gig to me. What do you think?
Yeah, that'd be the punishment for coming to do that.
Nordstrand, Anderson, Uito, Yulalami and Hallinan. Hallinan with a good start on the outside. Yulalami with a better start, though. Squeezes across on Uito. They go across that really slimy section of mud down towards turn 1 with the braking zone still nice and dry on the inside. Hallinan round the outside of Uito. Uito in danger of going backwards here in the middle of 3, and up the inside of Yulalami goes Lowry Hallinan. Great pass by him. Uito's going to hold on to P3. Got to get around this one on the inside line. Just about manages that as Carl-Peter Nordstrand goes backwards. Nordstrand was the one he said was his biggest challenge. And they're in this race together. So top 3 here, Hallinan, Yulalami and Uito.
You can see that the drizzle that's falling outside, it's not rain yet. It's sort of heavy, misty, drizzly kind of stuff. And it's really costing the lap time. We're in that phase of track conditions that Kevin Eriksson said he's rubbish at, which was, I think, remarkably honest from a professional racing driver to say he just doesn't like it. And yeah, I love that sort of insight, and I can appreciate why, because it's just so difficult. You can't really affect the outcome, it's more just survival. But then there's dust on the loose, so it is just that little bit of grease on the tarmac. Hallinan did a great job to get back in the lead on the opening lap. The Finnish drivers are really coming into their own in junior cross car at the moment, aren't they? And they all get bunched up in turn 2. That was Nordstrand that lost out a little bit and got clattered by Anderson. Uito, the only driver to have taken the Joker so far, some 6.2 off the back of the field, but the Joker time, or the Joker Delta at least, will be completely different now in these conditions.
They really haven't had any consistency at all, have they? I bet they can't wait for tomorrow where there is 0 rain forecast as Yulalami goes for a big old hook up the inside. Timing screens are getting a cheeky little refresh in here. Oh, there is the front of the pack. Hallinan comes out having jokered in front of Uito. So Hallinan's responded to Uito's joker. Good move. Holds on to the position. Unison Yulalami through the long right-hander at turn 2. A couple of really long... He doesn't do, as television often doesn't, it doesn't do justice to the tightness of some of these corners, Hal. A good example is this left-hander is really long and really tight, and it looks much more open on the TV than it is.
And also the camber, you know, that kind of drops away a lot. There's a big dip here, and that jump is enormous. Some of the classic Rallycross pictures that people at home will have seen of Rallycross supercars testing are from this track, and the jump is enormous, but you just don't really get that impression on the way up to it on the television. As you say, Yulalami leads the pack through the Joker for the last time I'm asking, but it's Hallinan chased by Uito who gets to the finish line first.
2:45.9, I think it is. Where's my results from previous sessions? It's quicker, well, it's not as quick as Q1, it's quicker than Q2. So yeah, as we said, kind of those mixed conditions. This was the start. Hallinan here looking P3 with Uito on the inside. Gets past Uito on the outside here. Okay, and then we didn't see what happened up in turn 2, but he got past Yulalami as well. There's that crest after the jump. Hallinan's wiper just on, so there's the jump, then there's actually a tiny dip, then the crest, then this long right-hander. But Hallinan taking the win. Fastest first, I'm just looking to see where Hallinan was in P2 overall. Carl-Peter Nordstrand just came in 4th. So Hallinan was, no, he was only 1 point behind. So Hallinan's going to get in front of Nordstrand here. Uito was 5th and has come in 2nd. He was a good few points, so he's not going to get back in front of the others. But he was, how many points are up? Well, because we haven't got the championship standings with the drop scores taken into account. So he was a little way up the road in terms of standings from the others. Okay. they'll be relieved to have got today out of the way, I think, those top 3 in the standings, with all the mixed weather they've had, to have got through without any major incidents, you know, to have finished all their races. I know they're going to go into tomorrow, which hopefully be a cleaner day. I imagine they're just feeling a little relieved.
Yeah. Job done now, and
reset.
They can relax. Watch some racing.
Alexi Suono, Isaac Hattenmar, Nico Kinnunen, Niemi and Solly. Middle of the grid, good start for Kinnunen again in the red and yellow, getting pushed a little bit wider than they'd like. Up the inside, Hattenmar. Oh, and in fact, Kinnunen's gone from what was potentially P1 down to P5. Isaac Hattenmar holding on from Alexi Suono. Don't run too deep here, don't open the door for Suono. They've got their wipers on, so I think conditions might be getting trickier, Hal, from the looks of how sideways they are on the exits. Has the ship sailed already for a quick time? Look at the colour of the tarmac again, it's just going that slightly wetter, darker colour.
Yeah, you're losing the definition of the racing line. It's still there to a degree, but it's blending in with the rest of the track now, isn't it? And you can see from the drone that it's just all a bit murky. It has not been a nice day here in Strangas, has it, in terms of the weather? It's just been that sort of gloomy, horrible, murky, weird weather where it's not really wet, not really dry. It's pretty cold. It's 16 degrees at the moment. It was 34 on Tuesday.
It's halved. I mean, it's been, most of Europe's been mid-20s to mid-30s for the last 10 days, which is crazy high temperatures, to be fair. But you'd expect sort of mid-20s-ish. We're 10 degrees south of that.
But I do have to, you know, take umbrage at all the Swedes going, oh, we've got British weather. No, not true. We're heat wave in the UK.
Yeah.
This is...
Me and Hal have come here in shorts.
Well, to be fair, I wear shorts at every event.
Well, there is, yeah. Do you really? Even in the winter?
Most of them.
What about when you came to RallyX on ice?
No, I didn't wear shorts then, no.
No, you didn't have a lot of choice, did you, anyway, because they lost your bag, didn't they?
Well, they've lost... Yeah, modern time they lost my bag, yeah. I got to visit the Oslo Airport bag store. Imagine that now, given the state of the world. Imagine how many bags are in there. They probably just set fire to them or something now, don't they?
You're not allowed to set fire to stuff anymore because of the environment, you see. So, yeah, but I do know what you mean. Was it a bit like the scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark where they wheel the big wooden crate in at the end and there's just millions of things in there, artifacts? Was it like that?
I have no idea.
Oh, come on, mate. You must have watched Indiana Jones.
Not for a very long time.
Get out. Just get out. If you can't have an Indiana Jones reference, I'm horrified.
Lingnas 1994 final.
Oh, he means it as well. He means it.
Please get out more.
Oh no. Right.
I think we should have the producer-director talkback on air
as a channel. So as a channel. There would be times where he would immediately be fired. But,
never be allowed in a live broadcast ever again.
To be fair, it's pretty standard. We've got a couple of guests coming in to join us now. They'll be in here for a few races, which should be good fun. So let's get this one done.
So Hattenmar takes the win, but the lap times are plummeted. Uite did a 49.917 and Hattenmar's done a 51.674. Hattenmar had a pretty good run there in the edge machine, and it just shows that the lap times of...
I mean, overall, though, Hal, it's 2:45.8 for Hallinan and only 2:46.7.
So the timing screen's now updated, and Suono has done a 49.8. So I would take away all of that. He's gone faster than Uite did, so maybe the track hasn't changed that much at all. I was about to say they dropped off a cliff, but they haven't.
If only you'd watched some Indiana Jones, you'd have been able to read that timing screen so much quicker.
Well, I can only read what's there. The Wi-Fi is struggling, isn't it?
It is a bit, I'm afraid. Yeah, Wi-Fi. Sweden's strong point in the forests. Come and join us, guests. Come on in, both of you come in. We've got two guests here who are legends of rally. Well, one's a legend, one's an up-and-coming legend. One legend helping another legend. One is a champion, one is hoping to be a champion. So we're going to give them a microphone each and we'll have a chat with them in just a moment. So we've got Guillaume de Ridder, who is the RX2E champion. And he is here working as driver coach for Victor Franks, who is, of course, taking part in the supercar category in his RX2E car. They're hopefully going to stay with us for at least a couple of Crosscar Junior races before they need to head off and get themselves belted in. Next grid's coming up to the line now. Who's in this one? Persson, Rosmalm, Atterblad, Soderholm and Nason. This is going to be the result of the previous race. Hattonmar with a 2:46.7. About 9/10 of a second off the current session leader, Lauri Hallinen, who is P3 in the standings overall. Victor, Guillaume, welcome. How are we doing, first of all? Victor, you go first.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm racing a car, so happy I can be.
Yeah, so he's got a big smile on his face. And Guillaume, how's he getting on this weekend?
He's going good. So basically, Victor is here to learn this weekend. We're driving with the supercar, so we have a small deficit of power, let's say. So it's quite hard to catch with the guys in front. But that's not our point here. It's just, trying to take a lot of experience and learn new tracks. Here it's really technical, so I think it's a good training for Victor.
So look, I'll tell you what, we'll get this race underway and then we'll come back to you in just a moment. Person on the inside, we've got a jump start. Okay, good stuff. We'll carry on then. So Guillaume, have you been here? I guess you would have tested an RX2 car here back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been testing here, no races, but I know the track quite good because I've done a bunch of laps here.
Yeah. Okay. And have you ever had to do any coaching at a track where you've not driven?
Yes, we did in Belgium, in Arendonk, where I'll be driving the RX 150 of August. So I was coaching, but never drove on that track.
So you're gonna complete that one now by driving on it afterwards. Do you think you might drive on it and go, oh, I said the wrong thing?
Might be. So we might have an exchange, Maybe he's
he
be
can
my
come
coach
and do some
and
coaching
my
for
spotter,
you.
so we'll see.
You should make him do that so he can see make him see the other side, the stress of being the spotter, the misery of that. So you're spotting for him as well.
Yeah. So that's how we work together, and I think that's what we will do for Five Nation.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Right, Victor will be like, this is easy. What?
Yeah,
we don't need you.
Yeah, you don't know why. What are we doing with this? So the juniors all on the rev limiter for about 45 minutes before their race starts. Finally, they get away on the inside line. Rasmus Persson with a good start, I thought, but he's been eaten up by three people on the outside who all seem pretty keen to drive into each other. Persson goes all the way over the curbs and then gets the car sideways. Grip levels constantly changing for them. Up and over the crest, coming down in side by side. That is Soderholm in the 3-2-3.
Persson was just a little bit too tight in the first corner and bottomed out on those really aggressive curbs. The curbs in every corner are different on this track, aren't they? And it just picked up the nose and he ran that little bit deep. Now all over the back, looking for a space to go through. Oh, a bit of contact, axle to axle, front to rear. Good move though. Nice and aggressive. And the track looks like it's dried out a little bit. We can ask Guillaume, is it still raining outside or is it drying up?
No, it's just, dieseling, but the track is completely dry now.
Okay, good stuff. So we may expect, super tight squeeze here, trying to come all the way around the outside line. Goes in sideways on the lock stops. That's the kind of passing we want to see. Great effort. Persson piling the pressure here onto Soderholm out front. Looks to the inside now, going to hope the Soderholm runs deep. Soderholm's got it nailed to the inside line.
Persson's on a proper mission here, isn't he? All over the back of every car he comes across. Hasn't gone for the Ollie Eriksson dive up the inside into four. That cross car, that Speed Car Wonder rides the curbs so nicely. Really like the look of the Speed Car Wonder now, actually. I wasn't sure about it initially compared to the original Speed Car. I think it looks like a proper racing car. I really like the little spoiler on the back. Persson sends it into the Joker on this second lap, and now it's all about whether he can get out ahead of the cars that already have, and he can't. That's
win for Soderholm. On to the last lap to go. Bad, yeah. Looking up and seeing lap 3 out of 3. 4 seconds the gap between them, but 5.3 back to Persson is the gap that they've got to watch out for. Or now Persson might have a chance to get up in front of Atterblad, who hasn't jokered yet, so Persson could really do with getting through here. Goes out wide, looks now, backs the car in. Good exit here. Could cut back to the right-hand side and go for the move on the exit of the jump, on the braking zone down. In goes Soderholm, so Soderholm rotates the car through the right-hander, going to flick it back the other way, get on the gas. There's the right-hander for Atterblad. Persson coming down the start, finish straight, going to be a drag race to the line between the Persson's going to get this one. So Persson gets it right at the end by 0.4 of a second from Soderholm. Hal Ridge has gone to stick his head out the window, which is what he does when he's not sure what's going on with the weather. So Victor, what's your background? Did you ever do anything like these cross cars, or what have you been, what have you been doing prior to this?
I started 2.5 years ago in junior as well, but in Belgium, and it's the perfect way to start your career. It's like you learn everything, but like slower and less fast. And then the best thing is to go up to senior first, and then you learn like with the different power and different grip levels. So a cross car is, I would say, the best way to start your career in Rallycross.
And did you look at some of the, I mean, you're only young yourself. How old are you, 16?
I'm 16, yeah.
So you're 16. Some of these kids are like 11, though. And what age were you when you started? Similar?
I was 13 and a half.
Okay, cool.
Sorry.
Okay.
In Belgium, it was only allowed from 13, so...
Yeah, it's no good, is it? The Scandinavians have an advantage over us. It's not fair.
No. It's not fair. I need to go to Scandinavia with my kid later. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, give them the advantage that they need.
He did beat the Scandinavians at their own game in Julius in the first round of RX2E. So I think the field's pretty level.
Yeah, it's pretty level. Yeah, it's teamwork. It's teamwork. Got a good spotter.
2:36.1. So all 5 cars in that last race went quicker than Hallen had gone. So track conditions are definitely getting better. And that's take nothing away from these drivers, but to see all 5 cars go quicker means the track's faster.
Yeah, it's not raining anymore. Like Guillaume said, the track has dried. You can see that with the colour of the racing line, and the proof's in the pudding.
What's going on, Guillaume? But why are you not racing?
That's a good question. It's fairly simple. It's just a matter of budget at the moment, and also it's quite tricky because we are in a transition phase, both in RX1E and also like in Nitro FC1. I'm already trying to work on next year plans, and that would be, let's say, the two main focus.
So you're looking basically to obviously you've done as well as you can do in the electric support categories. You're looking to move to RX1E or to FC1X.
Yeah, I mean, there is no choice for me. I've been in RX2 before. I won the RX2E, so there is no point for me to stay in.
No, I agree.
I have everything to lose, nothing to gain, nothing to win.
Yeah.
So the target is definitely to step up.
I think some of the fans at home, which I understand, they don't quite understand why the sport's going electric. But how are you finding it from a sponsorship point of view with electric compared to internal combustion now?
I think for us it's mandatory, so it's a no-brainer. It's no question, because already finding money for electric motorsport is difficult.
Yeah.
But for internal combustion engine, it's just like impossible.
Really, it's just completely different.
In Central Europe, no, it's not possible anymore.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to pay for it.
So this is something that maybe the fans don't understand. You want to be a professional driver. We know you actually work in F1 as well, which is pretty cool. But Guillaume wants to be a professional driver and needs to find the budget to race to get to the point where he can be paid. You need a manufacturer if you're going to get paid. Manufacturers won't come if it's not electric. It's hard. We get it. I miss the noise too, but it doesn't. It doesn't mean it's game over. And I think Victor, you would say how much fun it's been to drive electric as we see. Headed down towards the first corner, a brilliant start by Hugo Campi on the outside line, not quite enough to hold on. Thought it was going to be, just looks a bit greasy in turn 1. I can see Guillaume's already spotting stuff that he obviously wants to tell Victor. What are you seeing, Guillaume?
So basically, we see the black cross car. I don't know the name of the driver, but he did exactly what Victor did also in qualifying 2. So crossing back the old field, and he went from the last position to second. So that was a good move.
Yeah, we saw you do that, mate. It was a good effort. Well done. How are you finding driving an electric car? Because it's fun, isn't it? I know, certainly in the car, it's fun.
Yeah, it's more fun than people think. It's really, you can concentrate on the racing lines, and it's an easy car to drive, but difficult on the limit, and finding those little tenths of a second. But obviously, it's the perfect way to make the next step and go up to FC1 or RX1E.
Okay, perfect. Good to hear. Good to hear. So Vic leads this one. If you're wondering, I'm sure you saw Pettersson did a jump start while we were chatting away. That's Loke Pettersson. So jump starts in lane 2, I think, on both the last 2 races, which means an extra joker. So top left of your screen, the little orange square with an X2 underneath it. That's ×2 for the jokers.
So guys, obviously you're competing in RX2E as your primary focus in the World Championship package, but you've been racing here all season. How much are you enjoying? Of course you're here to learn, aren't you? But you're competitive animals, so every time you're on track you want to do as well as possible. How much are you enjoying having that pace deficit to the supercars, but taking them on in the way you can and racing together with these, former World Championship level machines?
It's really amazing for me. It's like you look left to you and there's Johan Kristoffersen. It's not something it happens every day. And I'm learning every day and getting these new tracks, some old track like here in Strangas, which is an awesome track. And you learn like different things than you learn in Höljes.
And is Guillaume a good coach?
Yeah, really good. Good spotter though, he keeps me calm. And he gives the perfect information. So, and it gave us a win in Höljes, so really happy.
That must have been really satisfying for both of you, the win in Höljes. Like, Guillaume, how did it feel to win as a spotter? I know it sounds mad, but it's a high level to win at.
Actually, I was really, really tense during the final, and I really wanted to win. It was like if I was driving myself, you know, when I'm a really, really high competitor. So it means a lot, you know. I was like really pushing for it. And,
that's brilliant.
Yeah. No, that was awesome feeling.
Vic takes the win in his 4th race of Q3 in Crosscar Junior. 2:35.1. That, I think, is going to put him to the top of the order.
Yeah, it's a second quicker. 2:36.13. Well, almost a second to within 5 thousandths, I think it was.
And the lap times are just so much faster now. So it shows that, you know, Uita did a 49.917 in the first race, and the best lap there is a 47.3. So 47.3 dead. So not much you can do. Of course, there's nothing you can do once you've been out on track, but the track conditions are just coming to these guys. Great move, as Guillaume said, from Pontus Oskarsson to take the cut back like Victor has been doing. Did all weekend in Riga and has done so far this weekend in Strangnas. And yeah, with 1 race still to go. There's some quick guys in that last race, actually.
I was just looking at that myself.
In junior crosscar, so that top time could yet be beaten.
Going to have to do a good job, get the consistency right up there as well if they want to do it. Got 5 drivers in the last one: Nilsson, Suono, Lundelander, Hagström and Svedland. Can any of them top this table? So looking at the championship, so Carl Peder Nordstrand, Vik taking it with the fastest time. Carl Peder Nordstrand was in the TQ prior to this session. Hallen and Lucas Anderson up there. I suppose really, Hal, for these drivers who have obviously had a slightly not good Q2, let's say, this is a bit of a chance for redemption, isn't it? And to drag their way back into the top 18. Top 18 go through to the semi-finals. So these final 5 cars are the slowest 5 from Q2.
You may as well write everyone's name on a little ball and just toss them all up in the air and catch whichever one's come down quickest, because these conditions really, really mix things up, don't they?
It's been a weird day for it from that point of view, isn't it? You can't really go, this is the form guide today, so-and-so's been on fire.
I hated days like this as a driver.
Did you?
Oh, you just don't know you can't make any plan, can you? Because it's just impossible to know what's going to happen next. Guillaume, from your point of view, working on the setup of the car and working with Victor, how frustrating is it when the weather changes so quickly?
Yeah, I mean, it's just trying to survive and trying to make like safe choices, because you never know. So before the first session, it started to rain when we were on the pre-grid nearly. So yeah, we just had the time to fit on the rain tires, but no massive change on the car.
And this is something that interests me. So when you go testing, you generally test with the car in the best of its conditions. If it starts raining, you go back to the tent, you put the car in a wet setup, then you go out. But you're using this as a learning exercise, aren't you? So it's actually really healthy for Victor to drive the car on slicks when it's raining or on the wrong setup, because that could also happen, you know, when he's competing later in his career.
Yeah, true. I mean, for us, it's the best training we can get.
Hampus Hagström in the number 7 machine from the number 4 slot moves across from the grid to take the whole shot. Tidily done. Now has to nail the lap times and just get in there. I wonder if they've had that chat with them or not. You know, would you think they'd have said before, look, the track's dry, see what you can do? Victor's nodding. Is that what you'd want somebody to say to you?
Yeah, but Guillaume is always at when the first supercars or even the lights start, he's already in the tower getting ready and giving me the perfect information before I go. So I know where the grip is, where I can push from lap 1 and where I need to be careful.
And how much time do you spend watching things like the stream, Guillaume, or are you more out watching it from the spotter's tower? Is it a bit of both?
A bit of both, but I try to go to see like outside the real track how is it looking, because you know on the feed sometimes the color or the brightness of the track can change a little bit. So I try to go to see the proper track.
People don't. We explain it a lot, but the color of the track gives away so much, particularly on dirt, doesn't it? It just gives away so much as to what the grip level's like.
Yeah, so that's why I prefer to go like on site.
Yeah, sure. I get it. Hagström 1.17 seconds up the road from Nilsson. Their target time, bottom left of your screen, 2:35.1. Just a little bit of drizzle at the start of this session. The final session of today, round 7 of RallyX Nordic. Everybody has to count their score from this one. They can drop their worst score from the previous part of the season, and they might be going home with a big trophy. We've got a very big trophy behind us here in the commentary box. Many crowning champions, 5 champions tomorrow when we do Q4 semi-finals and final.
A 45.115 for Hagström on the first of the flying laps. That's a mega time, isn't it? So, yeah, the track has improved a lot, and also being out front on his own, it's perfect, isn't it, to nail that time. If you can back yourself to be quick enough and not be stuck in this sort of fight that these guys are, then this could well be a time that goes to the top of the order.
Yeah, Nilsson has joked and ended up behind Svedlund. Svedlund might well be defending, but either way, that would be costing both them time. As you see, Hagström pitched the car in.
Lovely rotation.
Look at this, Hal. It's absolutely miles in front. I think it's going to destroy the time. Hampus Hagström comes out onto the start, finish straight to take the line and to knock a full 8 seconds off the fastest time of the session so far. So, yeah, that's a session win by a great big margin and a brilliant drive. But, yeah, track conditions have changed. This is what Andreas Eriksson likes, isn't it, is when the conditions change in favour of the slightly less favoured drivers from the previous session. Good job.
I think that might be a first ever career fastest time for Hampus
Hagström.
Yeah, I'm just having a look.
See if he's won any sessions.
No, he hasn't. So well done. First career fastest time. That'll help you sleep better this evening, won't it?
Yeah, I think so. Especially, yeah, against a huge field. It's the biggest entries is Crosscar Junior.
Because the track hasn't gone. How much quicker is he? 35, 27. The track hasn't gone 8 seconds quicker between those two races. So that's also, you know, the best of the condition, but also a mega drive compared to the previous race.
Absolutely. Right, Junior Crosscar done. We're moving on to Crosscar. Guillaume, Victor, how long can you hang around for? Not much longer, I imagine. Huh? Yeah? A little bit more. Yeah, well, you're good for us, mate. You can hang around here as long as you want. Me and Hal spend a lot of time talking, so any time when we can make somebody else talk for a couple of minutes is good for us. We've got Crosscar coming up next. Guillaume, did you ever do Crosscar? Guillaume, did you ever do Crosscar?
Never. So basically, I will have my first experience again.
It was the RallyX 150.
Yeah.
Are you expecting to get your butt kicked, or are you expecting to kick some butt?
I don't know. I will be cautious. I will be cautious on what I'm saying right now because you know we never know, and these guys are quite experienced, way more than me in crosscart. So, but I will have a good coach, I think.
So the Belgian flag at a Belgian track must be worth half a second a lap at least, mustn't it? So no pressure,
at
mate.
least.
At least, yeah, at least.
It's a pretty grey, miserable day, isn't it?
It is. It's been roasting.
It'll probably be 38 degrees or something tomorrow.
Yeah.
What is the?
Okay, apparently there's a discussion.
Oh, maybe it was.
Maybe. I wonder why. What's going on there then? What's the problem? Well,
yeah,
there
26 degrees tomorrow, apparently.
Is it really? Oh, right, okay, let's break out the T-shirts. 2:27.5 for Hagström ahead of Nilsson, Lundelander, Svedlund and Suono. And we're going to get ourselves a standings for you in a second so we can see where these juniors are at the end of day 1, round 7 of 2022 RallyX Series, the final round. I hate the fact I missed 2 rounds this year. I've missed Riga.
Me too.
Yeah, I do though, because it makes the season short anyway for this championship, but it just makes it feel really short.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, mental note to other series. Don't clash with RallyX, so me and Hal can just crack on. Lauri Hallinen, despite having a not very good Q3 thanks to tricky conditions, is still in the top qualifier spot ahead of Carl Peder Nordstrand, Rasmus Persson, Jonathan Jölalami and Lucas Andersson. Where's Michael Uito? Down in P8. So at the minute, Uito would lose a few points, but with drop scores and stuff to take into account, we're not really sure where that would leave him. So we'll get all that information together for you tomorrow before Q4. But all the championship contenders are right in there and up amongst the semi-finals. Top 18 will go through to 3 semi-finals.
Look how close it is to make the semis, though, on the points. It's going to be Q4 tomorrow is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it is going to be people shuffled in and out. Yeah, I mean, look, right down into P25. There's only 7 points in it, so yeah, tight. That's Crosscar Junior. We can have a look at Crosscar intermediate standings as we come into Q3, because of course Junior have just done Q3. Crosscar have got it to go. Martin Huger at the top of the table from Jimmy Osterberg, Thomas Merstad, Pasi Penttinen and Elias Svensson. Svensson double driving this weekend. The top drivers in the standings at the minute are Oscar Anderson, Patrick Hallberg and Thomas Merstad. So they're spread out a little bit. Baldwin's look right at the bottom of the pile. He'll want to try and make that up. With 4 qualifying sessions, at least he stands a chance, but Baldwin needs to get some great results to shift himself back up. He'll be, it depends how much, is there much track drawing left to do we think? No. Guillaume?
I think the track is developing a lot at the beginning when it's drying up, but the more you drive, the less it will develop, so I think...
Maybe not.
I think maybe not. It depends on the lap time they did at the beginning of free practice.
Agerheim moves across on Osterberg on the inside line. Martin Huger got released there and I thought was going to get through. Agerheim goes super deep out into the dirt, up over the jump. Pasi Penttinen on the outside of Jimmy Osterberg. Osterberg going to go deep on the brakes into turn 2. Gets the buggy sideways. Penttinen up the inside. Osterberg hooks it up over the curbs though and holds on. Brilliant job by Osterberg and Penttinen racing the whole way down from turn 1 to turn 2. Fantastic.
Agerheim was super aggressive there on the run into the first corner. 3 wide contact before they got to the end of the braking zone, but brilliant from Jimmy Osterberg, who's now pulling out car lengths on Pasi Penttinen on this opening lap. You can hear the tyres squealing. It is definitely dry through that tarmac section now. No one except Martin Huger takes the joker.
Last minute decision that, wasn't it? He's gone, hang on a minute, no one's gone, I'll go then, but maybe a little bit too late. So Agerheim and Anderson, I think it was Agerheim, I think, who came through, did you see, with one wheel in the air as they came down over the dip crest at the back side there, coming into the last corner. It must be so nice to jump in the car and go, there's grip. Oh, thank God there's grip. When it's been super greasy, wet and slippery all day long, you can just see their maximum attack straight away. Fastest first, remember. Guillaume de Ridder thinks the track's not going to develop too much more. The likes of Ronald Bowdens would wish it would. Look at the air he's getting now, and Agerheim is off. So Agerheim's off. I don't even know where that is. Where's he gone off?
I think that's on the outside of 2, isn't it? At the bottom of the hill, or between 1 and 2. Yeah, I'm hearing it is turn 2.
So flashing yellow lights, look on the right-hand side of the track as they come up over the crest. That's just to warn them there is a car off down here. So in theory, they'll back off just a little bit. They can't back off too much because obviously it's timed against the other races, and now they know where it is. Hal, I think he's in a pretty safe place, to be fair.
Let's just watch, let's just follow the leader, Jimmy Osterberg, through these next couple of corners, especially on the run down to the final turn after the jump. The attitude of his crosscar. Hopefully we cut to the camera on the outside of the final corner when he pitches it in. Look at the attitude, gets that lovely rotation.
Yes.
He is so on top of that car. It's like Rierson driving the speed car last year. He's really at one with this, and these are great conditions to drive these cars in.
I love it. I'm seeing them absolutely wring the neck of the car, get it by the scruff of the neck and tell it what it's going to do. 2:16.0. Absolutely brilliant. So 11 seconds quicker than the junior cross car Hampus Hagström went in the previous race to win that session. There's a few extra revs and a few extra horses available for senior cross car. What do you think of that, lads?
Well, that's proper rallycross.
It's great, isn't it?
It's amazing to see. Yeah, the cross car is like, you can put it so soft that you see the whole chassis moving, and that's super fun.
That's what we love about it, is just seeing how much they move. Look at Osterberg here, gets completely squeezed in between Pasi Penttinen and Agerheim on the outside. So at this point, Huger looks like he's going to get the inside and maybe take a few positions. But look at this, Osterberg cuts back. Agerheim ends up out in the dirt. Osterberg side by side with Penttinen over the jump here, and then it's a case of who's going to go latest on the brakes. And Osterberg was late. Actually leaned on Penttinen once, maybe twice on the way into the corner.
That worked out perfectly for Osterberg, didn't it? Because it didn't allow Penttinen to come back up the inside, so he'd forced him out just enough. Penttinen was actually too far alongside to make the most of the switchback. So it's weird, isn't it, when you end up further ahead against your competitor than you want to be. Couldn't do anything about it, but ultimately Osterberg had the consistency there, even though it was Martin Huger that set the fastest lap. But Osterberg, I'm pleased for him because he was so despondent after the weekend in Riga. He was absolutely on it.
I wasn't sure what was going on with Agerheim. It looked like he couldn't get a gear at first there. You could see inside the car was reaching down.
I think it's broken a rear shaft, doesn't it? Because it moved gently and then something stopped on the axle, or at least an upright, something we can't see, but something in the suspensional drive on the rear.
Agerheim was in P7. Okay. Osterberg takes it with a 2:16.0 from Penttinen, Yuga and Anderson. Agerheim with that DNF. So Molly caught up a moment ago with Dennis Viek. Just before, he didn't know he was beaten at this point.
Why was it so cool?
Because we had some many problems with driving on the track. So yeah, but this was so funny. Yeah!
Stoked. I love it. Okay, so obviously, it was a few moments ago, and Molly at the time, he was beaten in the next race, but I love that. Seeing how fired up he is. That is a dude who's so charged up on adrenaline. You could give him 10 Red Bulls and he wouldn't be any more charged up than that, would you? That's, you know, so you send someone to borrow a kid for the afternoon, you give them loads of sweets and some ketchup and a bunch of Red Bull, and then you give them back to their parents. You go, they haven't had any fizzy drinks. No, they're all right. And that's how they come home. That's how they come home. Great stuff. Good to see. Okay, Crosscar, Heat 2, Q3. Anderson, Treuter, Gustafsson, Gotherson and Svensson on the outside. Oh, I think the grids have changed for us here. Treuter was on the inside line. Svensson was way out on the outside, so there may have been a slight change to the grids. Either that or the marshals lined them up wrong, but either way, it is Elias Svensson who leads as they head down to turn 2. Behind him is Gotherson in the 44. Oh, and a move up the inside. Great stuff. That's
Enholm.
Yeah, so the grids have changed.
Great move up the inside from Enholm there. Under pressure now, though. Oh, look at the move here up the inside. I think that's Treuterud.
Wait till they come down over the start-finish line, give you an update. Honestly, there's definitely a change to the grids with actually cars in here that we're not expecting to be in. It is Enholm who's in P2, Svensson led as we thought. So Enholm should have been in the first race. So there must have been a penalty handed out. You do get that sometimes, a last-minute penalty and then a change of grid positions where people drop down. So there is Enholm, followed by Kalle Gotherson, Gustafsson back there, and Treuterud at the back of the pack. Treuterud is in the black and green buggy, the Simog Crosscar. We've actually got, we've got a Kazmat, you've got a Speed Car Wonder, a Speed Car Extreme, which was the previous chassis, which we both like.
That was a great first lap from Svensson on a 47.4, faster than the fastest first lap done last time around by Jimmy Osterberg, but Jimmy was having a bit of a battle for the first couple of corners at a 41.639 now on the second lap, so not quite as quick as the best lap in the previous session, but there or thereabouts.
Kalle Gotherson made a mistake, Hal, just as they came onto the start-finish straight, went into the choke and just got a little bit too sideways. Look at Enholm pitching the car in through there. So are you taking any tips here now, Guillaume? You know, you're looking at this and thinking, oh, what have I let myself in for? Or are you looking at it thinking, I can't wait to get hold of one of these?
Both. So first I can't wait, and then I'm trying to get as many information as I can.
So the RX 150s have got a diff, haven't they, Hal? Which means they're a little bit different on the throttle. But what are you thinking? Again, are you going to go with the sideways style, I hope?
Yeah, but I think it's like in between a normal car with the diff and a cross car. You know, it's kind of in between, so it will be maybe easier for me to adapt rather than this cross car.
Svensson takes this one with a 2:15.5, which sees him move to the top of the table ahead of Osterberg by just half a second. Nicely done. So here's another look at the start. Svensson is out on the far right-hand side. Gotherson in the 44, Enholm in the middle, Treuterud far left of your screen, and then Gustafsson in the 199. So Gustafsson gets a bit of contact, ends up at the back. Look, Treuterud gets a big old squeeze on and ends up down in P4. So Enholm's up for third. But out front, just nicely done by Svensson, basically. Look at that, love it. The flight shots are great.
And the sparks coming off the underside on the landing. I have to say I'm impressed at how well he's driving in both the supercar and the crosscar, because it is hard, as we've said all weekend. so far to switch between 2 different categories. We saw Fraser McConnell do that, didn't we, in the opening round of
Nitro
in Bittern Hill, and I think Fraz is, you know, not about to say that it's not easy, because he's a professional driver at the top of his game, and you know, takes it all in his stride. But it is not simple to go between 2 different machines like that, and
2 different teams.
Svensson's doing a great job.
2 different teams as well, you know, so different engineers. You might take your spotter with you between the 2, but looking at VBox on 2 different, you spend your entire day looking at VBox and trying to figure out data. That was what we saw Victor doing earlier on with Guillaume. So there's a lot of work that goes into getting quick in these things. If you're trying to look for those tenths in 2 different categories, it is not easy. Right. Ryler's in this next one. It does go to show you, doesn't, how much the grid's got mixed up thanks to that tricky weather. So it's Wilsberg left of your screen, Ryler with the luminous green car. You've got Isaac Eganson, Oscar Anderson, and on the outside, not who we were expecting.
So Molly's just told me it's drizzling again now. Looks like some more rain. So Guillaume wrinkles his nose. Nightmare.
Yes and no, because for us it's an advantage to compete with the supercars, because they cannot use the full amount of power they have. So let's say our deficit of power is reduced. So it's a good thing for us, but we prefer like full dry or full wet. Not like in between.
Kevin Eriksson was in here earlier saying I'm rubbish in damp conditions, basically. Like, he just doesn't like it. But yeah, it's a little bit trickier to learn, isn't it? Maybe it is who we're expecting. It's Hal Damon on the outside, according to our grids, but it says HAS on the screen, so maybe it's the graphic that's wrong and not the car. It is, yes. So it's Hal Damon, who was ultra spectacular in the previous running. So Wilsberg, Ryler, Eganson, Anderson, and Hal Damon. Long old hold on the lights. That's the longest hold we've seen all day. Finally, it goes green. Brilliant reaction time in the middle of the grid for Eganson, but it's a squeeze on Ryler immediately. From P4 on the grid, Anderson moves across, trying to come around the outside. Is Hal Damon. Hal Damon gets up to P2, looks to the inside line as they go down towards turn 2. The door gets squeezed shut. Hal Damon's all over the back. Could not be any closer if he was parking it. Ryler drops back down, contact there into P4, slots back a little way. Great stuff between the top cars.
Anderson did well there to stay out of trouble, get a clean run through the first corner. Oh, clips the apex, or more than the apex, and the curb on the exit of turn 4. But Hal Damon drives as if it was a meme, doesn't he? You know, this is what I think I do, and this is what I actually do. And what we all wish we thought we do in pictures is a bit like how you drive, Andrew, super sideways. And you know, if you want something for your wall, that's exactly how he drives.
I get great photos. I really do. I must admit, actually, I had some coaching from Guillaume de Ridder after my RX2 experience. I sent Guillaume my onboards, and he was kind enough to come back with all the areas where I could go a little bit quicker around Hollius, which was absolutely fascinating to me. I had 6 laps in the car, and so it's not quite at the time. You're full of excitement and all fired up to drive the car, and you don't see it. But Guillaume, you saw lots of little things where I could make some time up, which of course, because you're very, very good at driving those cars.
Yeah, I have a bit of experience both of this car and the track, so it was quite obvious, let's say, all the small details that we can improve. But not much to say, to be honest. It was really good first laps.
Thank you, mate. Much appreciated, Guillaume. I'll get the check will be in the post. Anderson leads at this point by 2.0 seconds. Hal Damon has joked he's only 5.7 off, so that's definitely not out of reach. Certainly not out of reach of Wilsberg. Anderson going to have to joker on this last lap, Hal.
Yep, doing exactly what he needs to do, isn't he? Got a good margin over the rest of the pack. Came here as the championship leader and needs to protect that. This is exactly the sort of run he needs to set him up for that title fight that we're going to see across all of the classes tomorrow.
I like this track. I've decided it's somewhere you and me need to do some laps, Hal. We'll have to get that range somehow, won't we? Maybe this should be where we come cross-car testing. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a very, very long time since I drove here, so I'm well up for that.
Win goes to Anderson. It is the fastest time of the session as well. Elias Svensson was on a 2:15.5. Anderson does a 2:14.9. Hal Damon crosses with a 2:16.1, so that's going to slot in behind it, Svensson and Osterberg, so that should be P4, I think. There's Ryler. What happened to Ryla? 2:35, well, whatever it was, issues.
Had a bit of contact in the first lap or so. Looks like the front might be a bit bent as well to me from this distance. Front left looks like it's got lots of camber on it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Take a look back, how soon you figure out where it happened. Well, on the run to turn 1, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a big squeeze, wasn't there? There's a bit of contact there. I don't know if that's not enough currently to bend the front suspension, but he did get caught up later in the opening lap. There's another impact. You know, or not necessarily one big hit, but multiple impacts like that. A little bit like the issues that Victor's had with the rear suspension on his
It's in the
car.
background here, isn't it? I remember. So Hal Damon was all over the back of Anderson. I loved how close he was there. It was amazing. And then watch here. I'm sure he gets hooked up. Yes. But not, again, not that hard. Oh,
no, it's
yeah,
already,
it's already gone,
so
isn't
it's
it?
taken a few hits, hasn't it? And something.
An accumulation of small impacts. Right, you two. I think it's about time you went and belted yourself into a race car, isn't it?
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah. We wish you the best of luck. Obviously, maybe a bit of rain would be handy for you, but get out there. Thank you for joining us. Lovely to hear both sides, driver and coach. Well done, guys.
Thank you very much.
See you later. So, yeah, brilliant. Guillaume de Ridder and Victor Franks, thank you so much for coming and joining us in commentary. Much appreciated. I love as well, it's interesting how watching the two of them watching the feed and they'll just see something, point at it, and then have a quiet word with each other about it. There's just that constant transfer of knowledge from Guillaume where he's seen something and Victor where he's seen something and just talking about it all the while.
Yeah, and they're also good friends. I think you can tell that immediately. There's a good age difference between them, but they obviously get on very, very well. It's like the relationship between driver and co-driver. Yes, having a professional relationship, we work well together in the car, is great, but if you don't have a good personal relationship, I never think it can work as well. Like any environment, you've got to be, the closer you are to someone, the better it can work, and I think seeing those guys together, they're obviously good friends, aren't they?
Yeah.
And chatting about the racing, just as we do as friends when we're just watching trackside, makes it, you know, that little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, we're very lucky to be good mates who've got a job that we both love with a sport that we both love. Hookar coming around the outside. Halberg holds the inside line. Hookar's going to get there, I think, though. Got to shut that door. Halberg will have a look if there's the slightest crack, but there isn't this time.
This is bonkers, isn't it? Because this could be the final tomorrow with these guys in it. So close on pace. These are some of the fastest guys from Crosscar overall, and the fact they're in the slowest race of the session shows just how mixed up it's been, as that's Halberg having a look up the inside of Rikke Hookar, who might be one of my favourite Crosscar drivers, because he is so expressive with his driving.
Wasn't it Hookar that last year we basically, well, we didn't invent it, did we? One of our lovely viewers invented the full send medal for. We invented it, and then they actually made them for us, didn't they? 3D printed them, and we handed some out. I think Hookar was one of the reasons we did it, wasn't he?
He is the full send medal, isn't he?
He is, yes, he is. There it is over the crest. So, Hal, these four for me, four very quick, capable drivers who've had a bit of a rough day. This is the situation where I might have popped to see them before the race and gone, lads, we need to smash in the times here. It's a drawing track, get in a train and crack on. Now, obviously, you're not going to do that until after turn 1, but they're all well capable of putting in a decent run, aren't they?
Yeah, quite often, and more often than you'd see in public, the drivers have a bit of a chat. What really frustrates drivers is when they've had a bit of a chat about a plan and then one of them ignores it and that plan goes out the window. But you can really see a scenario as Bowdens absolutely pitches his speed car into the first corner. Yeah, you can quite easily see a chat going on where, look boys, let's be sensible here. Let's get through the first corner and then try and mix up the joking strategy a bit. Just get ourselves a quick time, because we're all in the doo-doo a little bit here, and we need to get a quick time. Of course, you know, you also want to beat the guys on track as well, but yeah, I think that would be the sensible approach.
Hookar, how sensible has this approach been? 10 seconds to the checkered flag. Can he get there before the time of Oscar Anderson? 2:14.9 at the moment. Coming down the front straight, is it Bowdens? I think it is. Just getting it. No, sorry, it's Halberg. So Halberg gets it to 15.8. So 2:15.8, and then
not quite there, but he did the fastest lap of the session on the final lap of the race.
1-0.
So the pace was there. He just didn't get it all hooked up across the course of the race. Still going to put him third overall, I think, ahead of Osterberg, who won the first race. Bit of a wheelie there from Halberg off the start line. Of course, it's his teammate Oscar Anderson that currently leads the championship standings. Halberg's still in with a fight. Remember the final last year in Varvika when the top 3 in the championship all came together at the very end of the final. Don't think we'll be seeing a repeat of that this weekend, but it just shows how high the level is. Oh, who car hit?
It was lined,
there,
it was
but I
lined
think it was
down
already
already.
going, wasn't it?
It was already, someone had already annihilated
Maybe
it.
him on the previous lap.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Look at that.
Oh, he is so good at getting the rotation done. I love seeing the helmet just below the little door there on the speed car one. I'm starting to want a speed car one, Dino. I didn't
I was
initially.
thinking about that the other day. It's like, is this the way to go and do a bit of very fast motorsport for not too much money? I'm not going to lie, no motorsport's cheap. We said it before. You know, it's not like these things are 50p. They're a lot of money, but they hold quite good value, don't they? I don't know. I just kind of think, yeah, maybe we should get a couple. What do you reckon?
All right, money bags.
Should we get we'll
you going to
borrow
sponsor me?
No, we're going to borrow some money from someone. Bank.
Yeah, I'll find some.
Get a bit like, you know, just sort of cheeky little remortgage on the house. Don't tell the other halves.
I was.
I'm going to get some new windows. Oh, I've bought a speed car. Sorry.
Yeah, they'll have to wait.
Yeah, it's not that drafty anyway. It's fine.
Mate, you should see my house. It is one big draft. But I have got a few Rallycross
I was going to say, all right, money bags. they're all a wreck though, aren't they? So at the minute he's working.
All right, that's not very nice.
Oh, he's getting all cross now. He's getting all cross.
There goes your drive.
I'm going to go and visit Ridge Motorsports soon and just see what's going on. He's been building these two of the 3 Rallycross cars. He's been building for about 5 years. But
True story.
Molly caught up earlier on with Carlson. Let's go and have a catch up with them.
Andreas, after hardly any laps here in Strängnäs and a lot of problems with the car, you had a very good Q2. Tell us about it.
Not very good, but very good if you compare to before. So no, it was nice to drive the car some laps.
And what did you enjoy about the track during Q2?
The jump. It's a good jump.
Why is it a good jump?
It's you fly high and you land pretty soft, so yeah, it's a good jump.
And what are your thoughts on Q3?
I don't know, just try to make the best of it and hope the car will work.
I mean, obviously, you know, you want to be in pole position for a race, but is that the best place to be in?
I don't know. Maybe somewhere in the middle, and you can choose. I don't know. It's often that it's not be as you think it will be anyway. So
you're saying perfect position would be in the middle, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. If you have a good start. If you are on the outside, it's a very long way, and you can have someone there. But if you stand on the inside, you have to get so close to the corner. So
there is some work going on here, but is that just the normal between sessions?
Yeah, it's the normal.
That's always a good thing, huh?
Always.
Thank you very much. Good luck for Q3.
Thank you.
So Carlson's loving the jump. That's an addition for this track, which I think is good fun. We saw one at Lydden Hill as well added. Nitro Rallycross coming in next weekend. Jump's been profiled by our American dirt friends. They did a bit of profiling at Lydden Hill after, I must admit, the Lydden Hill guys had done some of the work building the track already. Pat Duran did text me afterwards and say they did do a lot of the work initially, and then the Nitro guys came in and finished it off. But that shaping of the jumps is really important. It's good to see the drivers all enjoying that. Victor Franks' dad was saying about how the jump lands really nicely and they can all fly it a bit further. So, Lowry Hallin's here with us. Lowry, you're on that microphone. How do you find the jump?
Yeah, it's very good, I have to say. Yeah, I don't know what I say that, but yeah, it's very good.
You like the jump?
Yeah,
you like that?
I always like jumps.
Okay, well, who doesn't like jumps? So welcome back to the commentary box. Let me have a look at my championship standings. Just going to go back Crosscar Junior here. So Lowry's year, he won round 1 at Hollius. He had a podium at Kuvula, P2 at round 3. He was 3rd in Riga. So you've been on all the steps of the podium. I guess you just want to hold on to that podium position for the end of the season, don't you?
Yeah, of course.
Top 3, that's the aim, yeah?
Yeah, of course, 2nd is better than 3rd.
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh dear, so what's happened there? Surely that's not right, Hal. That's a huge advantage. If that start isn't a jump start, that doesn't look right at all to me.
The light was green, wasn't it? So I think that might have been the best start of all time.
It's about 10 car lengths, really.
Or just predicting the lights. You used to be able to predict the lights in Rallycross, I think, red flag. So I retract that, jump start.
Okay, I see you. Yeah, I've seen it on the timing screen. So, okay, so maybe the jump start system didn't work quite. There's our
great tyre warm
side. Have a look at this. Have a look. This is a replay of the start.
I think the light goes green.
Green.
No, I'm completely wrong.
Jumped it by about 8 seconds.
There's the green
There
light.
it is. Everyone else is all, hang on a minute.
But the clever thing to do here is to go, especially in a supercar when you've got to set your launch settings, is to go
have a test, practice start, little chicken
But you often see someone like sat there on the grid for ages, and then the spotter will go then, and then you like, I reacted like 10 seconds later.
Yeah. So they're going to reset that grid. Larry, what's going on with the licorice situation? What flavours you bought today?
Yeah, it's original, of course, and the bag and the metrin lakritsi, melkein metrin lakritsi.
Mate, Finnish is such a cool language. Hal said earlier on that if he wasn't English, he'd be a Finn, and I think Hal would be a very good Finn. Who agrees?
On what basis? I can't make any of those noises, unfortunately.
Hal sometimes just you say something to Hal, he's like. That doesn't really reply like a Finnish person. Sometimes he doesn't smile like some Finnish people. Sometimes he does, though. Can he be a Finn? Would he be a good Finnish person?
Oh.
Be careful.
Yeah. Good.
There you go.
Oh, you can stay then.
Larry knows how it works. Just say nice things to the commentators. Bring licorice, and you're always golden. You're fine. You're fine. Larry's dad's here, actually. Sammy, come and take a microphone. You're coming in. You're coming in whether you like it or not. What? Director's just come in and taken licorice. So, Larry, come in just a little bit more. We'll put you on that stool there, and we'll give Sammy a microphone. Now, the reason I want to do this is that, Sammy, welcome to the commentary box. Good to see you. He's always here with Larry. It's his father and son outfit. You can't watch him race, can you, sometimes?
Sometimes this is like a joke. This race I was watching, but in Kola I was behind the tree. and when we were on here, yes, Andres Bakker was seeing me when I was behind the one building there. He said, "What you are doing?" I tried to watch the race.
Hidden away. Restart happens now. Victor Johansson gets away this time with a good start. Simon Tiger on the inside. Ryler trying to go round the outside. 2 cars wide into turn 1. Johansson gets the whole shot in the huge Merc, flies it up over the jump. Ryler goes with him. Simon Tiger into P3.
Ryler is probably fired up, isn't he? From just jumping out of the cross car, carried so much momentum around the outside of Johansson. I really thought he was going to get it done there. Simon Tiger has a bit of an issue at the apex of turn 2. Bunched the field up behind him. Timmy Enland has a bit of a look to the inside, but there's no way through. Tiger is a bit wayward post-apex sometimes, isn't he? But wow. The Mercedes lands so well off that jump.
Good. So Victor very kindly, bless him, sent us a video. We took a picture, me, Molly and Hal, like a bunch of saddos. We were eating pizza and we took a picture of the 3 of us sat in front of his Mercedes, didn't we, in Kovala at the end of the weekend. I chucked it up on Instagram. I think Hal and Molly did as well. Anyway, bless him. It's now the screensaver on the dashboard in the car. So, I mean, he's having to look at our ugly mugs at the start of every race. But we are so full of admiration for this car, which I think, did we see it in Arvika last year for the first time? I'm trying to think if he was there with Swedish or not in the queue. I think it was. But I don't know that we...
Oh, yeah, but he wasn't hybrid at that stage because he did that over the winter.
Right, yeah. And the hybrid story, hadn't he driven his wife's electric car or something and then thought about adding it on, and then he's got the phone on the dash, and it's basically, it's like £1 million engineering done with no budget. It's brilliant.
Ryler just missed a gear there on the way into the joke. You heard it rev up a little bit. Shame.
Oh, Simon Tiger coming around the outside of both. Ryler's going to try and hold on. Tiger might try and go inside on the exit here. Oh, but waits just a little bit too long to get back on the gas. Has to, of course, with the amount of power that BMW develops with its rotary engine as well. A few rocks being kicked up in that long right-hander up at turn 2. Sideways from Ryler. Enland all over the back of Tiger. Only Johansson hasn't joked at 7.8 seconds. Hal should easily be enough.
It should. Molly says that it is raining more now than it was before. Ryler runs a little bit wide. Tiger's going to try and get at the inside of him, but he can't because Timmy Enland's there. They have contact on the way up to the jump. I think they both survived it, but only just. There's a bit of rear bodywork off Tiger's car, whereas Johansson is checked out up front, isn't he? Crosses the finish line. We're 2:19.528. That is just shy of his fastest time from Q1 earlier today, but that was in very dry conditions. Much faster, though, than the fastest time from Q2 when they were in the wet. A good run.
That was mega.
And it will be even better now for these guys if it does rain more before the next race, because then that time was unlikely to be beaten.
Let's take a look at this start. So Johansson off the line, look, just that car just absolutely guns it. Tiger was unbeatable off the line last year.
Look at Riley though, I thought he was going to get the run round the outside, but it does tighten up a bit on the apex. It's deceptive how wide the gravel is before the barrier comes back to the jump. If the jump wasn't there, you could run a lot wider. But the jump's a bit narrower and to the right, so you can't quite carry the speed.
Also, the tarmac finishes and then the dirt starts on the outside. So if you're on the outside, there's 3 car widths of tarmac and then 2 car widths of dirt on the exit corner.
And if you hit those too fast, it's like
you're going straight off. Yeah, and it's a concrete wall down the outside. Lowry, you've been testing a supercar recently.
Yeah.
How old are you?
12.
12 and you've tested a supercar.
Yeah.
How he's beaten you by a mile for testing a supercar. It's very disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah, I watched your onboard. It was very impressive. How much did you enjoy it?
I enjoy very much. When I first full turtle and in the straight, I'm so, oh my god. It's so amazing.
Whose supercar was it?
Dynamo.
Okay, it's
Finnish.
in Finnish team and in Kouvola.
Fantastic. Okay, so
we was driving all day there. It's very, very good day.
And Sammy, how did you watch from behind a tree, or did you actually manage to go? And watch
actually, I was watching this one. It was so nice to watch this one. I was driving, I don't know how many laps, but no mistakes all of the day. And it was very, very, very good day.
So what's next for Lowry? Are you going to continue with, I guess you have to continue with junior crosscar until he's old enough to do something else?
Yeah, we are driving next year to junior, but he was driving last year in rally.
Yeah,
one time.
I saw that,
11.
over the winter.
Yeah, and we are going to drive in rally after this RallyX season. We are going to Latvia.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you can do proper rallies there?
Yeah. We were driving already one in last year.
Okay, so then he'll do the stages and the co-driver will do the road sections, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant. Wow. We live in the wrong country. Hal. Wipers are on down there for open two-wheel drive heat 2. Listen to that off the line. It is just the most ridiculous noise as Marcus Norman winds up the rotary-powered Mercedes-Benz CLK. Hal, what have you got for us?
You can see how wet it is, can't you? And all of the Supercar Lights drivers are now changing onto wet tyres for their race in just a few moments' time. Look how grey the tarmac is now. Marcus Norman made the best of the start. It's actually quite dry-ish in the start area, but again down in turn 2. Look how shiny the tarmac is. I think Larry and the junior crosscar drivers had the best of the conditions, didn't they? Because now it's about to get all horrible again.
They had the worst of the conditions for Q1 and Q2. It was absolutely horrific for them. Marcus Norman out front here, if you're wondering. That CLK is a rotary-powered car with a supercharger, which is the noise again. Listen to this. I mean, there's a difference. Basically, it's either supercharger or rotary noise. It's brilliant.
And that's a 3-rotor Wankel engine as well. He actually drove that shell as a road car up to Tiger's workshop. The Tiger team is based up in the north of Sweden, so it was a feral journey up there. He was going to build a car of an older shape and then decided to go with this newer body shell. So it's quite similar to Simon Tiger's machine, but technically reasonably different as well. Look how hard it is to find the traction. It's going to be tough for the Supercar Lights drivers in a minute, but when you've only got rear-wheel drive and 600 brake horsepower with probably 50 millimetres of travel in the throttle pedal, it's an absolute nightmare.
I honestly, I love this car. It reminds me, I'm sure, if those of you are familiar with the brand, there's a CLK AMG 63, and then they did the CLK AMG 63 Black Series, which was the F1 pace car for a while with ultra-wide arches. I was saying this morning, like, you've got to get, the front split and the rear wing. Unfortunately, those sort of parts getting smashed off on a weekly basis would be no good, but I think the car looks mint. I love the fact he's gone for a different chassis.
So do I, and I also love the fact that someone's building a new car for this class, and I really hope that this class can continue to grow next year. I know there's some pretty famous Irish rallycross drivers coming to look and do this next year. Slavomir Wallach, who raced here
who's Polish, by the way.
Who's Polish, but lives in the UK.
Yeah.
He is keen to come and do more races next year. Long time he did 5 Nations and Central European Zone and whatever else commitments. So I think there's momentum here. We saw some Latvian drivers come and do the most recent round, and if there can be some local support for this class in the different countries we go to, I think it can really grow.
Norman passing Kingles on the last lap. Kingles hasn't joked it. Listen to Norman around here. Listen to this down the straight. Understeer then. Oh, it just sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? 600 horsepower in that CLK Merc. crosses the line, was never going to challenge the time, unfortunately.
But the first race win.
But yes, yeah, and in the debut for the car as well, absolutely brilliant. Really, really pleased for Marcus Norman. Looked a bit disappointed this morning after the first qualifying session didn't go quite so well.
Crazy Mike with the fastest lap of the race on a 49.4, just to give you an idea on how much slower that is than Victor Hansen in the previous race. He did a 42.5.
Yeah,
so the lap times have dropped off
massively.
an absolute cliff now, haven't they?
Sammy Lowry, thank you very much for joining us. Can we take a piece of licorice each?
Yeah, of course, please. All for you and the team.
All right, brilliant. And we'll hand those out later on. Thank you. Wishing you the best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Good to see you both. And where are you going to be watching from, Sammy?
Yeah.
Are you going to be watching from behind a tree or where?
Yeah, thanks. No. Maybe I'm watching the other one tomorrow. I promise to you.
Yeah, okay, so you might actually watch.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, mate. See you later.
Bye.
Bye, Lowry. So Lowry and Sammy Hallinan heading off. Yeah, if you're at a track and you see a bloke with a beard with a lot of licorice hiding behind something, that's Lowry's dad. Unable to watch. Brilliant stuff. Right, open two-wheel drive done. We're getting into the four-wheel drive portion of Q3. Towards the end of the day, it's pouring with rain. Is it okay if we just say good? Because we're not driving. You see, so
brilliant
we
for
can
us.
say good.
Sorry, Molly. I don't really bother.
Yeah, well, Molly's
she'll complain like mad on the way back to the hotel later.
Blah,
but
blah, blah.
It's
wet.
sacrificial reporter. It's
it
fine.
Was wet.
I've had that role.
Molly can talk to us, by the way, in our ears this year, so she can send us abuse whenever she wants during the course of the show. Victor Johansson, top of the table with 2 from 3 session wins. The championship leader is ahead of Joni-Pekka Raiola. Simon Tiger having a better weekend. Timmy Endler, Michael Olander. Marcus Norman gets up into P6 with a decent time in Q3 considering the conditions. Joachim Larsson and then Ronnie Kingles and Crazy Mike.
Ronnie Kringles is a great name, isn't it?
It is.
Better than
I have to get jealous of other people's names. It's, I don't know, it's just cool, isn't it?
Don't you like your own name?
Well, it's pretty cool now.
What?
I like it, yeah. What's wrong
What,
with it?
now?
Yeah.
Now you've got some credibility.
Well, no, like,
did you not like
as,
it in the
as a
past?
kid, mate, like, you know, basically, if you're not aware, Coley's just a cheap fish in the UK. It's the sort of thing you feed your cat. So I have no idea where the name comes from. Well, other than my parents, clearly, and their parents. But yeah, I've got used to it. I'm definitely an Andrew, by the way, not an Andy, if you're wondering. I'm an Andrew. Lots of people introduce me as Andy. I hate that. What's your name, Hal?
We haven't got long enough before this race starts.
What a cop-out. What a cop-out. But yeah. Well, here's some very cool names for you. Oliver Eriksson, Casper Janssen, Mats Oskarsson, Martin Enlund and Martin Experth. Unfortunately, a jump start for Casper Janssen. So it might be a cool name, but he wasn't cool enough at the start there, was he?
That has solved a bit of a problem in this race, though, because Kevin Eriksson is spotting for both of those drivers on the inside. So now that Casper's jumped the start, he's unlikely to challenge for the win. So he just needs to tell him to joker on 2 occasions and then focus on what Oliver is doing at the front of the order. Never easy for a spotter to have to control 2 drivers in one race. Rolf Follen does that quite a lot in RX3 in the European Championship. There's the 2 joker board.
We did challenge
for Casper Janssen.
We did challenge Kevin, didn't we, to wear 2 headsets. We said, look, you're going around the paddock with 1 foot. I'm sure you can manage to wear 2 headsets and get them to joker. But yeah, in all seriousness, Kevin won't be doing both, will he, do you think?
Could well be.
You really think they might? Yeah, fair play. Right, take 2. Ollie Eriksson, we know, is good in these cars. In the slippery conditions, they won't use quite the full RPM. Outside line Experth and Enlund put a huge squeeze on the middle of the grid. Oskarsson ends up getting spat out the back of the pack. And Oliver Eriksson ends up down in P4 but holds the inside line. Look at how patient he was on the throttle. He's going to get up the inside for P2 here, surely. Just a little lean on the rear corner. Okay, and then takes out a couple of those. I think maybe he's going to get in trouble for that. Hal, what's your thoughts?
Maybe. Casper Janssen's effort to get up the inside by driving over the field.
I think he waited, though, there, Hal. I think he waited to not take advantage of what he did. I might be wrong, but he looked like he was off throttle for a long time on the exit of the corner.
Janssen or Eriksson? Eriksson, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, because if he'd taken advantage of it, they're definitely going to penalise him. Whereas if he doesn't, yeah, he's got an argument, hasn't he? And he goes joker with Casper Janssen. So Kevin Eriksson, did he just hit the button and say joker to both of them? Side by side on the run to the first corner.
Great move from Enlund to get up the inside of Exmouth, out of our vision initially. There's still a bit of weird dust coming off the loose, but it's raining really heavily now, isn't it? Exmouth was great through turn 1 on the opening lap. He turned in about 3 times. There was cars there, but he still managed to hold on around the outside. But that was a really, really good move from Martin Enlund to get up the inside.
Look how quick Ericsson is in the background now, Hal. So if I were Exmouth or Enlund spotter, I'd be sending them in right now because they know Oliver Ericsson will just smash the timesheets here if he possibly can.
I think it's too late for Exmouth already. I think Oliver Ericsson's right on the back. If we're split times, we would know, but visually, it looks like he is close enough. Exmouth's struggling here. He is massively close enough. I think he's probably close enough to Enlund as well. So you've got to keep going because there's no point jokering now and falling back behind. Martin Enlund did a 45.7 that time around, and Oliver Ericsson's done a 44.498. So yeah, more than a second quicker. And so he ought to be, given how many laps he's done around here and in these cars. He is the master of the supercar lights, isn't he? And,
now he's going to get a position here almost, Hal, with a little bit of a run wide there from Exmouth. I thought Ericsson was going to get through. Slots up the inside, same move as he made earlier on. Oliver Ericsson is showing his class here in whatever you want to call these machines. Lights, RX2, GRC lights, NRX next. I mean, you know, they've been in so many support categories. They really are great machines. How many chassis are there?
There's 53
there you go.
Chassis numbers, but Ericsson is absolutely flying.
Yeah, sorry, Hal,
Look
takes the flag. 228.6.
44.9.
Yeah, 44.4 was his best, look. Yeah.
Again, yeah.
So Ollie Ericsson takes it from Enlund. Oh, something dragging on the floor for somebody at the end of that one. We didn't see what happened to Oskarsson, only did 2 laps, so Oskarsson withdrew from the looks of things. So watch Oskarsson, the orange and black car in the middle of the grid here. Basically, you've got absolutely nowhere to go. Ollie Ericsson backs out of this look here. Casper's in his front left corner. Oskarsson goes over the whole of the curb, and Ericsson looks to the inside line. Now, my only question mark here is what happens in turn 2. So Ericsson's on the inside, goes through the water splash, you want to call it that, and how many he gets here, he's in the door, and then
he can't.
No, he's got nowhere to go. He can't come out.
Watch Casper Janssen in the background goes.
This is what I mean here, Hal. Oh, maybe it's just wheel spin. I thought he waited, but I'm not sure now.
Yeah, but I don't know if it matters whether he waited or not. He didn't gain from hitting those bollards, and he was largely pushed there anyway. So I think.
You reckon they'll let it fly?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, good stuff. Oh, still going to let it fly. There's a little bird there in the bottom of the shot. Look at that. Cameraman did some exceptional work.
That was a great move from Enlund to get up the inside of Exmouth at the start of the second lap. But there, Exmouth finished some nearly 6 seconds behind Ollie Ericsson. All of his experience coming to the fore. He pulled off the identical move that he had done in the turn 4 area as he had done earlier on today.
Camera shot makes the track look completely different, doesn't it? Molly, who are you with, Mo?
Oliver, the rain came down, but the race went well. But looking at that front left wheel, what did you hit?
I don't know, but I was a bit stupid in turn 1 and 2, you know. Staying on the inside, should have backed off way earlier, just caused issues. So, yeah. I don't know why I did it, but I stayed on the inside the whole time. And there was no room there, but I just kept at it. And eventually I backed off, but it was too late. So I just made chaos. So it was a fun race after that. I think I hit a rock or something with I hurt the rim, it looks like. That's why I got the puncture. But yeah, fun race. Yeah, good.
How slippery was it?
Yeah, it was more grip than expected. I think it was more grip than my Q1 when I had slicks on wet. That was hard. But, you know, same for everyone, you know. Luckily, we were quick enough to make the decision to go wet early. I saw the big drops on the windscreen. I told the guys, we go wet, no doubt. So, and then, yeah, sky just opened. So, yeah, I was lucky. We made the right call, and hopefully it'll be more slippery for the other guys.
Ollie Ericsson, super honest, said I caused carnage. I stayed on the inside for way too long in turns 1 and turn 2. I should have backed out. I don't really know what I was doing, but I just kept doing it. I was like, come on, Ollie. Plenty of us have done that. I don't really know why I did it, but I just did it anyway. And Oliver Ericsson admitting that he didn't think it was... I know what he means. It's not smart, but it's still.
Most of us aren't big enough to give that sort of critique.
No, he's just really honest, like his dad, basically, just really, really honest.
So before this race starts, Simon Olafsson's now in the second race when he ought to have been in the first race. We got a 3-second penalty for hitting a course marker last time around, so that's really mixed things up and has given Simon a bit of a job to do.
Yeah, at the minute, Ollie Eriksson, as a result of that, sits in the top qualifier spot and has just done a good job in that one, but Olafsson's got a great start here on the inside line. Don't run too deep, waits on the throttle, and then perfect. So now he's out front. Oh, he's going to come under an attack from behind here from Ida Tornholt.
Tornholt was great there through the first corner.
Ida Tornholt on the inside here of Mattis Janssen.
Oh,
Janssen
did Olafsson a bit of a favour there. Sorry, Andrew, for cutting across. But Simon was very, very sideways, and then could easily have been over-rotated by a bit of contact from behind. But Janssen, very fair in not touching the rear quarter of the championship leader. And you often get that, don't you? You know, when our friend Andrew Jordan won the British Touring Car title in 2013, the last race that he really had to do well in, you know, people give you that little bit of extra space. I'm not saying they're doing Olafsson any favours here, but you don't want to be the person that loses someone a title by a bit of unnecessary contact. So I think there's a bit of that at play sometimes. Not saying that's necessarily the case here, but Olafsson, people know the position he's in and they won't want to ruin it for him either because he has such an advantage in the points.
Yeah, 1.1 seconds up the road, so a smaller advantage on the track here than he's certainly got in the point standings overall. Ida Tornholt's going brilliantly here, only 1.7 off the back of Janssen, I think.
I'd say this is the best I've seen her drive a supercar lights in her career so far. She looks increasingly comfortable in that car, especially in the mixed conditions, and was great through turn 1 on the opening lap.
Yeah. Sorry, it's actually 1.7 off the leader. Yeah, it's only 0.5 off the previous car, so which is Mattis Janssen. So go on, Ida, get amongst it. They're all going to wait to Joker on the last lap. Birgit and Steinsholt have gone already. You can hear the gravel on the bottom of the car through here. There's that little transition onto the tarmac. Janssen going with Olafsson into the dip in the left-hander. Then there's just a little crest and a dip. It's so hard to see those things when you're not here. The dip round to the right-hand side. Now there's another crest, and then watch after the crest you drop down. Then there's a dip. Now another crest here. They go up and then down. All of those little elevation changes make a difference to the way the car feels underneath you. Into the joker lap for Olafsson. So Simon Olafsson was in the joint lead of the standings. Can he go quicker than Oliver Eriksson went? Not this time. So Ollie Eriksson will lead overnight, but Olafsson, the championship leader, will be right up there in the standings after Q3. He's got one qualifying session to go tomorrow, and he'll be able to call himself RallyX champion for 2022 in Supercar Lights. Still that one session to go. After a day like today, he'll be having a big old breather, sigh of relief, I reckon, Hal. Like, you know, rain dry, wet dry. Just horrible, horrible conditions when you just wanted an easy day.
Yeah, you just need to survive it, don't you? That's the word Kevin Eriksson used earlier on. Look at Tornholt here. Cuts back up the inside of fellow OMC driver Steinsholt. A bit of contact between the pair of them. This is Olafsson down into turn 3. Bodywork flapping around the back of the car. Car skipping all over the place. The undulations on the track are big, and then the change in grip levels don't help either. That car looks remarkably good, doesn't it, considering the some of the abuse it's had so far this year. 2 fans look on the dashboard there to try and keep the windscreen clear, because panel gaps in a space frame machine like this sometimes are a little bit flexible, and you can get a bit of water inside, so it's so important to keep the screen clear.
So that's one reason people don't realise why drivers want to stay dry. It's not actually just about, oh, I want to stay dry, get me an umbrella. If you get in the car with a wet race suit on, it's like, well, you've done it at home. You've all been for a walk when it's raining, got back in the car, and your car steams up instantly. If you're wet when you get in that car, all the moisture that's in there evaporates out onto your screen, and you can't see where you're going. So drivers aren't just being like, oh, get me an umbrella. If you're enjoying this, like and subscribe to the YouTube channel, of course. We want as many of you as possible to get notified when we're doing stuff. I can't believe it's the last round.
I'm quite sad.
Yeah, me too. Also the last race of qualifying today for Supercar Lights. Martin Jonsson is a Hockfist. Natalie Peterson, Haug and Walfridsson. Left on the grid is Hockfist. Outside line for Jimmy Walfridsson, trying to get across to the inside line for Martin Jonsson. Natalie Peterson in third, but runs wide, loses that position there to Lars-Erik Haug, who looks up the inside line then of Walfridsson. So Haug inside Walfridsson gets P2. Really well done. Haug super aggressive up the inside in Jonsson now. Haug goes up from P3 to P1. The second part of that move was pretty firm, but it was the first part of it was mega.
Jonsson's going to come back at him. Haug's about to go to Norway. Well, probably Latvia in that direction. Got my north, south, east and west all mixed up. But Jonsson looked like he was coming in hot. Maybe Haug took a little bit of a glance in the mirror, thought, wow, I need to brake late, and then brake way too late. But still hang on to the lead. Jimmy Walfridsson's bumper now looks like it's the correct colour again, because the car's got so dirty with the white bumper on his Supercar Lights machine. He didn't have a great run earlier on today, but he was brilliant in Latvia. Really found his mojo again, Jimmy Walfridsson. But up front, Jonsson is all over the back of Haug. I don't think there's a way through there, really, because... OK.
And there is.
I'm going home. Goodbye.
That's Hal Ridge signing off with a great Murray Walker moment there. But that was, to be fair, what a great pass by Jonsson around the outside.
I just don't like, Haug's really struggling in this grip level, isn't he? Like, you can see that he's not very confident on the brakes or mid-corner. But I really think it's impressive to go around the outside like that. And I'll have the composure to go around the outside like that. Get the rotation done and get back to the inside. As we saw in Crosscar earlier on, if you're outside there, it's so relatively easy for the guy on the inside to hold you out. And fair play to Martin Jonsson, you've absolutely caught me out.
And Haug, unfortunately, has lost out there to Walfridsson as well. Natalie Peterson coming up behind. Haug's moves on the first lap were great. I'm starting to wonder, was it just like a bit late on the brakes, as in not quite realising when the grip levels were live? But I think the first move was mint. The second one on Jonsson, you wonder if that lit a bit of a fire on the Jonsson as well, didn't it? You know, it's like, oh, really?
He looked like he had the fire lit from the first corner, didn't he?
Yeah, for the whole lap, then following within, like, I don't know, a couple of centimetres of the back. Oh, and a spin in the background there. Well, I don't know, sure that was Peterson, but somebody went round in the background, left-hand side of the screen. You're seeing Jonsson chasing down the time of Ericsson. Going to be close, but not close enough. So Oliver Ericsson going to win this session, but Martin Jonsson going to win this race. And the time is a 2:32.0.
That's going to put him fourth overall, fourth or fifth.
I don't think it was Peterson that spanned then. Maybe it was Haug that spanned in the background.
Oh, I think that's something wrong with Haug's car. Maybe there's something a bit broken, because certainly struggling to get it stopped everywhere. It was Shukvist that had a pretty poor start, just didn't move. Wonder if he didn't have it in gear or something.
Always not ideal.
It's funny that, because you get in a mindset. And I tell you what, Patrick O'Donovan, who's currently leading the British Rallycross Championship, a number of times this year in Supercar hasn't had the car in gear at the start line, because he's been racing so much in RX2E, where you don't have to have the car in the gear, you have to have it in drive, not the gear.
Yeah.
Quite a few times in a Supercar race, he's launched and it not been in gear, and then the gearbox is very disappointing when you have to bang it in at quite high revs to get going. And I wonder if Shukvist just had the same problem there, because he was racing the RX2E car in Julius recently, and obviously the Supercar Lights is a bit different.
So that was the great pass by Haug. Now Jonsson's like, right, I'm annoyed. I'm going to follow you very, very closely. This is the bit. This is Hal Ridge's. This will be the thing that Hal hates the most about his whole season, is that you can't pass here. And immediately, look at Jonsson. To be fair,
they were
mega pass, wasn't it?
Brilliant.
Like, and then over the curves on the inside. I mean, it really was a great pass. I wish you could see how.
It was much earlier in the corner than I thought, in my defence, because I thought they were. It doesn't matter. Whatever I say is not going to help.
It really doesn't.
Plus, no one will be watching at this point. They'll have only seen me mess it up in the first place.
It's fine, honestly. It's fine.
I don't care.
No, I make enough mistakes in any given day on the television that it's really no worries. And I almost quite like it when you say to her, "You can't pass there," and then immediately a driver does, don't they? It's just, there's something quite fun about it.
Well, I can't drive anyway, we know that, so it's fine.
Ericsson, Olofsson, Enland is how the session ends. It was Martin Jonsson who won that last race, which sees Jonsson slot into 5th place. Tidily done. These are the intermediate standings after 3 sessions. It is indeed Ericsson, as we said, who leads overnight from Olofsson. Then it's Expert, Steinsholt, Enland, Jonsson, Janssen, Berget, Janssen, Höckfist, Oskarsson and Ida Tornholt in the semis at the minute. Go on, Ida, get amongst it.
Great salvage job that from Simon Olofsson to get back up to 2nd overall after that penalty in Q2.
Into Supercar, Gronholm leads with 2 session wins. Belevsky is second. German, Evgen, Brinterson, Veiby, Svensson, Franks, Joran Ostring, Toren and Carlsen. Sorry, Ostring, it's Hans-Joran with the little dash in between. Come on, Andrew, read the graphics. So Gronholm and Belevsky, where are they lining up in this one?
I think they'll be next.
Oh, they are. Yes, that was what I was kind of thinking might be happening. So, no love lost between them in similar weather conditions in Riga. The interesting thing will be whether Belevsky is feeling quite so aggressive here as he was there. If you saw the titles to the start of the first stream earlier on today, you'll know that, yeah, Gronholm wasn't particularly keen when he came to here say, do you want to hear my side? He said, no, I don't really. Gronholm gets a great start. Belevsky's not quite there. Belevsky up the inside of German, but German holds on. Sondre Evgen is in P2 on the inside line. German might try that round the outside move. Now he knows it's on, but Belevsky goes up the inside of German. That was a really clean pass, to be fair. So Belevsky slots into P3, but it is Gronholm who leads.
Good move that from Belevsky. He's been struggling with the starts today, hasn't he? Didn't have a great launch in free practice 2 when we were watching behind the grid earlier on, and then in at least another one of the races hasn't got off the line as he wanted, unlike this man who has got off the line brilliantly all day. I'm so pleased for Nicholas to have come back this weekend and immediately shown how good he is, because he was so good in Riga until that moment in the first corner of the final in round 5 it was, wasn't it? And yeah, I'll be pretty pleased for him as well, to be honest, if he manages to wrap this title out. No favouritism, but he's a very, very accomplished driver, and yeah, it would be
a big title, Hal, wouldn't he? His last title was what? Would with Finland?
Finnish title, yeah. 2015. He would. So you know, it's. I always think it's weird. Until Timmy Hansen won the World Championship, he hadn't won a Rallycross title.
Yes, mad, isn't it?
So I think it'll be a nice accolade for Nicholas to have to win this. But ultimately, he's here because he loves driving the car, and I love that he comes here because he enjoys driving the car as much as he does.
Yeah. Gronholm powers onto the straight in the Hyundai as Evgen goes joker. German did a great job on the previous lap of avoiding Belevsky as he peeled off to the right, and it does affect your exit speed as Belevsky's going to try and come around the outside of Evgen, but Evgen has that inside line, holds on to it. Belevsky's going to look to the inside on the exit in the Peugeot, finds some great grip, brilliant path by Belevsky. Belevsky's made 2 good passes in this race. Tidily and cleanly done, Hal, that's the thing.
Yes, I thought Sondre was going to go for the undercut there, just touched the brakes before the jump, went back to the right, but just didn't quite have the run down on the inside into turn 2. The level's high here, isn't it? Because Sondre Evgen is driving beautifully. Quite difficult conditions now, but it is full wet. It's not the slippery stuff we had earlier on. It is full wet, so this is when the wet Cooper tyre will be working at their best.
Just think, if you'd come to this event without a coat, what a muppet. Gronholm takes the win with a 2:20.8. It's me I'm referring to. Belevsky gets P2, so Belevsky gets German on the last lap. And Evgen is in P4. Good drive, I think, by Belevsky in there. 2 really good passes in it. I was impressed to see German avoiding the back of Belevsky when they went joker earlier on. Here you go, watch the back of German's car sit down. Typical Audi there off the start. But such a good start from Gronholm. Evgen moves across to the inside. Belevsky here, look, is in P4. But watch for the move. So
super late on the brakes from Belevsky. He's really confident in the brakes in the Peugeot.
He went to square that off again there, Hal, on the exit of turn 1, which is how we saw him power straight past Evgen. But for whatever reason, it didn't work on lap 1, but it worked beautifully on lap 2.
He was much further up the inside of German than I thought he had been, actually, first time around. So he was sort of alongside on the exit of 1, wasn't he, on the way down.
This is Belevsky on Evgen, so watch Evgen.
I thought Sondre had done everything he needed to do here.
But Belevsky's really clever. Just watch this, he tightens the line up and just guns it, and basically just out-drags him off the corner. It was really, really tidy.
They worked so hard on the traction of that car, didn't they?
Yeah,
in America last year especially, to make it work better on the loose surfaces, and it's in these conditions where that sort of work really comes into its own.
They very nearly won the title, Hal, didn't they? Very, very nearly to poor old Hansen last year. Super close to both the World Championship and the Nitro Rallycross Championship, but neither of them went their way that time. They have, of course, won in both series. I think Timmy, I'm just trying to think, Timmy's stats in Nitro, he's right up there for number of wins. Let's go and have a chat with Molly, shall we?
Niklas, that's another race win, and in full wet conditions, I'm sure that's a lot easier to deal with than something in between. How did the car feel?
Yeah, now it was pretty clear what to do, and
once again, I had a great launch. We've been having so good launches this day. So yeah, it makes my job a lot easier, to be honest. And yeah, just there was more grip than I expected, and I think I could have gone a lot faster if I would have been brave enough. But this was enough for now. But yeah, I think I left some tenths here and there, but it was a clean run, no mistakes, and the car felt pretty okay.
Pretty okay, yeah, rather than quite okay. Was that better or worse?
No, better. He looked pretty happy, didn't he?
He did.
His engine data guy doing a great job this weekend, Jussi Pinimäki.
Jussi Pinimäki also changing the wheels in the pre-grid earlier, driving the truck.
V-box engineer.
Yeah, so what is he? Truckie, team manager, mechanic, engine engineer, and V-box. Brindersen, Svensson, Carlson and Vranks. Oh, loads of wheels. Vranks has got an absolute banger of a start in the RX2E car. Could slot into second place here. Oh, he gets a little bit sideways, but holds on to it. Brindersen leads from Victor Vranks in the RX2E behind. We had him in the commentary box earlier today, doing a great job. Elias Svensson, the cross-car driver on his supercar debut, has dropped down to 4th place. Carlson gets up into 3rd.
These are hard conditions now for Svensson, who's all over the back of Carlson on the exit of turn 2. These are really hard conditions now on your supercar debut to have a mindset shift and try and drive these cars in the wet, because they're so different in these conditions. Oh, Carlson is well on top of his Renault Clio, isn't he? Properly sideways, but Franks is just loving taking on these supercars at their own game. Doesn't really matter what the end result is, but it's all about bragging rights.
Spencer's gone, Hal, sorry to interrupt. Elias Svensson, I think maybe had a spin in the dip before the jump. I don't know, but he went in there really sideways in the bottom of our picture, and he's now... He did spin, we're hearing. So Svensson spun. I thought he'd attacked it hard, maybe overestimated what four-wheel drive could do for you compared to a cross car. But you think a guy who's been on the lock stops all day long in his cross car will be all right, but yeah, spin for him. So a bit of a shame, drops off the back of the pack.
Yeah, a bit like he was in practice yesterday, exploring all of the limits and beyond. Frank's now under pressure from Carlson, but not that much pressure, to be fair. I wonder if they will mix up the joke strategy. That tyre is very soft on the rear of Brindersen's car. I wonder if they're just running the tyre pressures very soft to help with the brake. There's Carlson making a late decision to go to the Joker on the handbrake. Now Guillaume de Ridder will be on. Come on, Victor, we want a good lap here to try and get the run to the finish line. The RX2E car should be very good out the Joker, shouldn't it, with its instant torque? So this could be quite interesting when they come to the line.
Brindersen trying to beat that time at 2:20.8, which is the time of Gronholm at the minute.
Lap time's not there on the fastest lap alone. He's some 4 tenths behind Nicholas.
So maybe not then on this occasion. It's going to be more about the battle between Vranks and Carlson for P2. Brindersen's going to go Joker here. Great to see the old Golf livery, isn't it, on a car still. On the gas, flick it the other way now. Flames from the back on it again. Pop, 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 bang as he pulls the gears over the line. He's
Frank's
about
done it,
2 seconds back, and Victor Vranks comes out the Joker, and he's well in front. That's a brilliant drive. Where's that going to put Vranks in the session now? 2:27. Okay, to be fair, the previous race was faster, so at the minute he's 6th. That would be a very good result for him. Looking back at the rest of the year, we can only see where he qualified overall, unfortunately.
He had a great run in one of the days in Latvia. I think he was 3rd or 4th overall in one of the sessions from memory. You'd have to have a little bit of a look. Respectful between the two of them at the front of the field in the first corner. Frank's got so much rotation on the RX2E car. Let's see a little further around this lap if we can see what happened to Svensson. There's Carlson getting all excited. Wonder if we can cut round with the drone now and see. I don't think we're going to. That's Carlson.
Was a late decision. I think it cost him, Hal.
Yeah.
Because he's on the handbrake and a little wide of the apex, then you have to wait on the throttle. I don't know if it would have been enough to edge him or not, but yeah, not optimal, let's put it that way. Good job by Brindersen. Becoming a little bit more of a long shot now for him to beat Gronholm, because of course if Gronholm out-qualifies him, that will extend the points gap just a little bit. But let's see. Another session to go for them tomorrow, and one more race to go here. this one does have in it Ola Christian Vejby. Now, Hans-Göran Ostreng and Daniel Toren are in it too. The whole trailer is absolutely rumbling. Molly is out and about. Where are you at, Mole? What's going on?
Thomas, that's a race win, but unfortunately not the fastest time. Where do you feel you left some time on track?
It's difficult to say, but I think maybe we had a little bit too much ALS, so it was pushing me into the corner, but still it was okay, I think. Niklas is doing a good job, so he's really quick.
Here's a result of the previous supercar race. Brinderson taking the win from Franks, Carlson and Svensson.
Brinderson referencing the anti-lag system that keeps the turbo spooled in these turbocharged engine, just saying it was a bit aggressive, so it was dragging him on into the corners. If you ever have your throttle stick open in your road car, that's a bit like driving with anti-lag. It just wants to drag you on all the time, and
he jacks the throttle open a little, doesn't he?
Yeah, and in the dry, it's fine. It's quite interesting to drive with for the first time, because it's a bit of a mindset shift. In the wet, sometimes it's better just to turn the ALS off and drive without it.
Okay, Vejby needs a great start in the middle of the grid here. Have to beat Hans-Göran Ostreng and Daniel Toren, in my opinion, off the line to try and get a decent time, and smashes them, basically. So, good job by Vejby. Göran Ostreng, Hans-Göran Ostreng trying to go with Daniel Toren in the beetle at the back of the pack. So, how we should be able to tell pretty quickly, I think, if Vejby's on the pace or not. Could well get there, well capable of doing so. Interesting as well that Gronholm said, oh, if I'd known how much grip there was, I could maybe have gone a bit quicker. So there is, and that sounds mad when it's pouring with rain, but proper wet is way better than what we've seen for the rest of today.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily saying there is a lot of grip, but it's knowing how much grip there is. So I mean, there is more standing water now than there was when Niklas was out. It's clearly still raining quite a lot. These are the conditions where Ola Christian often excels. You can see a shiny livery on his matte-wrapped Audi S1, so it's clear how much it is raining at the moment. There is Daniel Toren. We felt him do his pre-launch through the floor of the trailer that we're in as a studio, didn't we? Because the anti-lag on that car is aggressive. Vejby on the handbrake a number of times through turn 2, watching the rear wheels lock that little bit. Ostreng's going with him though. 51.1 for Ola Christian on that opening lap. Let's see what he can do this time around. I'll be very surprised if he jokers this time. Car perfectly clean at the front at least.
He's going to go for the last lap one, isn't he? In goes this time, Ostreng goes in and is about 8 seconds up the road from Toren, so I expect Ostreng to come out in front of Daniel Toren. The Joker, though, is fairly long, isn't it? What is it, 4 seconds maybe?
I don't think I've seen... I have seen enough racing. I don't think I've seen enough consistent running to work out exactly what the gap is, because the lap times have been absolutely all over the shop for most of the day.
It's Vejby.
His lap time's a long way off the best set by Niklas. Niklas did a 43.0 and Vejby's on a 44.3, but I do think it's a lot better than when Niklas was out.
Ola Christian Vejby coming up over the jump, going to take the Joker this time round and see how far up the order he can slot in. Vejby at the moment is P6 in the standings, but that's without drop scores taken into account, so fires it up, spits the gravel out the back, over the line, and it is a 2:25.1. So yeah, Gronholm's time 5 seconds up the road. 2:25.1 will be around where Evgen is, around 5th place, 0.16, and it is 0.17. So actually, it's incredibly close. Going to drop in literally less than 1/10 of a second behind his teammate Evgen. So good start by Vejby in the final race of qualifying from today. The second to last day of RallyX 2022, round 7, coming to you from Strangas in Sweden. All to play for tomorrow. No shockers today. I thought we might end up with at least one shocker, considering how bad the weather has been, and it has been atrocious. Like, the forecast was atrocious for yesterday, and then the rest of the weekend was meh. And then this last night we looked at, oh yeah, it might rain a bit at 7 in the morning. It's just been awful all day, on and off. Been great for us here watching. I hope you guys have enjoyed seeing all the mixed weather conditions at home as well. It really does mix things up, but nobody's had a shocker, Hal.
I had a shocker.
Well, yeah, Hal Ridge had a shocker. But he's just written a book, so that's all right. We'll let him off. Maybe he's a bit knackered from that. Molly's coming back into the studio. That's not Molly. Oh, yes, it is. She's behind. There she is. There she is. Thought Molly had gone all manly on us for a second. Come on, get a microphone, Molly. Right, what's it? What are we going to look at here? Oh, is this a result, is it? It is a result. I'm sure we'll have some standings too. Vaby wins 225.1. Here's Molly with the little headphones and everything on. She's going to, yeah, oh, look, they're taking the diggers out. Going to go and clean the track up a bit, look. Mega. Right. Deep breath. Day one done. You're right, Mole, you're a bit wet.
Yeah, I heard you said that I was going to come back complaining about getting wet, but, you know, that's why Norwegians work outside and Brits work inside.
Well, there is that. There is that. We'd like to be outside, but no one's willing to let us out of this box. Nicholas Gronholm leads Supercar. He leads the championship, and he leads here with 3 session wins from 3 sessions. There we go. We're not going to need the water truck today to tamp down the dust. That's something which is irrelevant. So, yeah, look, it's been a great day here. We hope you've enjoyed it. I want to bring your attention to this, because although you're not really supposed to plug stuff on television, we're going to do whatever we want. Because this is a book written by Hal Ridge, OMSC Engineering to Win. This is Hal Ridge, by the way. It's a beautiful tome. You've got one, haven't you, Molly?
It's
signed by the author.
Geek encyclopedia.
It's wicked, isn't it? Look at this. Look at this. Look.
Love it.
There's stuff about hill climb cars in here. There's Tanner Faust in the GRC. We've got cars right the way through to Nitro Rallycross. Look, we've got everything from like World Championship, all RX2 lights, every single chassis, and then it's detailed here like Travis Pastrana, Ken Block. He's spoken to all these people to write the book. And then in the back, all the people that have owned them, where it's raced. It's great. This is my copy.
There's probably not one single mistake in that book.
No, luckily, because he's made a few howlers today.
Oh,
but
is
he's
there?
no, we're only messing. You know, we all do it. But it's a brilliant book. You can buy it here at the track if you're here this weekend. Hal will sign it for you if you ask him. He'll be embarrassed about it, but he will do it. And so will the Ericssons if you want. But if not, you'll be able to buy it online soon. Please do. He puts a lot of work into it. Well done, mate. Great job. Mole, have you had a good day?
I have.
No one's had a shocker with all this weather. I was expecting, you know, it's like wet weather. Someone would have something go wrong, but like it's been all right. They've done okay.
Yeah, but the weather, you know, people going in and out of their awnings all the time. You know, the hands out. Nicholas was quite funny earlier. He's like, why do we always put a hand out? Because I can feel in the back of my neck. And it's raining.
You do.
Not walk around with your head,
everyone
though,
literally just stands there holding their hands out. But I think that's been quite a headache. And there's been many tyre changes sort of right before the tyre cleaning area. You know, jacking the cars up, people running around. But I think they enjoy it. I think they enjoy a bit of drama and having to run back and forth to the tent and get some tyres and get some, you know, whatever they need.
We enjoyed it. I enjoyed seeing you make your cameraman run. Is your cameraman here? Yes, he is. I
He's
enjoyed
right
making him watch your cameraman run all the way to the pre-grid. Have you heard from the FIA yet? Like, have they been in touch to give you a fine or anything?
Yeah, they've summoned me to a Teams meeting
Paris,
this evening.
To Paris to go in front of the commission for... We did egg her on a little bit, but look, it's been a great day. We hope you guys have enjoyed it. That is the second to last day of RallyX 2022. We're going to be crowning 5 champions tomorrow. I think it's about 11 o'clock. You can win a book tomorrow. Someone's held up a message. You can win one of these books tomorrow. I don't know what the competition is. We'll make something up tonight in the bar, so it should be spectacular. 11:15 tomorrow morning for Q4, then the semi-finals and the final. Molly Pettit, Hal Ridge, Andrew Coley, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.